Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the ICC here in Birmingham on general election night. We are the commentators, and we will be bringing you live coverage throughout the night of the count for the Birmingham constituencies. I'm joined, as always, by my erstwhile colleague James. James, good evening.
Good evening, Craig. Great to be here. Hello, listeners. Brilliant to be able to share this momentous evening with you, live from Hall 3 of the International Convention Centre here in Birmingham. And even though, Craig, the ballot is still open, got another half an hour of voting time still to go, there's already action here.
There is action here, yes, as you say, half an hour left to go, so we don't think we're actually allowed to talk about politics for the next half an hour, so we're going to just tell you a little bit about what's happening here. So down in front of us here in Hall 3, this is the largest of the halls here in the ICC. Normally we'd have a capacity of 3,000 people if the seats were all in, but today where those seats are rows and rows of brown tables. Behind those tables are blue chairs, and those blue chairs are gradually being filled up by the counting team, who are beginning to arrive, ready to get those fingers flicking and those minds ticking away. They are laying out pink wristbands at the moment on the tables down there. There's a big bag of rubber bands coming out as well. This is just speculation, but I'm wondering whether those rubber bands will be used to bundle up piles of ballot papers in a few moments' time.
Yes, the general election, a boon for the elastic band industry, Craig. Must look forward to that every 4 or 5 years.
Yes, indeed. Lots of chairs down there, still not filled with counters. They've got a little while yet, though. We've been told from our researcher Marjorie, who has been able to join us from her cottage in the Cotswolds, so we're delighted to actually have her with us live and in person tonight. Normally she works remotely, but she's managed to get up to join us here tonight. She's been down on the floor down there just to get a close-up view of what's happening. We're up on the balcony, so Marjorie is our eyes and ears down there on the ground. She has told us that the boxes will start to arrive, but the count won't begin until 11 o'clock here in Birmingham. It's going to be 11 o'clock before they actually start counting. So the counters, they've got a little while to get in yet. Still plenty of time to get those elastic bands out on the tables.
So the long trestle tables are about 17 chairs per team. So we've got 20 teams of counters here in this main Hall 3. There's a sign at the end of each run of trestle tables telling us which team they are, and there seem to be team leaders, I think, who have got in a little bit early before the rest of the counters, and they have started putting down the numbers, some A4 sheets of paper and the little orange wristbands, the counters. But Craig, exciting news here.
Things are coming in. They're black bags. They're not the black boxes that you would see in your polling station. So I wonder what these are. It's possible that these could be postal votes maybe coming in. Could be the postal votes in bags. Not being delivered by the post office, though. Being delivered by just regular members of the public. I'm sure they've been properly vetted, though, before they're allowed to carry those in.
They look like thermal bags, Craig. They look a little bit padded.
So yes, they're either postal votes or refreshments for the counters. We can't quite see yet until they do get opened up. They're being piled up at the front there, just in front of the stage. There's a stage there at the end which has got a little plinth with ICC on it and a banner behind it with the Birmingham City Council logo and Birmingham elections colourfully written on that banner.
There's a bit of a queue of the people bringing in these postal ballot bags. They seem to be able to carry about 2. Most people are carrying 2 each, one in each hand. One person at the back's just got one hook in the hook of their elbow. They've been stacked up think maybe arranged by constituency. So yes, four on the base layer, and they're building up a second layer. So yeah, more and more coming in there. It's quite a spectacular moment in the count there. Yes, just in front of the stage, as Craig had said, there's one woman who seems to be in charge of making the stacks there. She's arranging them where she wants them.
Bit of a postal vote Tetris going on down there, as on the other tables those elastic bands still going out. Not every table's got them yet. Maybe oh no, there's some more big bundle of elastic bands going out there. And on to table 14, seat 6, table 14, seat 7. They've got a big bundle too. And the person just shaking out the box to make sure that every elastic band is used. Don't want to waste an elastic band. She drops the box there. She's going to be a little bit disappointed with that. Out comes another lady with another box of elastic bands, takes a big handful.
Looks like Che Guevara as the first guy to bring a box in there.
Yes, good to see that he's seeing how the democratic process works. He's obviously got more experience in a dictatorship. The postal vote workers, big smiles on their faces now. They are very happy with that. They've don't know whether that's them done for the night or whether they're now going back for a little bit of refreshment before coming out to join in with the count. They've got blue name badges on, and they're having a little bit of a conversation there about what's going to happen next. So elastic bands and pink wristbands at the moment on the tables. No ballot papers yet.
Yeah, it's quite nice seeing each team leader has a slightly different approach to this. So team 16 have got their A4 sheets of paper saying the team number and seat number, with the red wristband for the counter separate from that, right by the chair. But team 19, they've decided to put the wristband along the A4 sheet of white paper there. So they've got an extra sheet of paper on their table, which none of the others have yet. Between each pair of counting tables, there's a table which seems to be for the administrator, and they've got a little goodie bag, a little plastic lattice work box, I should say, which seems to contain important equipment. Probably the elastic bands came out of those.
Doesn't seem to be a dress code for counters. Seems to be not even smart casual, I would say. Some very casual, some a little bit smart. There's a gentleman there with a jacket and tie on. He could be a supervisor. Others just in t-shirts and jeans. I don't know whether they know this, but it could be a bit of a long night tonight. Possibly expecting not to finish here until 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't know whether they get paid by the hour or not. Something for Marjorie to find out for us, perhaps. So whether they'll be wanting to get home or whether they'll be hoping for some close calls and some recounts.
So yes, team 9 and 10, they've got a couple of the post-it ballot boxes on their middle table. So these, yes, the postal ballot boxes, bag boxes. They are boxes, but they've got handles like tote bags. They are now being distributed to the teams. Not sure why they all got set up by the stage to start with, but there's still maybe 12 of those box bags stacked up, and then I can see at the end of the row for team 19 some casually scattered around a table at the end of that row. As Craig said, no counting is going to start for at least an hour and 20 minutes.
We do have a good view though of the doors through which those black box will arrive, just slight left of our commentary position, the far end of the hall next to the stage. So we'll be able to there is a big stage door there, a big loading dock door on wheels, but I don't think that's going to open up for them to come through. I think they are just going to come through the normal doors, which would be a shame. Bit of backlight and smoke through there, bit of pizzazz wouldn't go amiss perhaps.
A fanfare, get some music going.
Someone's coming in through that door, but no boxes. High-vis jackets and torch coming in through there, hands being shaken. There's a little bit of a light back there, and I think these might be security staff. They just give another account of them. Those bags that have just been brought in, as James said, now being moved again to another part of the hall and to a table, so not massively efficient there. But, obviously they've got their systems.
Yes, I think that's the Yardley team are getting some postal votes now. Away to our right, the Sky News presenter's just done a piece into about 9:30. She put a little piece onto their live news feed, so she's having a little bit of downtime now before the next insert she needs to do. Around the balcony for us, we're looking down on the action. Got media to the left and the right of us. We are the earliest starters of the coverage, as you'd expect. The commentators, us and Sky News, but Sky News have stopped now. They're somewhere else in the country. It's only here you're going to get the live and exclusive uninterrupted coverage of the count, and as it turns out, the pre-count action.
Another counter just arrives there with a Tesco carrier bag, a purple water bottle. She just joins Team 11, I think that is. The three of her teammates there waiting to greet her. She takes a swig from her water bottle, puts her phone into her back pocket, and one of her colleagues shakes hands there. Team 11, they look strong tonight, Team 11, I think, James. There's just four of them at one end of the table there, and one at the other end. And actually, they've separated now. And so it might be that they have been called in to support other teams. One of those just now walking over to Team 3 table.
Yeah, there's a bit of strategy being talked down here on the Birmingham Selly Oak constituency count. I think they're just talking about strategy. A woman in a denim shirt is taking literature out of a plastic wallet, just checking regulations possibly. Make sure everything's legal and above board. She shakes her head. She's briefing two of her colleagues, one with long sort of platinum hair, takes the glasses off her hair, puts them on to look through them, and then puts them back into her hair, where her colleague delves into a bag. Oh, and some, I think there's a celebrations. Yep, a big box of celebrations has been opened there. That's been moved, the celebrations.
I don't know how much practice goes in with these teams. I don't know how much pre-count training there is. They seem to know each other, though. They seem to be familiar with each other, bringing in snacks and drinks to share, as James says, that big box of celebrations.
Yes, I think they meet more regularly for the local competitions, and then this is obviously the big national competition. So, yeah, the stakes are high tonight.
I think there's bags of, I think they're toffees, could be barley sugars, not sure. And a can of Red Bull already being cracked open there by this team. That's Team 14, I think. Team 14 just below us.
They've gone early on the Red Bull.
Very early on the Red Bull. That's could be marginal gains though that you might they might be playing a long game there.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting the shakes, so do you, in the early hours? You go for your Red Bull too early.
There's Red Bull and Lucozade down there. Plenty of sugar as well. Just having a little discussion about where they're going to sit.
Birmingham Yardley look like they've got a full picnic going on there. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell. Maybe maybe they're just opening the literature.
Some stationery coming out as well down there for Team 14, the Selly Oak counts. There's a calculator down there, some pens. One of the counters just checking her phone.
There's a team huddle over there, Craig, with the luminescent waistcoat team.
I wonder, James, if they are the team responsible for making sure those boxes get safely through those doors. They're just having their final briefing. They've got their high-vis vests on.
Yes, of course, the Birmingham Ladywood constituency is very close to the ICC, so we should be expecting those boxes shortly after the 10 o'clock close of the polling station. So it'll be the earliest one, so we can expect Birmingham Ladywood, which is the far end of the Hall 3 from me. We expect them to be starting very soon. But I've heard there's a one-way system outside the back here, so the vans bringing the ballot boxes in, come in, drop the ballot boxes round and out again, which has caused some trouble for the satellite trucks for the national broadcasters, but most of them opted to go for the online version. Looks like the BBC are getting ready to go away to our right there. Gentleman in a blue jacket and smart white shirt and tie, with a little coil of cable up the back of his neck, is just standing in front of the camera next to bright light, just checking his phone for the notes perhaps that he's made about what he's going to say when the nation comes to him.
So there's 9 constituencies in Birmingham being contested and counted tonight. The boundaries have been redrawn, I understand, since the last election. We've got the count for 5 of the constituencies in our hall, and somewhere else in the ICC the other constituencies are being counted. As I say, Marjorie's here though, so she'll be able to keep us abreast of what's going on in there. We've got Yardley, we've got Selly Oak, we've got Hall Green and Moseley, we've got Erdington, and we've got Ladywood.
Yes, of course, the 10th Birmingham constituency, the Sutton Coldfield, they do their own counting up in Sutton Coldfield.
Birmingham, population of 1.145 million, and there are 640,000 people registered to vote in the city, the second city. It's going to be interesting to see how many of those came out today. It was a nice day today though. A little bit windy, but I don't think that would have affected too much the number of people going out. It wasn't raining, so I think they'll be hoping that it will be a good turnout today. Perfect conditions really for voting day today. Not too hot and not raining.
Yes, I visited 3 polling booths, polling stations myself today, and modest queues at each of them, which was encouraging if you're a fan of democracy.
You only voted once though, of course.
I did, of course. The rest was, yes, curiosity value and assisting a friend voting.
More sweets coming out. Team 14, Selly Oak there. They're wrapped ones, those. I think they might be the toffees.
Someone looks like they're going through to take out the hazelnut ones.
Someone's going to get the green ones, which might be, could be coconut. Green, could be coconut. Not quite sure. And the supervisor is divvying those up along the table there, starting just under the balcony underneath us. Those soft bags, which we believe have got the postal votes in, they've now been mostly redistributed around the hall, but they're not going to get counted either, I don't think, until 11 o'clock, even though the polling stations do close at 10.
Yes, that's a bit of a change. The counting has previously started earlier, but for some reason they've decided it's all start at 11 here in Birmingham. And now up in the northeast, they're very competitive about it, and they're going to be trying to rush through their results as quickly as possible. More of a measured approach here in the West Midlands. There's another team talk going on over there. That's team 7 and 8.
Could be Erdington, I think.
I think that is Erdington, Craig. I think you're right there.
At the moment, though, it's only Selly Oak who've got the suite, so the manager of that team is obviously trying to motivate them, give them an early start, get them going, keep them sweet.
Erdington, famously east of the M6, so those boxes are going to have to come in under the M6, down the expressway, off the. I'd recommend coming all the way down the expressway actually, and then probably the flyover bit, a bit of Middle Ring Road, and then come off Shakespeare, get into Shakespeare Street.
Yeah, as long as the expressway's not closed. Sometimes they do close the expressway overnight, don't they? But hopefully they will keep it open today on this very special occasion.
I think you could have a police escort if you got ballot cards, I think.
Oh yeah, you'd hope so. Blues and twos maybe as well, coming down the expressway. That'd be quite exciting in through the back of the ICC. Those doors will fly open. The security staff there in those high-vis vests will be maybe creating a little archway perhaps for them to come through. A little meet and greet as they come in.
I think looks like Team 20 Yardley, they're being motivated by, I think those are chocolates going out. It's a little handful per counter perhaps.
Not only getting, I think get 1 or 2 sweets each.
Yeah, I think she went too generous early on.
Yeah, she decided.
Reined it back in.
She's just checked how many are left. I mean, they should be good at counting. They should be able to judge how many sweets are in a packet and then be able to divide those up. You would think.
But it's pure addition, isn't it? This game. There's no division.
No division. No, that would be unfair and undemocratic.
But I am surprised how early they're going with the sweets and so on. I would have expected those to come out later on when energy is flagging. But I'm impressed with Team 16. They've got they are very well set up. Quite sure what the black objects are next to the little hills of rubber bands.
Licorice, could be licorice.
Could be licorice, or maybe they've got one of those, the little you put on your finger. You used to have them when you're sewing.
Dabber to keep your finger moist.
Yeah,
could be.
Because you don't want to get a blister.
Can't see any medical staff or physios around at the moment. If anyone does get a paper cut or repetitive strain injury, I'm not quite sure who is on hand to deal with that. There's plenty of fire extinguishers, but can't see any medical staff at the moment.
Black
bin bag comes out, goes on the back of the chair. That's probably for sweet wrappers, maybe.
Yep, nice technique there. Good use.
There's more. Team 20, they're getting another sweet. So one of the supervisors is coming along the table from the other end, adding a different sweet to there. Oh, little bags. I think that's bags of Haribo, possibly, or possibly a German supermarket equivalent going down.
No action. Team 17 got no incentives at all there. No rubber bands, barely any wristbands.
No, it's all quiet down there. Team 19 just taking on refreshment. Team 19, Yardley. That's Jess Phillips' seat, I believe. No sign of them here yet. It's still 6 minutes.
7 minutes.
6 minutes yet before polling stations close.
Just a rush. I mean, is it true? Do you think if you're in the polling station, and they're still processing. Do you think it has to be in the ballot box
At
by
10
10,
o'clock.
or could you be in the building by 10?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much discretion the officers in the polling stations have over that. Maybe it's the doors close at 10, as you say, and
I think
then
that'd be, if you
you're
turned up
allowed.
on time, then it's not your fault if the admin, sometimes it takes them quite a long time to find your name on the list.
And the pencil might need sharpening in the booth. If it's the
Well,
end
especially
of the
this
day.
end of the day.
End of the day, that's going to be blunter. So I think there must be a little bit of discretion.
So the briefing session with the high-vis waistcoat people has broken up there, so they've obviously been informed of all the action they need to take later on. Oh, another 6 or so postal vote ballot boxes are being carried away. They are going to the team 7 and 8 table, 2 of them there. That's for the Erdington team. And then the Ladywood have got a couple of bags over there. My daughter's ballot should be in there if it's all worked out well.
Yes, son. My son should be in the one just underneath us here as well. So I don't think I'd recognise his cross. Presume he put a cross and not a tick. I think you're allowed to put a tick as long as it's clear as to which person you want to vote for. I think you can put in any symbol. I think.
Yeah, I think cross is recommended.
It's yes, you can't. It's hard to mistake a cross for something else.
I find it quite satisfying to put a cross in, but then maybe I am a conformist there.
Do you do an X or a crucifix cross?
Oh yeah, no, diagonal to diagonal.
Yeah, like a kiss.
Yes, very much like a kiss.
Yeah.
Like a little expression of affection towards the person I want to represent me in Parliament.
The gentleman down there, part of Team 14, beg your pardon. Team 14. He's taken his jacket off now. He just waves at someone who's just arriving out of our view under the balcony. We are, as I say, up on the balcony with the world's press gathered as well. And below us on the floor, which would normally be full of thousands of seats to watch events here in the hall. Now rows of tables and blue chairs waiting to be filled. So not every chair filled yet with counters. I don't know what time they are due to arrive. There's some yellow sticks going out now.
Yeah, those are very odd, aren't they? They're almost like clappers that you sometimes get in sporting events.
Yeah, they look foamy. They look foamy rather than solid. Gentleman there in Team 12 just waves his up and down.
Something office, is it? Something government
Elections office. So we'll have to get Marjorie onto that, I think.
Maybe it's a little arbitration bit if someone's used not a cross or a tick but some other symbol. Maybe that's where they go. But there are lots of them. There's a whole fan of them. They're being laid out parallel across the tables.
A counter in a big coat.
Oh, they're
Bit of an
dividing.
Arsene Wenger coat. Sorry, James.
Sorry, they look like they're these yellow ones are dividing up between the counters.
Yes, so they're
more
going
mysterious
on to,
by the
going onto the tables.
Actually, I'm not sure the woman really knows what they're for either. She's decided to.
She's sort of given up on that and just piled them up.
leave
Someone
it to someone
else knows what to do with those. Which is a bit.
Follow one of the other teams.
It's the counter in the Arsene Wenger coat. Just arrived with a large cup of coffee. Takes off their coats. They've got trainers and tracksuit trousers on. Greeted by their fellow counters in Team 12. Gentleman in a blue jumper. He's brandishing some of those mysterious yellow sticks as well. There's a lady just walking across there, has got a rather glittery necklace of the Birmingham City Council logo there, the sort of blue and red
It's not the Lord Mayor.
arrows. I don't think it's the Lord Mayor. Nope. She's also taken some of those mysterious yellow sticks. We hope that Marjorie will be able to tell us what they are. She's possibly popped to the loo, but hopefully she won't be too long.
That is one of the problems with her being on site, really. Less convenient.
The Countess just puffs out her cheeks there. She already looks a little bit weary. She's going to have to find some energy from somewhere, because this could be a long night. Not quite sure what the prep would have been for these people today. Would they have been at work? Would they have been in the training ground? Would they have been with their supervisors working out tactics? Would they have had an afternoon nap before coming in?
Yeah, I think you want to snooze. Putting a late shift, you really want to have a bit of a snooze.
So Marjorie's back from the toilet and just got drawn us a little map there of the other people in the press gallery where we are as well. So next to us is Switch News. Just round the corner is GB News, and we've also got a broadcasting company from Pakistan. We're next to Sky. They're next to the BBC, and then on the other side is Channel 4, ITN, Birmingham Live, and the City Council. So truly international media presence here tonight. Well, mainly Britain and Pakistan.
So there's a gentleman at the far end of the Hall Green Moseley team in a very smart black jacket, black tie, white shirt. He's right in the centre of the room. He looks like he's important. Looks like you could go to him to ask some questions like, what do I do with my little yellow divider? So clearly you're allowed to use mobile phones down on the floor. Or a woman optimistically carrying 3 of the postal ballot boxes at the same time. I've not seen that before. 2 is so far the absolute maximum, but she's bringing them down here to the Selly Oak tables right down below us.
So Marjorie's tried to find out what those yellows such. It's 3 minutes past 10, so polling stations will have closed. Could be the last few people just sticking their cross or their kiss in the box, putting it in the black box, ready for those to be whisked away and brought here to the waiting counters.
So probably a local primary school near here is probably going to deliver the first of the ballot boxes. There's quite a few here in the Ladywood ward. Actually, Ladywood ward, like many of the sort of constituency, I should say, has changed its boundaries. It's used to be a city centre ward, particularly on the north and west bit of Birmingham city centre, but it's spread now far and wide, really.
Of course, election day, very special day for lots of mainly primary school children who get a day off if their school is being used as a polling station. More of those sticks, yellow
they might not
labels.
be sticks, Craig. They might be like stickers. You know, when you go
bands to
when your
wrap
luggage
around.
when your luggage goes on a flight, and they get the little label thing that wraps round your handle. I reckon it could be them. Could be that.
Sis Marjorie might have been right. Some kind of way of sealing up ballot papers there. So more and more counters beginning to arrive now. They're I suppose they're not really cutting it fine, are they? There's still 55 minutes to go. I don't know how much of a warm-up they have to do before they start counting. One of them there just checking the weight of one of those boxes. Goodwill, Alex, possibly.
Yeah, I think you've got to be fairly public-spirited to be a counter through the night, or a team. Yeah, then you've been promoted to team leader.
That's right, you
Just
get the
go that
yellow
extra
name
mile.
badge. A gentleman there just takes off his little shoulder bag, pulls out his seat.
When the first person putting on their orange wristband, but then finding it quite difficult to do for themselves, so a more experienced teammate is affixing that to their right wrist. There we go.
So they've all got the same colour wrist. I would say that was. I would say that was pink rather than orange. Salmon pink, maybe.
I think it's the colour of the day. I think it's fuchsia. I think we've got the Sky News jacket fuchsia. There's quite a few of the counters have got fuchsia tops on. I think it's a fuchsia day.
Fuchsia wristbands for the counters. Press, we've got sort of lime green. Pistachio. I think that's probably pistachio colour wristband maybe we got there.
So we've had some polling coming through, exit polls suggesting Labour set to win a landslide with a majority of 170, which would be very substantial. So that would mean you'd have not quite as many MPs as Tony Blair had back in 1997, but still a lot. And Conservatives due to go down to 131, lowest in the post-war history. So I wonder how that will be reflected in the counts here today.
So many of the seats here in Birmingham already held by, or previously held by, Labour politicians. Whether they keep hold of those, there has been some boundary redrawing. Whether that's going to have an effect. Bit of Solihull now in Birmingham, which I'm sure they're not too happy about.
This Erdington was fairly competitive last time. Birmingham Hodge Hill, not at all competitive there. Absolute Labour, absolute massacre.
That's right, Liam Byrne, of course, the Hodge Hill MP.
Yeah, another big Labour for there, and the Hall Green Moseley one. Shabana Mahmood, of course, Birmingham Ladywood. Absolutely ridiculous. No point in anyone else turning up really there for that one. But here we go. Birmingham Edgbaston. That was more tightly contested last time, so we'll have a little look out for that one. And yes, the Birmingham Northfield Conservative. Possibly the only one in the city, Birmingham Yardley, very much Labour. Jess Phillips there for that one. And yes, also Birmingham Perry Bar, very much Labour. So Birmingham Selly Oak, again, yep, Steve McCabe there, very Labour. And we had the other Conservatives, Sutton Coldfield, massive Conservative majority there for Andrew Mitchell.
But they're not counting here, so they've got their own convention centre to count in, rather than mixing with the Birmingham constituencies. More counters beginning to gather now. Coats coming off, being put onto backs of chairs.
I think the newer arrivals are younger. I think maybe the team leaders are the older.
The old hands, yes, good to have a mix of experience and youth in these situations. The younger ones got a lot to learn from the older ones, and the new counters bring in a bit of vigour, bit of energy through the night when the older ones might be lagging a little bit.
Yeah, you do need to bring the next generation through, of course, to learn at the feet of the elders. Woman takes off her scarf there. So
mainly t-shirts tonight, I would say, for the counters. It's going to be pretty warm down there, I think. when everyone is in. Oh, gentleman's just dropped a piece of paper there. I hope that wasn't too important. Picks it up, puts it back in his pocket. Looks a bit like John Curtis, the pundit statistician, but I don't think that is him.
So yes, below us, team 14. They've got a little instruction sheets. So yes, they're being briefed on what needs to happen. So seats 2 and 3 being occupied now. They're just being logged in there by the team leader, just being registered. The local takeaway coffee place is staying open specially through the night for us all, which is appreciated. Should increase their income as well. So last couple of people we've seen come in have availed themselves of those opportunities. Someone with a looks like a Jubilee bag there, big Union Jack on it.
Yes,
patriotic day, of course, Craig.
Of course. I don't know whether Starbucks is going to be open to the general public or whether it's just going to be open to people here with either a fuchsia or pistachio coloured wristband.
Yeah, I think the whole building probably closes to the public fairly soon, and you probably only get in if your name's on the list.
So over in the far corner there, Team 3, Ladywood just beginning to gather. Can't quite see from our vantage point whether they've got any confectionery on the tables. I don't think they have over there as yet, as two supervisors just come in. The doors under the balcony at the right hand side of the hall. I think they've probably been to the toilet. Toilet's out there, possibly been there. I don't know whether you're allowed to go to the toilet during the count or not.
Would have thought so, because it could be a long stretch otherwise, especially
6 hours of counting without going to the toilet.
It just occurred to me, Craig, if you were racing to get your count done, then you'd definitely bring the ballot boxes from the nearest primary school straight into the count and start on them. But as we've got this little gap of an hour, you probably get a van and go round a few different polling stations, don't you? Just get a big load, bring them all in together.
They've also put Ladywood quite a long way away from the door as well, because they've got a little bit longer to get those boxes to that, so they are furthest from the entrance door,
yes,
nearest to the ICC.
Maybe a bit like the what do you call it thing? You know, when you're doing the running around the track and you have the little stagger. A little stagger. It's like a stagger, isn't it? So you're
like a handicap start
kind
of thing in horse racing.
Yeah.
Exactly like that. Whatever the term for that is, that might be one for Marjorie. A lady strides across in front of the stage there, towards those exit doors, possibly going to check whether there is any delivery action out there. Not quite sure whether there'll be a fanfare or an alarm signal go off.
The boss woman. I think that might have been Sarah, the boss woman there. There's another, fuchsia fleece there. Just certainly a little jumper, soft jumper there. So just checking whether she's at the right table there. They seem to be filling up the seats from number 1.
Sally Oak have put 2 chairs on top of tables down here, which I would say is a little bit of a health and safety
that is controversial.
risk. That, I don't know. Oh no, they're coming off now, being
spotted that.
Put on the other side.
Yeah, it's your John Curtis guy, isn't it?
Taking the sweatshirt cardigan off the back of that onto that one.
Count here with a little dyed red bit front of their hair, and headphones or ear defenders round the neck there.
Large cup of Starbucks coffee there. Is that a grande for the largest cup of Starbucks?
Oh, it's so difficult, isn't it, Craig? So difficult.
Keep changing.
Is that not the small? Is that?
There's Medeo, isn't there, and there's Grande. I'm not quite sure what the other sizes
my Italian's
are.
not up to it at all, really.
and I think it might be slightly different in other coffee shops as well. So something for us to find out there for you. The different sizes of coffee coming in and out of the count here. We will be across that as soon as we can.
Do you think these trestle tables belong to the ICC, or do they come out of a special store that the City Council have?
They're a little bit shabby, aren't they, some of them? I think some are new, have been replaced. Others look like they've done a few counts in their time. I think they're City Council tables. They're ICC chairs, I think, but I think they're City Council tables. I don't know.
I think you're right about. Yeah, I think you could be right. What about the little sign hanging? There's a wooden base and then a metal pole that comes up, and then there's a sort of curve to a right angle, and that's got the team numbers hanging on. But I reckon you could repurpose those for conferences and trade shows and things.
It could be all for in the cloakroom. They're sort of like a half coat rail, aren't they? Although a little bit tall, perhaps, to hang your coat on. Although it looks like they might be adjustable. But yeah, I don't know. I think they might be standard election issue as well.
Of course, Craig and I, as part of our research, did have a little play with a polling booth earlier in the month. A very, very neatly designed booth. Turns up to your polling station in a cardboard box, a sort of narrow, tall, rectangular cardboard box. You open it up and it comes out all folded up. It's got wheels, so you can wheel it into position, and then like a fan, it sort of opens up and then clicks round, so you've got the full 360 degree opening, and then legs that adjust, so you can hoik it up to full height, and then the little tabley bit to write on, they all click down, and it's a very nicely designed piece of kit, but ugly, obviously very ugly, but very functional.
Well, if you just joined us, you're listening to The Commentators. We're broadcasting live from the International Convention Centre here in Birmingham. It's general election night, and we are bringing you live coverage of the count for 9 constituencies here in Birmingham. We're in Hall 3. Normally this would be able to seat thousands of people. Today it's laid out for hundreds of counters, counting millions of votes.
Yes, normally we are live and exclusive at our events, but we're very far from exclusive today. We're up here on the balcony with media, as Craig said, from around the UK and Pakistan, and some of it radio, some of it TV. No one else seems to be actually doing any broadcasting right now other than us. We are famously the hardest working news coverage in the UK. Guy over there chomping away at a wrap, I think that is. And the Sky News reporter just making a couple of notes. Her producer seems to be on a phone over there. Away to our left, there's a man with an absolutely enormous thick lens that he's going to at some point click onto the front of his digital SLR sort of body, I suppose.
So news of the Starbucks different coffee cup sizes. So the smallest is demi, then it goes up to short, and then it's tall, then it's grande, then it's venti, and the largest is Trenta.
I'm not sure I've ever come across a Trenta.
I don't think anyone's ever had a Trenta. I don't know if you can get a Trenta in the
American
Starbucks
only,
down here. It might only be in America, a Trenta. And I think I have seen a venti, but I don't think I've had a venti. I've had a grande. I
mean, that much
by mistake.
Yeah, that much scalding liquid in one receptacle.
It's too much, particularly if you're about to go on a train journey, because you can never quite guarantee that the toilets are going to be open on the train. You've had yourself a grande or a venti, and then you find you're stuck on a train and the toilets are out of action. It's a big mistake.
Yeah, we recommend steering clear of the Trenta. And it's a big step up as well, isn't it, from from 20 to 30 ounces.
That's
An
right.
extra 50% more there. Whereas actually the difference between the Grande and the Venti is actually very small. Like you've only got a 4 ounce difference there.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it goes up in fours, doesn't it? Sort of, yeah. It goes
Well,
up
you get
5,
3,
then
8,
4, then
12,
4.
16, 20. But then, yeah, as you say, it's a
4.
big jump from Venti to Trenta.
Trenta. I'm going to ask for a Trenta. I'm going to see if they freak out. See if I can freak them out by asking for a Trenta.
It's, as you say, though, it's a lot of liquid to take on when you're commentating on a long event, even at a football match. I think you'd be struggling to keep a Trenta in until
you'd never
half time.
You'd never ask for 2 Grandes for yourself, would you? That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
That's only 2 ounces more than a Trenta.
Anyway, back to the action here in Hall 3 of the ICC, and it's hotting up. Literally, figuratively, and metaphorically here as more counters begin to arrive. Gentleman there in a blue t-shirt just rubs his wrist there. He's sitting, looking into the middle distance there, just composing himself, I think. Just thinking about the task in hand. He hasn't got very much there. He's got a water bottle. He's got his glasses, and he's just thinking about what is to come later on, bracing himself for the 6 hours ahead of counting.
So the woman in a Nirvana sweatshirt has sat on the seat number 16, I think it is, in team 15. She's been given her little instructions now. She's got a friend sat beside her, just a plain white t-shirt, and the team leader in the white t-shirt is just noting their names. There's a big gap between them and the next counter, who's on seat 6. Our friend with the little dyed red front is in seat 1 there of team 14. There's a woman with a brown woolly hat in seat 9 of team 17. No sign of any ballot boxes just yet. The polls closed just 23 minutes or so ago. But no sign of ballots arriving here just yet. I think things are looking good for the Hall Green constituency in Moseley. They look very well served with Team 12. There's a little buzz of expectation around the hall now.
So I think nationally, the first results I think are expected to come in at 11:30, but we're going to be way behind that here. We're not even starting counting until 11, so I don't think we're going to be getting a result here until 1 o'clock-ish at the earliest, I think. But
it's the taking part that counts, Craig.
It's not a race. It's
we don't want to sacrifice accuracy for speed.
That's the thing, isn't it? Do you go for speed? Oh, there's a gentleman in a red rosette there, just walking down the aisles there, representing the Labour Party, I presume. Don't recognise him. Think he might be an activist rather than someone standing for office. He's just disappeared under the balcony, maybe gone to get himself a Trenta from Starbucks. One of the supervisors just handing a sheet of paper to one of the counters.
Nirvana woman's put on a wristband, still being briefed. Now she's filling in the form. Probably maybe it's a declaration that you promised to count accurately. And
I wonder if there's a little test that they have to complete before. There's several sheets of paper in that thing that they have to sign. How many sheets of paper are in this document? And if they get that right, maybe that's enough to see them through. Young counter there just takes out his water bottle from the bag under his table, looks around nervously, clicks his fingers.
Team 15 for Selioka looking good. They're pretty much full.
In the end, there, gentleman just flexing his muscles there.
Team 20, Yardley, they look full as well.
Lady there just rubbing her hands together in anticipation, just to get them warmed up, and also a little bit of excitement there. The supervisor just making sure everyone's sitting in the right place. The more forms being filled in and signed on the various tables around.
Team 7, Hall Green, disastrous. Barely anyone there. Likewise, what's that? Team 4, Ladywood, very paltry turnout there. And also, yeah, team whatever that is, 3. No, team 2, Ladywood. Honestly, Ladywood, they're going to struggle to get those counts done before some of this lot have gone home, I reckon.
So some of the tables without suites, looking rather jealously around at those teams who have been given suites.
It's true, actually. That team 20 is the suite central over there. I don't think anyone's started on them yet. Maybe there's a bit of a unspoken rule that you can't have a suite before you've done any counting.
So you don't want to get chocolate on ballot papers, do you? Because that could, if it was to come to a recount and there was a chocolate fingerprint smudge next to a box, that might mean that ballot paper was null and void.
Wise words, Craig. We
Just
want to
thinking
go
about
for
democracy,
Smarties, would be all right.
James.
Smarties, candy covered.
Boiled sweets, I think you're okay with a boiled sweet, although they're quite sticky, so you could end up with ballot papers sticking together, and then you might miscount because they're joined together. I'm starting to think sweets maybe not such a good idea, actually.
No. The Nirvana woman's finally finished her paperwork. Oh, a big group of six counters all arrive. Same time. Oh, they're not counters. Again, red rosette for a woman there. Maybe they come to observe. So, a woman with a mask, face mask, underneath her chin. It's not going to do her any good. Now we've got the fluorescent waistcoat guys are back again. 5 of them, gesturing by that far door.
More of those yellow bands being brought in, taken over to, I think, to Erdington. Erdington, a little bit thin on the ground there, team 4. Of course, each constituency has about the same, roughly the same number of registered voters. There's around 60, 70,000 in each constituency. I think looks like Ladywood, they probably got the most. Ladywood, Hall Green, Moseley probably got the most votes to count potentially. Of course, it all depends on turnout. Who actually came out to vote today. Those postal votes in the soft bags still sitting on tables, tantalisingly uncounted as yet.
It's a diverse group of counters, all ages, a whole range of ethnicities. It's a good reflection of the city itself, I'd say, Craig.
Motorcyclist as well, just arrived. Counter there, he's got his helmet on the table, takes off his jacket, not leather I think, but some kind of padded jacket. He's got a yellow hoodie on under that. I think he's going to want to take that off fairly soon because it's quite warm in here. And people say counting's easy, but when you get to this level, general election level, it's a whole other ball game. Counting, it's not like the mayoral election. It's not like local council. This is the big time, James. This is the stage that every counter wants to be on, really.
Yeah, I think the only way above this would be United Nations, probably. United Nations General Assembly counting the votes there. That's probably the only place you can go above this.
Yes, I think in America a lot of it is electronic as well, isn't it? So this is probably the pinnacle of many counters' careers. For some counters, it could be their last general election. A few of them do look like they are getting on a bit down there. For others, it'll be the start of what they hope will be a long and glittering career of counting.
Woman in a green t-shirt giving a motivational talk there, shaking a fist. Quite a lot of people just scrolling on their phones. There's a woman there with her white earphones on, filling in her form. There's a gentleman there with a tight yellow t-shirt and a sort of green waistcoaty gilet over the top. He's just sat waiting, arms folded, leaning back. It's quite frustrating. They've got those, some of them have got postal votes around, but they're not allowed to start counting those just yet. So fortunate that Hall was available for tonight. If there had been something else on, I'm not sure where we would be now. Maybe a banqueting suite somewhere.
Yes, because of course the election was called not that long ago, so there could have been something else going on in here. Could have been a gig. Might have been Taylor Swift. She could have been in here, I suppose, or UB40. Dua Lipa, after being at Glastonbury, might have then come up here, done a gig here in the ICC.
Yeah, it's more likely to be Symphony Hall across the way.
But yes,
better
maybe.
mosh pit here. If you like, jigging around.
Bit of carpet as well, so a bit easier under the foot, but more difficult to get the stains out if people spill drinks in here. I can see a TV screen in the background. Looks like I think that might be the swingometer, predicting the number of seats. Quite a few orange ones there popping up. But, at the moment here, the only seats are the ones being sat on by the counters.
Oh, it's an innovation from Team 20. They have stuck a list to their team sign, but then the slightly officious woman in the black and white dress has come along to talk to them. Oh, actually one of the people stood by there has got a red rosette on, so I don't know if that's...
Could be a Labour activist from, could be from Yardley. That is the Yardley count there, Team 20. The Sky reporter just getting out a little, I think that's probably a breakfast bar there. She's got there.
She's gone early on breakfast.
She's taking on a little bit of sustenance. She's obviously not on air at the moment, so has time to eat. Of course, we'll be bringing you uninterrupted coverage throughout the night.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see if we can gauge our own sort of tally. I don't know if they're going to put these in zones so you can see the votes. Oh, and the first group of photojournalists will be invited down to the floor, the counting floor, so supervised. But I think they're going to get shots of the first ballot boxes coming in, Craig.
It's 22:35 British Summer Time, Thursday the 4th of July. It's General Election Day. You are listening to the Commentators, broadcasting live from the International Convention Centre here in the heart of Birmingham, in the heart of England. And we are waiting now for those boxes to arrive. The camera crews just lining up by those very famous doors. Many a black box has come through those doors in the past. And we are here to bring you that action, that bit of history tonight here in Birmingham.
Yes, 9 or 10 photo and video journalists are now in that far corner. Some taking some slightly unpromising looking shots of bits of paper on tables, but the City Council representative is ushering them around, telling where they can and can't go, making some suggestions of some where would be a good position for shots as those doors burst open with the boxes coming in. Some of the journalists have got those sort of waistbands that take the main weight of the camera and allow them to get smooth shots. I think they're all getting a bit of a briefing from the bosswoman Sarah there, possibly setting out the limits of what they can do or quite how it's going to happen. The famous one-way system is going to be in operation out there. This is an exciting development. Yeah, they range from someone's got a full tripod there and he's got a jacket and a shirt and tie on, and he's changing lenses, and then you've got some people there with just a smartphone. I think Team 16 possibly picked up on the idea from Team 20 of sticking something to their team sign. Or maybe not, they've just taken some blue tack off it, I think. Counters chatting to each other a little bit. Gentleman there taking a big swig of water. Another gentleman just reading the details on the postal ballot boxes. Ooh, the Nirvana t-shirt woman is definitely got the demi-size drink there. A little espresso shot possibly to get her going. The John Curtis character just walking down the centre between Team 9 and 10. That's the Hall Green and Moseley constituency. Officious woman in the black and white dress marches out of the hall. One with curly hair and fuchsia t-shirt comes to her team, which is the Erdington team there. Motivational speeches to some of the young men there, which indicates where the toilets are.
So news from Marjorie, James, who has been out and about doing some research for us. She's been chatting to her friend June. She's made a friend, June, down there, I think, and apparently June has said that the counters don't have to sign anything, so not quite sure what was going on down there. And she's also, June has also told her that the yellow strips are there to keep the counting separate, to keep the ballot papers separate so they don't spill over, which makes perfect sense, of course.
Yes, you don't want to count them twice.
Well, I suppose you could just separate the tables, but so that you just keep the...
That would take a lot of space, though. I mean,
would take up more space. You need a bigger hall, and this probably is the biggest hall in Birmingham.
Oh, we've had someone asking about the gender balance between the counters, and I think it's very, very even, I would suggest. Possibly slightly towards the female, but looks very balanced to me.
Yes, I don't really want to get into whole identification thing here, James, but if you're happy to wade into that debate.
I would say, yeah, superficially, pretty even. Pretty even.
Quite a few glasses, I would say. There's a gentleman there with glasses perched on his head. Gentleman wearing glasses in the more traditional on the nose. And
all quite casual. Quite a few baseball caps.
Baseball caps, hooded tops. Not many ties, just one or two ties. The camera crews now being ushered back up the stairs, I think, to the press gallery. So I think that was Don't think that was...
Yeah, a bit of a false alarm
Yeah,
there,
I think that
wasn't it?
was heralding the black boxes arriving.
Sorry about that, listeners. You can relax back now. Yeah, false alarm there. Hopefully they got probably cutaway shots, things they need there to maybe edit into a package later on. Over the far side of the balcony from us is where the City Council employees have their setup. They're pointing across the hall at action on the other side. There's a team leader on that table one. He's giving a speech with lots of hand gestures, and he's being helped by a woman in a blue dress. He's got a blue polo shirt on. She's taken over. They're talking to a dozen maybe counters there. That team down there, 5, they've unusual choice. They decided to put their team and seat numbers on the back of the chairs, which makes sense actually. If the table itself is going to be covered in ballot papers, why not have your seat number on the seat itself?
News flooding into us here now at our commentary position. News from a listener at home that the Birmingham necklace that I mentioned earlier, sported by one of the counters here, which is a glittery version of the Birmingham City Council logo, that is actually made locally by Frilly Industries in the Jewellery Quarter, which isn't far from us here at the ICC. Not quite sure what constituency that would be in. Possibly Ladywood, possibly Hodge Hill maybe. And also news from Marjorie, who is out there saying that the candidates and their teams are now starting to arrive and having their wristbands put in, but Marjorie's eyesight's not quite what it used to be, and she is a little bit colourblind, so she can't quite tell us what colour wristbands they are, so we'll have to wait and see for ourselves.
The Team 12 are getting the same pep talk from their team leader. It's challenging because they've got very long tables to try and address people down the length of them. It's a challenging task.
Another question from a listener asking about who's got the best outfit on here tonight. Well, this is territory that generally we don't like to wade into. Fashion is not our strong point, but there is a rather splendid orange dress down there. As James pointed out before, there's quite a lot of fuchsia pink tops around as well. Of course, there is that splendid sparkly necklace, but it's not a very showy occasion really, so people, I would say, don't want to disappoint you at home, but not very spectacular on the fashion stakes at the moment. But of course the candidates have yet to arrive down here, so who knows what they might be wearing.
I think it's important to be comfortable. Woman's just putting a coat on there, so she's clearly not benefiting too much from the climate control in Hall 3 of the ICC. I like to think I would wear a shirt and tie if I was doing the counting. I do like the...
They're definitely signing something down. Sorry, James. They are definitely filling in something down there, aren't they, on those tables? So I think we'll have to... Margie's going to have to be a little bit more persistent, I think, and find out what that is. I just saw a few orange rosettes appear down there between Erdington and Hall Green and Moseley counting teams.
They've got seats off to the side, haven't they, Craig? There's banks of blue seats.
Labour over there. Quite a long way away. So I can't quite work out who that might be. They're sitting near the Ladywood counting area. Ladywood was held by Shabana Mahmood,
who I think is part of the has been part of the campaign team actually organising the national campaign.
She had 79% of the votes last time. 33,000 votes compared to Conservatives' 4,700 votes. That's the last election in 2019.
Man arrives with a big rucksack, looking to find his home. There we are, he's found it now. Yep. He's got a little badge on. So yes, right by team number 10. The woman with headphones, still wearing those and checking something on his phone. Beside her, a woman in blue jumper decides to get up to go for a little walk. Beside her, there's a woman with a headscarf chatting to a gentleman in a t-shirt, and he's gesturing to her. They've got a fruit shoot beside them.
Oh, sorry, James. Just listeners might remember the gentleman in the blue t-shirt, part of the Selly Oak counting team I was talking about earlier, now engaged in a conversation with his fellow counter. He's also now got a matching blue finger thing, one of those little rubber finger caps used for counting. He's got that ready to go now. That's the only one I can see so far out on the floor. Nice touch there. He's gone for the same colour as his t-shirt. Not sure what the technical term is for that little finger thing.
There's a rumour that the first result could be coming through in 15 minutes, which would that'd be absolutely insane to be able to count them that fast. But, yeah, North East, there's certainly a Liberal Democrat gentleman walking around there. His yellow rosette. A couple of Labour folk walking around at the far end. One with the nice floral t-shirt walks at high speed away from us to the officious woman in the black and white dress. There's a little consultation there.
A thimblette, James.
Wow.
Thimblette, rather like a thimble, I suppose, but a thimble you might expect to be metal to protect you from being stabbed by a needle once doing your embroidery. A thimblette or a finger cone, but I think a thimblette.
Yes, the
thimblette is better.
The et bit is the sort of diminutive version, does that make sense? Like a softer version of a thimble.
Yes, I think you would have to be rubber, wouldn't it, for counting paper? I don't think you could use a metal thimble for that.
Actually, the thimblette industry must be going down the tube. Now people don't use paper money as much. Must be another once every 4 years boon. The election must be for the thimblette industry.
Maybe they've had to diversify into clown noses, things like that, perhaps, to keep the business afloat.
Pet shoes.
Yep, pet shoes, clown noses, maybe Vulcan ears as well. Similar substance, I suppose. Once you've got the mould as well, then easy to churn those out.
Maybe the for chair legs, little caps at the bottom of chair legs to stop them marking hard wood floors.
Yeah, you'd hardly have to change your machine tools for that at all, would you? I think.
Yeah, you might need only work for the thin chair leg. Maybe a thumb-size thimblet.
I don't know if thimblets come in different sizes for the more fat-fingered counter, or whether it's a one-size-fit-all. Whether you get a grande or a Trenta thimblet, possibly.
It could be the very smallest for the ultra espresso. You could take a nip from a thimblet.
Or the young man there, he's got a thimblet as well. His is blue as well. But the gentleman next to here, his is orange, I think. haven't unwrapped their barley sugars yet. Still big piles of elastic bands. So yeah, table 14, seat 5 and 6 deep in conversation. Seat 7 looks a little bit lonely, a little bit nervous. Checks his phone. He stands up. I think he might be thinking he's going to go down to Starbucks. Probably has to ask supervisor first whether he's allowed to go.
Gentleman with a older gentleman with a long grey ponytail that's been making a stately
Sorry,
way.
James, just a little bit of a training routine going on down here at Team 14, Seat 1. They've got a pencil in one hand and then are just doing a little flicking action on the end of the pencil there, just to warm up that finger, ready for counting. So a little trade secret there.
That's wise.
If you want to count along at home, get a pencil and start flicking it.
That is wise. Of course, we don't need the ballot boxes to arrive in 10 minutes for counting to start, because we have famously got those postal votes waiting to be opened.
So not every seat full at these counting tables, so I don't know whether that's whether they factor that in.
I wonder if you finished, say Ladywood finishes early, although at the moment I think they're going to be last. So say, to flip it, say Yardley finish early, would they be able to go over and help out Ladywood, or did just Ladywood have to slog it out themselves?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's mixing up teams like that can backfire quite badly, can't it? Because you're not used to your other counters
So where's
methods.
where's your incentive to finish promptly if you're then sent to do someone else's job, I suppose?
Yeah, you just want to go home, I would have thought, unless you are paid by the hour.
Well, maybe we're underestimating the collegial spirit of the Birmingham count. Maybe they would step in to help out.
ITN there with a couple of grandes coming in.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect anything less from them, would you?
Sky News reporter's taken off her fuchsia pink jacket now.
Oh, Craig, the big roller.
Oh, the roller
shutter
shutter door is open.
That
Here
is
we go.
spectacular.
There is no smoke. There is no backlight.
That is
but
spectacular.
here we
8
go.
foot in the air now.
Up it comes. There are some trolleys there.
They're sort of laundry type trolleys.
I don't know whether they're going to be used for this or whether they are
Get a
just
little
there
rush.
from other.
Is it my imagination or just a bit of cool air coming in from outside? I think there's a guy from the ICC there with a jacket and tie and an earpiece, a clipboard.
Sarah the boss there, just standing on guards.
Bosswoman Sarah is there right by the door. This is exciting, Craig. I think I can see outside there's a guy in a white shirt.
There's a woman in a black top. She's got a pen and a clipboard. She's just ticking something off.
We could just be moments away from the first ballot boxes coming in from polling stations here at Hall 3, the ICC. It's the Commentators. I don't think any of the other broadcasters are interested in this, but we are all over it, Craig.
We are all across this. They're too busy drinking their grandes and checking their social media feeds. I don't think they've even noticed that door is open. But here we go. This could be it.
Oh yeah, and some more. The media are down again. They're being escorted down to watch these. This must be it. They must be coming now.
Sarah strides through the open door. Now here we go. One of those trolleys now just being manoeuvred.
Oh, it's being held off. The democratic process being
up.
held up just while the media get there to watch it come in. Sarah's put up her hand there.
Still the major broadcasters uninterested. Those cameras just pointed at an empty stage. Democracy is in action here, but they are not observing it. But we're the commentators, and we will not miss a moment of democracy tonight.
Yeah, so the photojournalists are lined up in a little phalanx there, all looking at the door, lining up their cameras, ready for it. Here it comes.
Here's the trolley. It's
held
again. I think they might just be going for a little bit of theatre here, perhaps.
Teasing us.
A piece of paper being handed over.
2 or 3 guys three guys fourth guy,
five.
5 guys in the luminous vests.
I would say that's overstaffed for that number of boxes, but
they all want to share this first bit of glory, don't they, Craig?
here we go.
In they come. And it's onto the carpet. No, it's still on the hard floor. There, some flash lights come off.
Six. Oh no, 2 of them are peeled off now, so it's just the 3.
Counting.
And
like a celebrity, just being told to look at the press cordon as they come in.
1, 2, 3, 4 boxes. I think being
some applause, but
no applause.
It looks like
pause for photographs.
It's for Selly Oak.
I don't. Is it?
I think it. Well, it's stopped by Selly Oak.
Would they get Selly Oak in this time? I mean, I suppose you could. Bristol Road this time of night, pretty clear, I suppose. Might have got it in by now. We expected it to be Ladywood, the first one's coming in. But I think you're right, James.
I think this is Selly Oak. They've been caught a bit by surprise, I think. The team leaders there. I don't think
they were expecting
looking over at
Ladywood as well.
Looking over at Ladywood, and they look a bit disconsolate over there, I'm afraid. This woman tying her hair back on team 1.
They're all back now. Oh no! Table 14, seat 6. She's gone to the toilet. She is going to miss this if she's not careful.
There's 2 boxes have come off.
2 boxes unloaded. 3.
3rd box.
And 4.
4th box. It's a guy in a blue rosette.
5 boxes.
Ambles past team 16.
So it's pretty well staffed. That's pretty much 1 person per box there to get those off that trolley. We still don't quite know where they're going.
So they are now beside the desk that's at the head of the Selly Oak section of the hall.
So we've got 3 minutes until 11 o'clock when counting is due to start here at the ICC in Birmingham.
Still photographs have been taken of the unopened ballot boxes. Guys kneeling down to get an angle up. Someone's got a flash going on that. Guy comes in closer for a close-up shot of the box. Very close-up shot of the box.
Not the easiest, not the most glamorous thing to photograph, a black plastic box. You've got to be a particular photographer to make that seem exciting.
I think the officials are now trying to usher the photographers back up onto the balcony. They've had their time. They've had their opportunity to photograph that. She's been quite insistent now that they do need to get out of the way. A second blue rosetted gentleman has joined the first gentleman.
Yeah.
They seem interested in the Selly Oak section.
So, real buzz now here in Hall 3 at the ICC as we count down to these ballot papers.
Countdown to the count.
Countdown to the count. The soft bags containing the postal votes, they are ready to go.
1 ballot box has been handed from 1 person to the next person.
All the police are in as well down there.
The details.
They might be the police who escorted those first ballot boxes in.
That first box, all those boxes seem to have moved over to Hall Green, Craig.
Hall Green.
Selly Oak after all. Even further away, Hall Green and Moseley.
Hall Green and Moseley. That is impressive. They might have come in on the number 50 bus. It is very regular. And we've got a Labour candidate down there. I think that could be a candidate or activist for Erdington.
Some of the rogue photographers have been late coming up to the balcony. Police seem to be escorting them up. I don't think it's that serious. The police officers seem quite jovial. But yeah, it's quite a big police presence now. 6, 7 officers on the floor. Oh no, she's not a police officer. She's just wearing a fluorescent jacket. So 5 police officers.
So
just
a
couple of minutes
down there.
Couple of minutes perhaps before the counting can start. It looks like the honour is going to go to the Hall Green and Moseley team. Team leader for the Erdington batch of tables is just getting some more kit
One of the lead supervisors just checking with the various different counting teams that they are ready. It's a thumbs up from Surrey Oak. It's a thumbs up from Hall Green and Moseley. It's a thumbs up from Erdington. Is it going to be a full house? Is it going to be a thumbs up from Ladywood? He just strides round.
And more
There's
boxes,
a cheery
Greg.
wave.
More
More
boxes
boxes coming in. Here we go, everyone. If you're at home, I suggest maybe you sit down, get yourself a drink, because this is where the action is going to start.
And a third trader, that second trader's stacked high, maybe 6 boxes on that. Third trader just looks like it's got 3 boxes.
This might be the returning officer. He's just on the stage now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, he says.
It's an announcement.
He's the acting returning officer, Robert Pye. He's just up on the desk there, welcoming people to the International Convention Centre here in Birmingham.
He's explaining that there's been voting for MPs happening today. And now he's talking to us about housekeeping. Sort of about evacuating. That would be a disaster if we have to evacuate, but hopefully we won't. So people aren't allowed to use their phones on the floor.
So the mobile phones are going to have to go away now. They're not allowed on the counting floor. Lady down there just puts hers back in her bag. The police gathering at that open door. Ballot boxes coming in from all over the city. First announcement expected at 12:30 a.m. So observers only allowed to watch the count to which they've been appointed. It's just giving a little pep talk there to everyone here. So doesn't want any disruption. He wants it to be a good, clean count, and so that everyone can go home on time. Big cheer there for the announcement that Starbucks is going to stay open, but of course we already knew that, and you knew that at home as well. So now the boxes are being separated out.
Swarms of observers with clipboards all gathered round.
One of the counters there on the Hall Green and Moseley table, just trying to wrestle their way into one of those soft postal vote.
Not sure I've seen an actual box be opened yet, but now someone's trying to wrestle open this postal ballot box. There seems to be a bit of slip of paper in there, and now yet a big fistful of ballot papers comes out. Don't know if those postal ones are in envelopes, and the envelopes.
There we go. Opening. He's got into that. Sorry, James. Just managed to get into that postal vote bag. Looks like there's a zip on the top. A piece of paper comes out first, and a big bundle of postal votes out onto the table.
So yes, Hall Green and Moseley have got 7 ballot boxes on their central table between the 2 outer tables where the counters are taking
Surrey
place.
Oak, sorry James, Surrey Oak just struggling there to clip the little security tag that is on the postal vote bag there. Tried 2 pairs of scissors, still can't get it open. Oh, they've done it. They have done it. Second pair of scissors worked out, and that zip is now free. They've wasted a little bit of time there. They're going to be disappointed with that, but luckily they did bring 2 pairs of scissors.
Counting is actually happening. Team 16, they are flipping papers, shuffling them, knocking them into squared piles, turning them over.
And some they're being delivered down below us to Team 14, Seat 5, and an observer there just jotting something down onto a pad. We'll have to get Marjorie to find out what is being written down there. There's quite a lot of pressure there, being watched by the observer there. I think that's an observer from Labour, and the just struggling a little bit. That Thimblet, I don't think he's quite worked out the best way to use the Thimblet. But now he's off. Now he's off. Just that early, little bit of nerves there. Understandable.
So we've been asked if any of the counters got pens or pencils sort of lodged behind their ears, but no is the answer to that. We're not sure that they particularly need to use pens or pencils at all in the operation. There are some around, but not necessarily sure they're being used. Also, regrettably, no one's wearing any of those green visors that bank teller clerks have in gangster movies, or those little clips that you put round your puffy sleeves to hold them back from your wrists.
So not every person has got a pile of ballot papers yet. Seats 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 here in Team 14. They've got some, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They've got nothing yet, nothing to count as yet. And there is a Liberal Democrat candidate. I think that's Izzy Knowles. James,
she could not be more
orange
yellow,
hoodie, and no mistaking which party she represents. Unless, of course, she's undercover. Could be undercover, pretending to be a Liberal Democrat, whilst actually representing another party. The observers, some of them have got clipboards, some of them have got big notepads, watching very carefully. Now, seat 6, she's got something to count. I missed what happened there, whether that got passed down the line.
Looks like the observers are desperately trying to tick off, sort of doing their own double counting. So here, seat 1 of Team 14. A guy comes to put his hand on the shoulder of one of the observers. It must be quite intense, Craig, doing this counting with
whilst being watched like that. A lot of pressure. Seat 6 choosing not to use the Thimblet. At seat 5 gets a bundle, squares them up and double checks the counts. So I have to get Marjorie to find out how the count actually works. Do they count them into bundles of a particular number and then stack them up and count? Do they get double checked? I think that kind of research, that's right up Marjorie's street. She loves that kind of detail. Police just walking around the balcony area here as well. More boxes come in. That huge loading dock door. That's a third of the way open, just tall enough for people to come in. That's got a lot of boxes on it.
That's a full load, Craig. You can't get any more in there really safely.
So I think pretty much every constituency have got something to count now, whether they are postal votes or votes out of the box.
I would say Erdington is a bit slow, isn't it? I think
Erdington's a bit quiet. Their boxes piling up now for Hall Green and Moseley. Thimblet's being passed down the line for team number 10 there. They could choose in their own colour. He's chosen orange. He's chosen fuchsia pink. They're just demonstrating how to use them.
I'm not sure they really knew what they were, and I think one of them's worked out what it is and demonstrated it to his mates, and then they've decided that it probably is a good idea and they should all have a bit of a go with the Thimblet.
So the table, seat 5, he's under a lot of pressure. Everyone's watching him now, and the young guy there, table seat number 7, he looked nervous before. He's got to be really feeling it now because he's got 2 people observing him count, and he's not using the Thimblet. Looks like they're sort of judging his method there. I wonder whether they practiced this before being watched on the training table.
It's much more difficult to count, isn't it, when someone's really, scrutinising you. More boxes.
That's right. That's
a full a full crate and then a three on a crate.
Oh, so we just got a listener asking who Marjorie. So Marjorie is our researcher. So she's been with us a long time. Normally works from home at her little cottage in the Cotswolds, which unusually for around there does have excellent internet connection. But as this is quite a local one, Marjorie has come up for the night to be with us here in person. So she's out and about when she's allowed down onto the floor. If we have any questions, or if you have any questions, Marjorie will do her best to find them out. The good thing, of course, as well about this being an overnight is that we haven't had to get her a hotel room. So she'll just be here until the morning, and then she'll drive back in her little mini clubman back down to the Cotswolds in the morning.
Good news for the Thimblett late adopters. They have now got a big wedge of ballot papers. Woman in a very nice creamy yellow headscarf there is just uploading a massive load of ballot papers there for them. So their first job is to unfold them, of course, because all the ballot papers are folded when they go in to the ballot box. Some of those seem to have been double folded, so they all need to be straightened out. So that's the first job that they're cracking into there. And again, observers all over them, swarming.
Not quite sure which team's most popular amongst observers at the moment. Team 15 doing pretty well. They've drawn quite a big crowd there, I would say.
They've got a green observer.
They are looking like the favourites at the moment. Ladywood only got a couple of observers. A little bit of a cluster at Erdington, but yes, at the moment
more boxes.
It's Team 15. More boxes coming
That's
in. Empty trolley goes out.
I think it's another 10 boxes. I think a full load on those laundry trolleys is 10. I think 5 high, 2 wide. It's a Conservative observer wandering slightly aimlessly around, like he's not quite sure where to go and observe next. And slightly indecisive Labour observers going back and forth. If they're going to keep this up all night, it's going to be an intense old time for them. Observers with big, he's got a bigger rucksack full of stuff coming out there.
So some of these observers apparently might be from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association of the UK, who are electoral observers, making sure that elections are run fairly.
Well, these ones look like they might have little counters or something, like rings that sit on their fingers. That, oh, I don't know. They're very odd. Yes, they've each got a little different brightly coloured device. They're being handed out. The guy with the rucksack's been handing them all out. Yeah, that's baffling, absolutely baffling. So the woman below us doing a very steady job there with the count, very precise. Gentleman there with afros doing a very nice job there. He's started to use some elastic bands, so I think he's got through the stage of dividing the papers up into who's voted for who, and now he's in the process of counting those into bundles. He's very assiduously checking that the ballot papers haven't stuck together. He's only passing one through at a time. And now he just puts them on their end, taps them to make sure they're square, gets himself another elastic band. turns that round once, drops it onto the previous pile, and then goes for another count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No idea what party this is. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Maybe it's going to stacks of 20. 20, 21, 20, maybe 25, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh no, that was 2. That's it, 25, yeah. So piles of 25.
Those yellow bands now being brought into play now, separating out those counted piles of votes. Still quite quiet down there for team 18, I think it is. Team 8 down there. They've got several counters with nothing to count, while other tables are overflowing with ballot papers. So reports in from listeners that there's dancing in the streets of Moseley at the moment. So whether they know something that we don't know here yet.
Another 9 boxes are wheeled in by 2 gentlemen in the fluorescent waistcoats. There's a bit of a backlog now of ballot boxes. Oh, this looks like a big load coming in for the Ladywood team, and the team leader points them down to tables team 1 and 2, which is good because they look a little bit underdeployed down there. So he's a gentleman in a black suit with a black shirt and a grey tie, wearing glasses. He's now leading the way for the ballot boxes to follow him.
So there's 9 constituencies here in Birmingham being counted. We've got 5 of them in the hall here as a box is emptied out onto the Erdington table. Those counters who we just said have got nothing to count have now got their work cut out as they unfold those ballot paper.
Craig, unlike some other broadcasters, we've got an excellent view out of those doors, so we can see another 9 boxes coming in. I saw a white Peugeot van just coming around that one-way system, and I think these boxes are coming out of those vans, and that's another 9 in there. They've got red straps either side of the trolley to stop those boxes falling out if they go over a significant bump, but it shouldn't be bumpy here. It should be a smooth journey, and yes, there's another van, another Peugeot white, sort of courier-sized van full of ballot boxes pulling up.
So if you've just joined us, we are the Commentators broadcasting live from the International Convention Centre here in Birmingham, second city, on general election night. It's still July the 4th. But there's only 40 minutes of July the 4th left as the police just make their patrol here on the press balcony. We're not expecting any trouble with the press tonight, I don't think, but better safe than sorry.
So
the photographer next to us got a very long lens there.
A selection of 3 lenses, and he's decided to go for the most significant of them all. I reckon you could read the ballot papers from up here with that lens.
So just below us, the Yardley tables just having some papers delivered. One of the counters takes off his coat. He's just in a t-shirt now.
So our gentleman with the afros now, he's double checking his count. So yeah, we're very much pleased the observers stood by him to see him being so diligent with that. Team leaders walking around. There's a gentleman in a sort of do-rag there. He's just doing the unfolding part of the job. The woman sat next to him is on the elastic band, binding 25 piles, bit of the job. The Lizzie, Liberal Democrat woman, is just watching the counting of a gentleman there who's in a very light blue, well, yeah, cardigan and blue t-shirt. She's now counting the corners. The gentleman down there he's counting the sides. Whereas the woman over there is just counting down the corners of the paper.
I think just below us there at the Yardley count, we've got the Jodie McIntyre, who's standing for the Workers' Party of Great Britain. He's just watching the count unfold in front of him. Of course, sometimes literally the count is unfolded as those ballot papers. First thing you have to do is unfold them, then they're counted and put into bundles. An elastic band goes round. So there's a little break now for the counters at seat 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah, we've got some concerned listeners worried about the wielding of scissors down on the floor there, but they really just used to take the security seal off the ballot boxes, which means that job is only done by the senior members of the team, and I'm sure they are both experienced and trained. So yes, that's not anything for you to be concerned about at home. Actually, they've got these sort of plier scissors which look like they're specifically designed for that kind of job.
Marge is out and about in other halls here in the convention centre, so main action is happening here in Hall 3, but count is taking place in other halls as well. And Marge tells us that a group of polling station inspectors have arrived, and they are just verifying the numbers of ballot papers that have been given out. So they will have been out and about in the city all day, checking that the process is fair and square throughout the day. As another Labour representative starts to observe at Hall Green and Moseley, police officers walking very relaxed the aisle between these rows of tables. More boxes being carried, being delivered to Team 16, that's Selly Oak as well.
Pair of police officers patrolling right down the centre of the hall. Another pair of ballot boxes being delivered to the Hall Green Moseley centre table. They've got a real backlog now of boxes on that central table. They've got at least a dozen, maybe 13 ballot boxes yet to open. That's just on that half of the table. Up on the other side of the central aisle, there's another 9 or so there. The elastic bands are going both ways round the papers, both sort of horizontal and vertical, so they're not going to be spilling anywhere. The first of those new boxes that arrive for the Hall Green Moseley constituency is about to be emptied onto the table there, which is good because those counters aren't doing anything just at the moment. The gentleman humps it onto the table there.
Seats 8, 9 and
Upends
10.
It. And then decides, I think he wants to be around the other side of the table. So he has to do a long old walk right the way round. So he's edging his way past all the observers. Here we go. Now he's got back to the ballot box. He's just going to shake out. That's it. Just draws the ballot box down the long line of trestle tables, scattering ballot papers as he goes. There really are a lot of these ballot boxes, Craig.
They are piling up now. They all come. They've all got a number. They've all got a cable tie on them. That cable tie has to be snipped off, of course. So don't worry, listeners. As James said, scissors are just there to allow ingress to the ballot boxes. Lots of papers being unfolded now on the Selly Oak tables. Jodie McIntyre just below us at Yardley. It's all very good humour down there at the moment, lots of smiles.
I was just thinking, Craig, I think the smiles are more with the sort of team leaders and the supervisors. I think the counters are really quite intense. I'm not seeing them smile particularly, but yes, certainly the team leaders seem to be enjoying the whole experience.
And also the party representatives as well. I wonder how much you know before you arrive as to what your chances are. Whether you still think you might be in with a chance when you arrive here. So Ladywood in the distance over there, they're pretty busy. They've got a few boxes piled up, still got some postal vote boxes as well.
Erdington have decided to go 3 high with their ballot boxes, just on the end of their central table, at one end there, which is the highest of all the teams. Or actually, I slightly like, because Hall Green and Moseley have just one of their box piles has gone 3 high. 2 is more usual. The man from the Pakistani TV station is taking a photograph of the count with his cell phone. So, a woman stood with her back to the count, looking at a camera, very still. Almost like she's going live, but sort of meditating at the same time.
Of course, there's not just general election counts happening here. We've also got 2 local by-elections for Northfield and Kings Norton North. So double the pressure for the counters in there. Of course, they've got to get the general election done and city council seats counted as well. The high-vis vest workers just striding through that open door. It's a bit of a lull now on boxes coming in, but the that loading dock door is still open, which suggests that there are still some boxes out there.
So Nirvana woman and her friend have moved 3 seats further down. I think probably doesn't help having gaps in your team, so they've been encouraged to move down, and they're currently in the unfolding bit of the process.
Gentleman in diesel t-shirt and glasses, just making a note of piles of ballot papers there.
We've just been shown some footage of Ealing Council having a relay race with their boxes, but I think the Birmingham laundry trolleys is a much more efficient way of going about things.
I'll just dialing into the radio station and I'll come to a shortly and I'll just have a chat.
Massive pile of ballot boxes now waiting to be counted on the I think that's Erdington. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might be Erdington, might be Ashman. It's Hall Green and Moseley. Apologies, that is Hall Green and Moseley. So they looks like they've all arrived pretty much at the same time here, and there's a little cluster of observers. Some of them sporting party branded sportswear, so there's a Liberal Democrat hooded top there. Others in a red jumper for Labour. Others have just got stickers for their candidate. I think they're possibly representing independents. Haven't had time to get any clothing printed. Although it can be turned around pretty quickly these days, so they could have, I'm sure, gone to a local print shop and got some hoodie tops or t-shirts done, but they've just gone down the route of stickers, possibly saving their money for campaign funds rather than clothing. So there's quite a few independents standing in the Hall Green and Moseley seat, and there's a cluster of their observers marking down on clipboards, but big piles of ballot papers are unfolded and neatly stacked. Down below table 7, he's got another break again, while tables 5 and 6 counting very, very carefully, watched with great concentration by one of the observers as one of the supervisors just paces up and down, checking that everyone's okay, making sure it's all running smoothly. I think some spoilt ballot papers being put to one side down there. One of the counters has resting her head on her hand there, just taking a moment to have a little break. It's pretty intense down there. You think it's only counting, but this is the big league now of counting. This is the pinnacle of a counter's career. You're in the second city. It's general election night, and you are under a massive amount of scrutiny. No amount of training can really prepare you for this kind of pressure. It's a cauldron down there, and we are on the balcony of that cauldron, watching as the tension bubbles away down there. Up here, the world's press are gathering. They're not working quite as hard as we are. I think they're waiting for some results to actually come in. We are not waiting for that. We are all across all the action here as more police officers gather down there at that cargo bay door. Still open, so we're still expecting some boxes to come in, I think. Probably about an hour away, possibly, from announcement of our first result. Rumour has it that it could be 5 o'clock before the last ones come in. We'll have to see whether there's going to be any recounts. One of the counters there just taking the opportunity to take on a little bit of refreshment before a box is emptied out in front of them. Massive pile of papers. They get half of them, and the counter in the seat next to them gets the other half. Observer just watching the process, making sure that all those papers come out. The person emptying the box trying to be fair, making sure that no one gets overburdened, doesn't get more than anyone else, just piles another load on in front of that counter. But they were thinking they had just about done there, and then boof, out comes another wad of votes to be counted. The supervisors all look pretty relaxed at the moment. Nod there to the end of the table, checking that all is okay. In comes another trolley of boxes, and one carried by hand as well, because the trolley's not big enough to carry all those boxes. Where are they going? Where are they going? They've come to the middle of the stage there in I'm not quite sure where those boxes are going to go now. There's a police officer, arms folded, stood in front of that cargo bay door. Luckily, it's quite a still night tonight. Wouldn't want a huge gust of wind to blow through that door. Otherwise, that would be very disheartening for our counters down there, who are doing an amazing job under a great deal of scrutiny down there. Sally Oak counters being observed again, even though they're not doing any counting. Gentleman with a Palestine flag stuffed under his hat there. The supervisor just checking that table 14 and seat 6. A sticker is put on there, and a little seal, little paper clip to show that those votes, I think, have now been counted and verified. There's another observer just squeezes their way in to check that all is above board. James is back at my side. Whole load of ballot boxes have arrived since you popped off there, James, but at the moment we're not quite sure where they're going. One of the supervisors just pointing over to Ladywood. Are they going to Ladywood? Are they going to Erdington?
Tell you, Craig, the people who could do with some of Yardley. There's no counting going on for the Yardley. Well, that's not quite true. Very, very little counting going on in Yardley. They're looking around at each other. There's some finger tapping on the desk going on. There's a woman playing a sort of invisible piano on the trestle table in front of her. So, yep, somewhere in the traffic between here and Yardley is a bit of a hold-up, I think.
Traffic can be quite bad round there, can't it? So that could explain why there's a bit of a delay there. Those newly arrived ballot boxes just being wheeled across, and they are heading towards who's going to get them. Who's going to get them? Is it going to be Erdington? Is it going to be Ladywood? They're going down the gap between those two constituencies. That might explain why it's taken a little while for those to arrive.
The officious woman in the black and white dress is at the trestle table nearest to the entrance door. She's just checking on some details there. Still no action on the Yardley count, in contrast to so many others. Yeah, it's the skill of the team leaders, Craig, just keeping those, trying to keep as many of your counters busy as much of the time as possible.
That's right. It's difficult to maintain concentration as well, isn't it? When you're all primed, ready to start counting at 11 o'clock, and then
here we go. This has
been sitting around for 40
Craig,
minutes.
Sorry,
here we go.
This is great news for Yardley.
Yeah, they'll be chuffed with that. They have come now, and the supervisor just gestures towards the
triumph,
pushing the trolley.
Flourish of a hand there, wasn't it? Yes, bring them in. We're ready for them.
Here we go. They've never been more ready, I don't think, down there at Yardley to start counting. It's what they've been waiting for.
Yeah, I don't think they had that many postal votes to keep them going, so this is now useful.
Yes, hard to maintain your concentration for those 40 minutes, isn't it? But that's why they are here tonight, because they are the best counters, if not in the country, then certainly in Birmingham.
So yeah, I think it's a full complement of 10 boxes there.
A couple of Liberal Democrat observers just meet in the middle aisle, a brief conversation, and then separate out again, just making sure their resources are well used. It's Birmingham, Hall Green and Moseley is proving very popular now down there. There's Liberal, Conservative, got Independents, and I think might also be a Reform candidate down there as well, all with their clipboards.
So now those Yardley ballot boxes are all stacked too high on the central table, and now they're being just redistributed. 2 or 3 of them are coming down towards us in between teams 18 and 17, I think it is here. This is nice. This is good for us. We've got a good bird's eye view of this. They're just checking the details on the ballot box against details on a sheet of paper. They seem happy with that. Oh, it's just now gone out of view below us there, but we can see that ballot box. So they're taking it back up to this, I hate to say it, but a bit of faffing around here in the old Yardley count. And now they've really got to crack on, because another 9 boxes have arrived for them. The supervisor striding up towards the guy in the yellow vest.
So Marjorie's been talking to her friend June, and now we've got it from the horse's mouth. Not saying that June's got a mouth like a horse, but how the count works. So first of all, they count all the ballot papers in each box to check that it's the same as the number being given out by the polling station. Then they separate out the papers into piles for each candidate, arranged in alphabetical order. Then they count those piles first into batches of 25. Then they combine into batches of 100. The parties watch and look at any spiked or uncertain papers to help agree who they are or are not for. So that's the way it works. So the initial count is just to make sure that the number of ballots in the box tallies with what the polling officer at each station has said should be in the box.
Yeah, it's very conscientious, very reassuring. That's as you hoped it would be. That's excellent.
Now Yardley, they are under the cosh now, because they've got a sudden influx of boxes, and they are a little bit behind the other constituencies, I would say, now, and not quite sure how many people are on the electoral roll in Yardley. Yes,
that's another 18 boxes coming for them.
So there's 73,000 potential voters in Yardley. That's probably one of the bigger constituencies. Although I think Selly Oak just beats them with 81,000 potential voters. But 73,000. That's a lot of votes to count when you are a little bit behind as well. So Selly Oak, they've got a bigger number, but they are ahead in the race at the moment, I would say. Although we don't know, of course, whether there are any rogue ballot boxes out there still waiting to be delivered.
The supervisor circling the trolley there, checking in on the ballot boxes before she accepts them, I think. There's a lot of cross-checking with pieces of paper and ballot boxes.
More arriving for Yardley now, so the pressure really is on now. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle this kind of pressure. Had that bit of downtime at the beginning when perhaps they thought they weren't going to be called into action, but now very much playing catch-up here at the ICC.
Yes, the lids fully come off the ballot boxes there, and they sort of fold in half and then come off. And the woman with the face mask that she's wearing under her chin is just unloading those ballot papers from that ballot box. The ballot boxes are filled very very, very full, must be said. The Labour observer there just making some point towards the supervisor.
So we're down below us. Sully Oak again proving popular with the observers, but also would say that Hall Green and Moseley also too, drawing quite a crowd down there. A couple of police officers taking the opportunity for a little sit down on the chairs at the side now. So another one guards the loading dock door as another trolley load of ballot boxes come in, and Yardley are going to be hoping this isn't for them. I think it's going over to the other side of the hall now, going towards, could be Ladywood. Ladywood looking a little bit thin on the ground for boxes at the moment, so could be heading their way. I don't know how many boxes each constituency, each polling station has. Trying to remember mine today. I suppose they wait till they're filled up, or wait till they've got the allotted number of papers in. More arriving at Sully Oak now. And Nirvana lady just taking the opportunity to stretch back in her seat there.
Oh, there's another floor visit from the journalists. The bosswoman Sarah is taking them down. I think Marjorie's actually broken into a run to try and
Marjorie's
join.
sprinting off there to see if she can tag along there. I don't think she's been officially invited, but the thing about Marjorie is she looks like she wouldn't cause any trouble, so she can sneak in where other journalists might not be able to. She's done it.
Yeah, she's caught up with the peloton.
Nice one there, Marjorie. Very good. Smoothly done. So Marjorie's down on the floor now. Part of the another trolley comes in, piled high. One extra box on the top there, and that is being greeted by a gaggle of photographers, including Marjorie. And Marjorie doesn't have a camera. She's got a notepad and a pencil. She might do a little sketch of it for us, perhaps, although we've got a pretty good view of it ourselves, but nothing like being in the thick of the action. Empty trolley now being wheeled out. I think those boxes that arrived a moment ago have gone to Ladywood, while these ones are just being unloaded onto the central table there before being distributed. Two of the Labour observers just having a little chat, one of them pointing over to one of the tables down at Hall Green. So just to paint a picture of the layout of the room down here. So there are rows of tables. They're in banks of 3. Then there's a central aisle. Then there's another bank of 3. Those 3 columns of tables, you might call them, from our point of view, are for each constituency. There's a certain gap between those tables, and there's a slightly wider gap between the next 3 columns of tables for the next constituency. A slightly wider gap again for the next constituency, and the next constituency, and the next constituency. So we've got 5 constituencies here, 15 rows of tables. They're taking a breather now at the end of Hall Green and Moseley as they await their delivery.
Yeah, so each constituency has 4 big long tables doing the counting, and 2 big long tables for this kind of admin-y bit of things. The journalists are all gathered in the centre of the room there. Well, the side of the centre, if you see what I mean, just in front of the stage where the announcement of the results will come in just a few hours' time. The gentleman who I described earlier on as having a gilet over his yellow t-shirt has taken the gilet off, so it's just yellow diesel t-shirt, turns out, and he is just carefully counting all the ballot papers up there. The gentleman to his left has got nothing to do, the woman to his right has got nothing to do, but he is merrily counting away there. Oh, the smart guy, smartly dressed guy, I think he's not on his own patch there. I think was he the returning officer guy, Craig, do you think?
Sorry, James.
The guy with the glasses and the...
no, he's a Selly Oak supervisor.
He's Selly Oak.
The acting returning officer. I'm not quite sure where he is at the moment. Whether he just comes on at the beginning and the end to do his bits,
grab some glory,
claim the glory. Marjorie's just let us know that there are 11 media people and 13 party observers watching just 7 people counting in Selly Oaks. That's a lot of pressure. That's 24 versus 7 down there, which doesn't seem a very fair ratio at all.
It's good to have your democracy scrutinised, I would suggest.
Conservative observers, I think they're Conservative. Got blue rosettes. I think that's blue of Conservative rather than blue of Reform. I think they're a similar shade, slightly lighter shade for Reform.
A couple of observers down here who had sort of Union Jack rosettes. I couldn't quite work out what party they were supporting.
There's 4 police officers now gathered by that cargo door. Someone just walking in through there with a clipboard, heading towards one of the floor supervisors. Door still open. There must still be ballot boxes out there, I think. Diesel t-shirt man just unfolds, squares up a big pile there, calls in the supervisor to say, "I've done that." She hands him a sticker. She signs it and takes that away. And a interesting action there from Hall Green and Moseley, where ballot box is opened and rather than taking them out by hand, the box is shaken as it moves down the table, spreading those ballot papers out across the table in front of the counters. Labour observer Izzy Knowles there. She's got a water carrier, water bottle in her hands.
Diesel t-shirt guy's completed his counting, so he now is chatting to the woman to his right.
It's all action down here at Selly Oak as blue t-shirt, blue thin blet guy has got a massive task on his hand now. Counts out the first bundle into 100, I'm guessing that is, puts a elastic band around it, unfolds the next batch. As next door to him, his colleague starts counting out unfolded papers. Supervisors joined in as well down there just to move things on a little bit, because there's a massive pile of papers down there. Suggests turnout's pretty good. I mean, not a professional counter myself, but that looks like a lot of paper, a lot of ballot papers. If everybody voted, there would be about 700,000 ballot papers down there.
That would take a while, wouldn't it?
So, yes, don't know quite what the turnout is yet. More boxes being carried down the aisles to Yardley. And now quite a crowd down there as well to watch that count.
Bit worried the ballot papers have gone all over the chocolates that were on Team 20's table, Craig.
Yes, not much evidence of... hasn't been much chance for sweet eating. They've been pretty much under the cosh since 11 o'clock, apart from Yardley, who had a little bit of a late start. But those barley sugars down there in Selly Oak, pretty much untouched at the moment, I would say. Unopened boxes still piled up for Hall Green and Moseley. And for Selly Oak as well. And for Erdington. Looks a little bit quieter over at Ladywood. So yes, at the moment, Yardley, Hall Green and Moseley and Selly Oak look like the constituencies most under the cosh here at the International Convention Centre. We're the commentators. We're bringing you live and uninterrupted coverage of the general election counts for the 9 Birmingham constituencies here in the second city. Earlier on, the acting returning officer kicked off proceedings with a short speech and pep talk from the stage up there, just hoping for a good clean count from everybody. Wanted them to everyone to remember that they're representing Birmingham in front of the world's media. So far, I would say it's been pretty evenly matched and pretty fair and square, James, wouldn't you say?
I'd definitely say one of the media types there has just got an arty shot looking down the length of one of the long count tables. He's got a very bright light on the top of his camera, and he rested the camera on the table, got that long shot of the counts going on, which I'm sure his viewers would appreciate very much.
Most of the media organisations not doing very much at the moment. Just having a drink, having a chat, looking at their phones. We are the only ones bringing you such detailed coverage of this event tonight. You'd only get this kind of insight from the commentators. Other media organisations sitting around relaxing.
Thank you, Craig. Yes, Team 17 down below us here. The woman in a fuchsia blouse there is emptying a ballot box onto that table, and you can tell they've used those yellow elections office barriers, which are a little bit like, you know, Craig, in supermarket when they have the conveyor and you've got to distinguish your shopping from the person before or after you. Have the little Toblerone triangular prism, etc. Like those, really, dividers between the counts. So yes, each ballot box gets its own section of table, three short tables long, and some Labour observers have just noticed that a new ballot box has arrived, so they've swooped in. There's a woman there in a black t-shirt, black jeans and black Doc Martens shoes, possibly no socks there. She has started jotting hieroglyphs there, and then I think a Liberal Democrat guy, spotting that the Labour woman had swooped, he's come in as well. She's got a red clipboard, he's got a yellow clipboard, so they're on brand there. And a new box is about to be opened. Box number 391 is being emptied onto 3 tables there, and some observers have come in to watch that procedure. The woman has emptied half of the ballot papers to one end of those 3 tables and just walked to the other end and is helping some out with her hands, hoping not to let them fall on the floor, no doubt.
Sorry, James, didn't quite give you enough credit there for finding the best way to describe those yellow dividers there. It's taken us a couple of hours, but I think we got there. And I hope listeners you appreciated that as well. They are exactly like those dividers on
Except they're flat
in the
rather than
supermarket. Except they're flat. I mean, yeah,
They
exactly.
do the same job.
I slightly exaggerated with exactly, but they do that job. I think that's the clearest description yet that we've had of those dividers.
I once saw a cartoon which I quite enjoyed of someone attempting to buy one of those dividers at a supermarket. So having 3 dividers in a row, the one in the middle being the one that they wanted to purchase.
Very good indeed. And it's very good indeed here as well at the International Convention Centre, up here on the balcony with the world's press looking down on democracy in action.
That big door's still open, Craig, which suggests there are still ballot boxes due to come in.
Yes, I wonder whether each polling station gets its own dedicated van to deliver those collect and deliver those boxes, or whether it does a little circuit, so you have to wait for it to collect them all before coming. 2 green observers. I mean observers from the Green Party, not green of complexion.
Or inexperienced.
They might be inexperienced as well, of course. They make their way down the central aisle, as do 2 police officers. It's all very relaxed at the moment. No one seems to be kicking off or questioning anything at the moment.
A woman in a green top with dark blue tracksuit trousers with red trim down the sides climbs the 2 or 3 flights of stairs up to the balcony to the City Council sort of operations bit and goes behind the black screens that have been erected there, so heaven knows what happens back there, but she seemed to be quite relaxed. The smart guy from Selly Oak is bulk unclipping the cable ties from a rank of 7 ballot boxes. So our colleagues in the press, the gentleman with the very long lens is now looking at something on his computer, maybe editing the photographs that he's taken. He looks set in for the night. The woman, the Pakistani TV woman, has decided to sit down because she's still facing away from the... Oh, she's looking over her left shoulder now at what's going on behind her. So I think she's potentially reporting on the action so her viewers can see the action behind her, which is the classic way of doing it here. The Sky News reporter's taken off her jacket. I reckon that will go back on if she's called to report live. Gentleman who's been walking around the counting floor with a stick is going to get into his wheelchair now, give his legs a bit of a rest. Can't blame him at all. So yeah, diesel t-shirt guy and his colleagues, they're busy counting now. I'll report back on the guy with the red dyed bit front of his hair. Hasn't got anything to do at the moment. I think that's because his team have just come to the end of counting a complete ballot box, because in front of seat number 3 on the table there are a load of ballot papers all bundled up with tape. So I think they're waiting for those to be taken away and a new box to be brought. They've probably got 7 or 8 more boxes to do. There's a similar number, 7 boxes still to go on the yard. The table here, but similar amount on the other side, so they are way down. I think it's looking Looking pretty good for Selly Oak here. They're on top of things. Two observers comparing notes with each other. The conservative observer busily scratching away on her clipboard. She's got a blue clipboard, so this brand loyalty does hold firm for all the parties, it seems, on the clipboard colours. A gentleman with a rucksack strides purposely towards a bin and chucks away something there. So I think you'd call it a hum of activity.
It's a hum. It's not a roar. It's not wild down there, but it's purposeful, and it's careful, it's focused, and it's concentrated, which is exactly what you want. We don't want any histrionics, don't want any gamesmanship. You just want good, honest, down-to-earth counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 25, and then 25, 50, 75, 100. That's
Yes, so multiplication does come into it.
Yes, it's just not division, unless you then have to break down your 100 back into 25s, and then it is division. There's no algebra, though, I don't think.
No, I think
Or trigonometry.
Yeah, things have gone wrong if you're in that territory.
I suppose there's a little bit of geometry in stacking up the ballot boxes, maybe. Well, that's more physics, perhaps.
Squaring the papers off. Yeah, engineering.
Nirvana t-shirt woman, she's back to counting, as is her colleague next door, and passes some papers down to her colleague. Elastic band goes round that bundle, and then that gets put into a bundle of 4, and elastic band goes round them, and that is, I would say, 100 papers counted. Hall Green and Moseley still very popular with the observers. As Yardley, fairly popular, I would say. Erdington, they're not attracting quite such a crowd. It's definitely Hall Green, Moseley, and Selly Oak and Yardley drawing the biggest crowds of observers at the moment. News crews up here on the balcony with us, still waiting. Some of them having a bit of a snack while they wait. Cameras lined up. Lights set up, but turned off at the moment. Aerials for radio mics, which I think are going to be taking a feed from the little plinth up there for the acting returning officer. It's not a spectacular set up on stage there, just a small little ICC plinth, and then a backdrop of Birmingham City Council symbol and Rainbow Effect Birmingham Elections logo. So
I think it
they
did
haven't
its
splashed out.
job. No.
Haven't splashed out on that, but money's better spent on counters rather than frivolous set dressing.
So Craig Marjorie's come in with a fact that I'd not known before, that this is the boundaries rechanging, giving us the Hall Green and Moseley constituency. Means that's the first time that Moseley has been name-checked in a consistent constituency since 1950. So nearly 75 years of no Moseley. Now Moseley's back.
That's right. They'll be pleased with that down there.
Do you think Highbury Hall, is that in Moseley?
I think that would be in Moseley, of course, the home of the Chamberlain family, and big figures in the history of Birmingham politics, of course. No Chamberlains standing here now, and Highbury Hall is still standing, of course. I think that would just
owned
make
by
it
the city, isn't it?
It is now. Well, I think it's owned by a trust now, actually, or run by a trust.
I wonder if it was bequeathed by the Chamberlain family or if the city bought it.
Not sure about that. That is one for Marjorie, or possibly for a different commentators gig.
Yeah, different gig. Green t-shirt, red stripe down trousers woman is down from the balcony. Whatever she was up to behind the black barriers there, and now she's going out through the docking bay. So she's tantalising us by going to parts that we cannot reach.
Yeah, one of the Green Party team wearing a fuchsia pink jacket. So we've seen that does seem to be the most popular colour apart from black here today, I would have thought. I mean, not everyone is wearing fuchsia pink. It's probably 3 or 4 people, but
it stands out though, doesn't it?
It does
Craig?
stand out, and that is the most people in the same colour apart from black within the room, I would say. Seat number 7 just scratches his forehead, has a conversation with his supervisor, and she's checking he's still got the energy to keep on. And yes, he says, I have, and so she handles him another big bundle of ballot papers that need unfolding. He unfolds them, stacks them up.
So on the evidence we've got here, Craig, which of the Birmingham constituencies we can see here do you think will announce first?
Looking at the piles of unopened boxes, I would say Selyoke still got a way to go. Hall Green and Moseley still got a bit of a way to go. Erdington still got a bit of a way to go, but Ladywood,
I think it's looking quite good for Ladywood.
Looking quite good for Ladywood, I would say. And Yardley, they were playing catch up, but now I think they've done pretty well.
They've got the 5 there, but then I think they've got another 6 or so there.
At the end there, maybe, yes. So it's looking like it could be Ladywood. Hall Green and Moseley, of course, now they've had Moseley added to it. That's a whole load of extra votes that they having to count this time. Ladywood, they have got 76,000 votes to count, potentially, if everyone was to vote. Selyoke, they've got 81,000 potentially, so they could have a bit of a mountain to climb there. 73,000 for Yardley if everyone voted. I don't know who potentially has the least. 73 for Edgbaston, Hodge Hill and Solihull. They have got about 73, so they've all got roughly the same, but I think Selyoke, they've got the most potentially with 81,000 potential ballot papers to count. I don't expect everyone did vote, but you never know. Labour observer just points his colleague in the direction of the toilets. Liberal Democrats just clustering there at Hall Green and Moseley. Labour and I think an independent candidate watching Selyoke very closely.
The Highbury Hall is a B13 postcode, so one of our loyal listeners shares with us, so I think that makes it Moseley.
Counter in a tie-dyed t-shirt, just I think it was a counter taking a break maybe. gate, cargo loading bay door still open. A high-vis vest wearer just strides through there, disappears round the corner. So still potentially boxes to come in.
So journalists starting to talk to each other now. Sort of not sure if that's just catching up on professional gossip or trying to dig around for stories. It's rare to be in a situation like this without music playing. Okay, they were testing the sound system earlier on, and they've got the ability to play some music now, but they've clearly decided that concentration is best had without it, or maybe thinking how could you choose something that would suit the tastes of all the varied people in this room. Maybe thinking in order to do that you'd have to choose something so bland that everyone in the room would hate it.
So around the country, some results are starting to come in. It's 3 results so far. We haven't got one result here in Birmingham, but that doesn't mean to say that the counters down there aren't working hard. We didn't start till 11 o'clock. Was other places around the country. I think they probably started a little bit earlier. So there's no shame. Everyone is working really hard down there, counting up to 25 each time. So it might not be too long. I suspect perhaps before we do get that Ladywood result, rumour was that we might have something at around 12:30. It's getting close to that time.
No, I think they're a way off. There's still 4 boxes to go, and then I don't know how long, once you've done all that first count, then I don't know how much all the totting up will take.
Yeah, still 4 open boxes there at Ladywood, as James says. I think that's a Labour activist there in the red, presuming you wouldn't wear red probably unless you were. Although one of the supervisors, I think, has got a red top on. Might be regretting that tonight. So Erdington now getting some observation action.
So Team 20 with the early adopters of the sheet of A3 paper hung from their sign, but now they've been joined by every team. So if Marjorie goes down to the floor again, we might ask her if she can work out what is on that piece of paper.
So another ballot box being opened here for Sally Oak. So there's a few counters there, just drumming their fingers at the moment, waiting as the cable tie is cut open and placed into the rubbish bin. Supervisor returns to the box, struggling a little bit to get the lid off. So checking whether there's another seal on there, tries to approach it from the other end. Off it comes there. Takes the lid completely off, folds it up, places it on the floor under the table. Now she returns to the box, and where's she going to go with it? It's box 147. She gives it a bit of a shake, and she looks down the line. Her hand goes in and takes out a big bundle onto the table of the first 2 counters there, and delivers it with a smile. And Another bundle goes to the next table. Still quite a few in there, and there is the candidate for Sally Oak there, Alex Carnes, Labour candidate. He's taken over from Steve McCabe, who did hold that seat but has now retired. He's got his clipboard out and is just checking. He's going to be a stickler, of course, ex-military. He's going to be a stickler for detail. That box is now empty. Those ballot papers being unfolded.
A woman in high visibility vest has just come in through the double doors. She is on her phone, possibly trying to track down some rogue vans, perhaps. Maybe we've got ballot boxes still out there. Those big doors haven't closed. The guy from the ICC is stood over there, possibly wondering if he's going to be able to close those doors soon. Might be increasing the heating bill in here if he's got the doors open.
So these sheets of paper now being stuck onto all the banners now, pops showing the different wards that have been delivered within those constituencies.
Yes, maybe ticking them off as they are dealt with. Somewhat officious woman in the black and white dress is zooming up and down between the team 20 and 19 tables. Oh, man in a little peaked cap has a little trot across the room and appears to be chasing someone who seems to be in a
running
bit
towards
of a bit of a strop.
In between the
frustration gestures,
pointing towards the door.
Yes, using his
Shaking his
blue
head.
voice, just gesturing to the doors and back again. He seems in a right lava, Craig.
Not quite sure what's happening here, whether it's related to the count or
Frustrated shrug.
perhaps Starbucks is closed.
He's got a blue wave.
Maybe
He's
might
had
be
too
that.
much. Maybe he's totally caffeinated up. He's stepping backwards and forwards as he thinks of something else to say to the poor man in the cloth cap who's getting an earful. The guy in the cap attempts to wander off. Oh, it's one of those clipboards where you can also fold round the front cover of it, so you've got you haven't got it exposed, or he's sort of something else he wants to say. And he's pointing again up to the far end of the trestle table there. And now he's haranguing a woman in a black t-shirt and a fuchsia jacket. Pointing with a pencil in his hand. Tapping the side of his clipboard with that pencil. She's trying to diffuse it a little bit. Yeah, I think he's nodding away.
Team 16 supervisor just doing a bit of housekeeping down there, tidying up some of the empty ballot boxes and the postal vote boxes. The Sky team next to us just sharing a joke. Haven't done much yet, so they'll be waiting for their moment when the acting returning officer returns to give out the first result, which we are saying could be Ladywood, but still they've still got 4 unopened boxes there. Hall Green, they've got, I would say, about 10 unopened boxes at least. Selly Oak looking pretty good actually. I think they might only have 5 unopened boxes now, so it could be Selly Oak that we get to hear from first.
They could come in a rush by the sound of it. irate
Yardley.
man's moved on to another Green Party official to harangue them. I think he's making essentially the same points to her.
Boxes opened on the table for Hall Green and Moseley constituency.
Oh, there's a rumour, Craig. There's a rumour coming from the Labour Party that they think they might have won Sutton Coldfield. That would be a real turn-up.
Of course, we're not at that count because they are counting in the Royal Town rather than in the second city.
That's of course, that's the MP for there was Andrew Mitchell, famous for the Plebgate incident where he allegedly called a police officer a pleb and then sued someone about it and then lost. And so he might have gone, which possibly opens the way. Who was second last time? Well, yeah, it was Labour second last time, so that was a big majority. That was Andrew Mitchell got 60% of the vote last time. David Knowles is 23. David Knowles not standing for Labour this time. That's Rob Peacock this time, who's a councillor and a member of Birmingham City Council, a consultant. So yes, if he's won that, that will be a major shift. That's one of the very, very few Conservative constituencies in Birmingham possibly turning red. So well done, Marjorie, for picking that gossip up.
It's a very focused and earnest young observer there, pacing up and down, looking at Selly Oak. He was even observing the other observers for a moment there, just checking on their work as well. Conservative observer now focusing hard on table 11th, team 14.
Once again, Yellow Diesel Man is busy counting, but the three women to his right are got nothing to do. I don't think 3 is a very useful number in this circumstance. I don't think you can get much done with them. Maybe they're using a slightly different strategy. They're not using the yellow barrier sign, so maybe the whole table is dealing with one ballot box. Yeah, Sarah, the boss woman, is shown a couple of visitors down to the floor and is introducing them to one of the team leaders. One of the visitors has got a lanyard on and a waistcoat with a grey front and a black silk back. The other guest doesn't seem to have a lanyard on. Yeah.
So the observers with the sort of Union Jack rosette are part of Kamal Hawash's team, independent, standing in Birmingham, Selly Oak. He's a professor of civil engineering at Birmingham University, and his observers are all over this Selly Oak count here tonight. One of the press team just directing press down to end of one of the tables. Oh, I don't know if you spotted that, James, but the cargo door is down. Sorry, listeners, we didn't spot that, but
for a big door, it does move very smoothly, doesn't it?
Very smooth and very quiet, but I don't think any of the other press pack have noticed that either. So I don't think we've let you down too much there, listeners. So that suggests that's it, I think.
That's it. All the ballots are in the house.
All the boxes are in. The police just checking the doors to make sure no one's left a box outside there. I think Liberal candidate Izzy Knowles there, just pointing at something on a piece of paper to one of her colleagues.
Now this is exciting, I think, Craig. Now we know all the ballots that need to be counted are in the room.
That's right.
It's a straight race now.
Selly-Oak, 5 unopened boxes, I think. Yardley, 8 unopened
Ladywood
boxes.
was looking good, but that's still a solid 5 boxes at
Hall
this.
Green and Moseley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Unopened boxes. Erdington, well, that's not too bad for Erdington. Maybe they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to be pretty close, I think. Erdington and Selly-Oak at the moment, I would say, might have the edge. Of course, it depends on the quality of your counters. You're only as good as your counters.
Well, I'm starting to think, Craig, that it's not necessarily just the counters. Oh, sorry, there's someone's doing something live to camera across to the left of us here. If we had our little map of who's who, we could tell you. Here we go. Who that is? Oh, Switch? Is it Switch? Is that a radio station? That's more like, isn't it? Is it GB News? Yeah, possibly. Possibly GB News going out live. Maybe they're later.
Might be a late arrival.
Yeah,
When
late
Marjorie
arrivals.
did this, we were quite early. A lot of the other media outlets only came in quite late.
Our technician Dave was very conscientious. He came in a couple of weeks ago to check if there was room for our satellite truck outside. Turns out there wasn't, which is why we're coming to you through the wonders of the internet. On the 4G here.
A little bit of a technical discussion for the Sky presenter behind us now about what she's going to do. Going to get a headset to listen in. So maybe things are starting to happen a little bit here, I think. There's a sense that we are getting towards certainly getting one result announced fairly soon. Of course, we don't know what's happening in the other halls, how far off they are. The other halls, of course, they've got Edgbaston and they've got Hodge Hill.
Team 16 have taken down the A3 sheet from their sign and are annotating that on the desk, ready to put it back up, I presume.
So results around the rest of the country beginning to trickle in now, and
Labour observers trying to redirect one of his colleagues to observe a newly opened ballot box here that Team 16 are starting to work on.
So 650 MPs going to get a job tonight, and 5 of those know their result so far, and at the moment it's the Conservatives 0 and Labour 5 so far. No results in as yet here in Birmingham, but there's a feeling that we could be getting close as 3 police officers walk down that central aisle, and one of the Labour observers just sprints down towards Hall Green and Moseley. There's a big cluster of observers now at that end table in Hall Green and Moseley. We've got Liberal Democrats, got Labour, we've got Independents down there. It's a standing room only. Clipboards being brandished, pens being pointed, heads being scratched.
Now in a turn up for the books, yellow diesel t-shirt man is sat with nothing to do, while the three women to his right are busy unfolding ballot papers, counting them whilst being closely observed.
Another box being unloaded onto the tables for Selly-Oak. The candidate there watches carefully with a clipboard.
More evidence of the work that's gone on this evening is the growing pile of empty ballot boxes that are being stacked at the ends of the tables.
So if you're just joining us, it is 25 to 1. It's now the 5th of July. Election day was yesterday. The count is now, and we are here bringing you live coverage of it from the International Convention Centre in the heart of Birmingham, in the heart of England. It's a historic moment because this is the first time the commentators have ever broadcast live from a general election count.
I'll tell you who'd love to be here, Craig. The count.
One ballot paper, two ballot papers, It would take them a very long time to get through an election, of course, which is possibly explains why they are not here. But all these people down there deserve the title of the count because they are doing a sterling job. The thimblets are being pressed into service down here in Selly-Oak. You don't want to count your fingers to the bone. You do need some kind of fingertip protection. I think some people started off maybe thinking it was a bit of an affectation putting that on. I don't need that. I don't need that kind of PPE. I can take it. But now, hour and a half into the count, the skin starts to wear a little bit thin on that counting finger, and the little thimblets now a very welcome bit of safety equipment.
It's like jogger's nipple, I think. Similar thing.
Counter's tip. A well-known election ailment. Yardley now, I would say, have got maybe 6 unopened boxes. Selly-Oak 4. As another one is unloaded onto Hall Green and Moseley. Hall Green and Moseley feels like they've still got their work cut out. Boxes still being opened. Ballot paper still tumbling out onto tables waiting to be unfolded.
It's supervisor here is good, keeping the good vibes going. I think she, the glasses there. She's encouraging her team well, which includes Nirvana woman and her mate.
That's right. It's all very good humoured down there. Good humoured, but concentrated as well. Another empty box gets put onto the table for Hall Green and Moseley. Labour activist strides down towards Hall Green and Moseley, while Independent, an observer for the Independent candidate at Selly-Oak, watches on carefully.
Marjorie slightly overreaching herself now. The little history of the Birmingham Yardley constituency here, which was formed in 1918. So maybe celebrate the end of the First World War with a new constituency. And its border then constituencies of Derrit End, which doesn't exist anymore, does it, or Duddeston, and Tamworth. So Tamworth, clearly very, very large at that point. Maybe very rural, maybe, and maybe fewer residents there. Actually, there is a lot of detail here now from Marjorie. She's gone absolutely crackers. Yeah, all the stuff about histories, etc. Yardley Rural District 1911 Greater Birmingham Act. The addition of Aston Manor and Erdington from Warwickshire. So sort of gathering power to Birmingham here in 1911.
Big piles of ballot papers being unfolded by Team 19. Team 19
Woman's moved
unfolding for Yardley. Sorry, James.
Sorry, Craig. In face mask news, the woman's moved it from under her chin to over her mouth. Still not yet over her nose, but it's on its way there.
Very neat piles of counted papers for what I think must be Team 17 for Yardley. They'll be happy with that. Oh, nicely rubber banded up into piles of 100. They are now relaxing, having a chat, waiting to see if they are given any more to unfold by their colleague next to them.
So there's a lack of sandals in the room. It's quite like mostly trainers, but I haven't seen a single pair of sandals.
Well, I suppose people realise that they might be going home in the middle of the night when it could be a little bit chilly. You come out in your sandals at 9 o'clock, you can very easily regret that at 4 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to walk home or get a taxi home.
Oh, someone's got a load of Pringles at the end of the table there.
Cans of Iron Brew, or possibly a German supermarket brand of similar drink. And those young guys who thought they might be done for the night, they have just been handed another wodge of papers to count, and the relaxed smiles have been wiped off their faces. You can't let down your guard for a moment here at the counts, because sure as eggs are eggs, ballot papers are ballot papers.
I think Ladywood look like they might be down to 2 boxes on this table.
Yep, there's a lot of counters sitting with nothing to count. Counter there just squaring up a batch at the end of that table. But as we thought earlier, we did say it could be Ladywood, and it's looking like our predictions might have been right there.
Obviously, we're not predicting the result, just the order of the answers coming through. Let's have a quick look at this Ladywood constituency, because I think it has changed a little bit. I certainly know I was in the Ladywood constituency the last election, but now boundary changes. I'm North Edgbaston, yes, so the whatever constituency that is now. But here we go, Birmingham Ladywood. We're actually in that constituency now, are we? Oh, I'm not sure I believe this map. Yeah, I'm not sure that map's... Is that right?
It does now have Borsall Heath in it. I think Ladywood's has changed quite a bit, I think, since boundary changes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, there's an official election observer down there now in a white high-vis jacket. This is something that Marjorie did tell us about earlier. The Commonwealth Parliament.
I think that's fair to say, 'cause
observers.
I think we do send observers to other places, so it's only really fair that other places send their observers to us to keep us in check. Hopefully they're very satisfied with what they've seen here. We've got the police up here now. They're up on the balcony level, keeping the press in order. The in-house technicians are sat facing each other, having a bit of a chat there. No moves from Sky, BBC or ITN, Channel 4. Everyone's sat down watching.
Another box unloaded onto the tables for, that is, Hall Green and Moseley, so they've still got a way to go there. Still got, I would say, half a dozen unopened boxes at least, compared to Ladywood, who we are calling Ladywood as having 2 boxes left unopened at the moment. 2 boxes for Ladywood. I think we're happy to call that now, James.
It's furthest away from us, so it's a risk, but I'm fairly confident. There's some at this end of the table, but I think they might have already been counted. The Sockless Labour observer has been doing a solo job observing Team 17, but they've given up on that, leaving that lot unobserved. A bunch of friends there all working. They've got their supervisor behind them checking. They seem to have got a really nice little process going where they passed up towards the end of the table to their mate at that end who does the count. A Conservative Party member types very fast with 2 thumbs into his mobile phone, which looks like it's a flip-up phone, possibly. Oh no, that was his pencil. There you go, and puts the phone in his right-hand trouser pocket.
Our friends on table 14, seats 5, 6 and 7, under the spotlight again. 3 people counting and 3 people observing. That one observer has been routed to the spot there for the last hour and a half. I don't know what it is he's got against those in that table.
Craig, I think fair play to Yardley. They really have put a shift in there. They were in big trouble for a long time, but they really have cracked on.
Yes, looks like they possibly only got
maybe 4
or 5 unopened boxes. There's 4 unopened there, and there's 1 just being emptied out onto the tables of Team 20. I've just spotted, James, I think we might have called Ladywood a little bit early there, because I just spotted at the end of the tables for Team 3, is it? Team 2 down there, that there are 4 boxes on the end of the table there, which I think haven't been opened, so we may have jumped the gun a little bit there.
That's a shame.
But I don't think we've interfered with the democratic process in doing so.
No, one of our loyal listeners has said it's too cold to wear sandals, but I think that ignores the fact that A, we're indoors and it's quite warm in here, but also often sandal wearers, particularly action sandal wearer, cold is no impediment for the wearing of sandals. Maybe the Lib Dems and the Greens have moved on from their sandal days. But so yes, that's answered the sandal question. The question about the number of rubber bands in the room, just ridiculous. Although, I suppose you could make a bit of an estimate, because we've got 2. Do you think 2 rubber bands per bundle? Is it per bundle of 50 that they put, or 100?
I think it's 2 for, I think it's a rubber band per 25.
Is that 1 rubber band per 25?
I think so. Then they might be put into 100, so that could be another rubber band.
So that's 5 rubber bands per 100.
5 rubber bands per 100 votes.
So we could then work out how many ballots they think might have been cast and been counted in this room.
Yes, so we've got 5 constituencies in this room, so we've potentially got, so we might have 350,000 if everybody voted.
What's
Say there was
turnout going to be?
70% turnout.
Oh,
maybe.
that's high.
Yes, that's high.
High.
High, I don't know, 60%.
Mind you, maybe you have to assume it's high, because you don't want to be left without
Otherwise
enough rubber bands.
Well, you've wasted a rubber band.
The problem is rubber bands don't keep that well, do they? They sort of go.
They can perish, can't they? I think
yeah.
once they're out of the packet, they do tend to perish.
So we could do a kind of 7. Let's get the calculator on this. Sorry, listeners, a bit of live maths for you here as we try and work it out.
Of course, this this isn't going to account for the unused rubber bands, of which
no,
there
obviously you
are
want-
many.
Okay, so you've got
Two
300
more boxes being emptied now for Selly Oak, which might mean they only have 2 left. So it could be Selly Oak, could be first. It's been backwards and forwards a bit between Ladywood and Selly Oak all night.
I would. Oh, so we think that might be the turnout, and then we said, what did we say? 5.
We said 5 per 100, 5
100.
elastic bands per
So
100.
divide that by 100 times 5. It seems low. That seems low. I really do.
12,000 elastic bands.
It seems low to me. That seems crazily low. 300 divided by 100 times 70. Yeah, so say 250,000 actual votes at the high end. Divided by 100 times 5. 12,000, I think. I'm going to say 20,000. 20,000 elastic bands in the room.
Well, that's elastic bands being used, but of course there are a lot of unused elastic bands on the table.
No, I added a lot of extra in there. I had about 8,000 extra.
I don't think you've had enough for the unused. I would say there's more unused than used. I think they've overbought the elastic bands, I would say, knowing that the shops are going to be shut. You can't pop down to WH Smith and get yourself some more elastic bands. Even Amazon Business, with a quick turnaround, they're not going to get you elastic bands here before the count's over, I don't think.
It's
So
early.
they've overbought. They've been cautious.
It's early in the day, Craig.
Better
It's
to
early
be
in the day.
cautious than to not have enough elastic bands.
And they're not overtaxing the elastic bands. You're not going to have much breakage.
Possibly they'll give out elastic bands after the count for people who need them. So if you are listening at home and you do need some elastic bands,
Or you think
get
it's like,
yourself along to
it's
the
like
ICC.
Wimbledon. Once they've been used, then
They give the tennis balls away
think you have to buy- I
to
think-
local schools, don't they, and things like that.
I think you can also buy them. I think you can.
Be a bit harsh to charge people for used elastic bands, though.
The city council's broke, Craig.
Well, maybe they'll donate them back to the city council for
Or local schools, yes.
bundling up budgets.
So we're doing much the same thing going on here.
So things do seem to have calmed down a little bit down there. Feels like we are getting into the later stages of counting. It's still all action for Team 19 for Yardley. The young men down there, also part of the Yardley team. They've pretty much polished off that batch of papers that was landed on their desk a moment ago. And it's quiet again for our friends down in Team 14, seats 5, 6 and 7. The young man there looking a little bit shell-shocked. He might have done all the counting he can do. He's got a slightly glazed expression on his face. Oh, they're getting the sweets out. This is good to see. They are out come the toffees, and they've earned those. A little bit of sugar just to give them a little boost before those final 2 boxes are counted.
Gentleman down there seems to have shown his allegiance to the Labour Party by going out in the sun and burning his face a bright scarlet.
So
The independent candidate has managed to get himself quite a lot of observers. Interesting what proportion of his vote share the observers are, to be honest.
yes, that's going to be one for the number crunchers. The ratio of observers to votes counted, or votes cast. So we've got every party represented down there at the moment. It's in front of Selly Oak, I think. We've got Labour, Conservatives, Independent, and I think a supervisor as well, and a couple of others who are unaffiliated. Maybe didn't want to show their party allegiance, keep it a little bit undercover. Haven't seen many of the other more well-known candidates yet arrive in the hall. Seen the new candidate for Labour candidate for Selly Oak, got that unmistakable bright orange hoodie of Izzy Knowles there. And we've seen a couple of the independent candidates as well. Police officers just ambling down that centre aisle that separates the banks of tables for the different constituencies. Still can't quite tell whether those boxes a lady would have been opened or not, or still have their lids on at the end there. And there's still definitely 2 boxes unopened there. Still 2 unopened for Selly Oak as well. Oh, another one's just being opened underneath us here. The cable tie is unclipped. A box is placed on seats 1, 2 and 3 of Team 14, and out come the ballot papers. Quite a young team this, seats 1, 2 and 3. Possibly new to counting. Certainly I would have thought new to general election counting, so I don't think they would be old enough. And an observer takes a seat in front of them, gentleman with a flat cap and a Palestine flag tucked into it, takes a seat in front of them to watch them count. Supervisor with hair dyed bright red, clutching a drink. So another observer with an orange sweatshirt. I don't know whether that's orange for the Lib Dems or just orange might be her favourite colour. One of the other Lib Dem observers have taken off their hooded top and now have it tied around their waist. It's getting it's quite warm in here, and it's only going to get hotter as the count draws to a close. Time is 2 minutes to 1 o'clock. We're not quite sure how the count is going in the other halls at the moment. We've got 5 constituencies in here. There are 4 others being counted in other halls in the ICC as we speak. I think all the announcements are going to be made here, though, I suspect, as this is where the world's press are gathered and where the stage is set up and lit, ready for the Deputy Returning Officer.
So up here on the balcony, Kamal Hawash, the independent candidate, is about to be interviewed on whatever television channel that is over there. They've got a tiny little light on a stand, which is very, very bright but small, and they're just moving that around so it's almost directly behind the camera, and they're just adjusting it, and then they are just checking the viewfinder, and the camera operator's just putting his earphones in to check the sound level. Meanwhile, the interviewer's just warming up the candidate with some conversation. He's quite voluble there, Mr. Hawash, the Professor of Civil Engineering at Birmingham University, as Craig was explaining earlier on. And then behind the main cameraman is someone possibly taking still photographs. I imagine that photograph will include the camera that's filming the interview. I hope that the Professor doesn't deliver all his excellent material before the camera is filming and recording. I think they're ready to go now. There we are. Here comes the question. Question. Then leans the microphone in towards the professor. He's got the classic fingers pinched together gesture, and then open hand gesture, but I think that's out of frame actually, because that's pretty much level with where the microphone is, and I imagine she's trying to keep the microphone out of the shot. Yeah, cameraman looks towards us and then back at the viewfinder. Guy comes around to try and take another still. That's going to be over the shoulder of the interviewer. Yeah, camera operator just adjusts the light very slightly. The guy with the very long zoom lens next to us has just wandered over to have a little look at how that interview's going. Be wondering whether he should line up the professor as well. Craig, you look like you've seen something.
Still 5-0 to Labour out in the country at the moment. A long way to go though. 326 needed for majority, so they need another 321. But 5-0 at the moment, and 0-0 here in Birmingham, as we have yet to have a constituency result called.
But now very definitely the empty ballot boxes outnumbering the full ballot boxes significantly. I think we are getting close to results now. The dapper Selly Oak team leader is just using a blade of some kind to take a label off a ballot box. Yeah, I think Selly Oak have really come up on the rails here. They're doing very well. Our friend with the red front of his hair.
Does seem to just be two, doesn't it, for Selly Oak, I think. We've got seats 1, 2 and 3. They've got through their box pretty quickly there in their initial count. The
independent observers managed to bag himself a chair to sit on. I'm not sure that's totally allowed actually, but so he seems to be getting away with it now. He's got a Palestinian scarf wrapped around his head.
And there's another observer there in front of Selly Oak, also got a seat, turning it into a little bit of a spectator sport down here rather than actual active observing.
Observing nothing happening at all just there.
Maybe she's trying to count the
bands.
elastic bands.
I think they've gone humbugs, haven't they?
I think they're either mint humbugs or barley sugars, but they were just given toffees. Toffees were thrown down. I don't think they've moved on to the boiled sweets yet. A Labour activist just on the phone to someone there. There's a few spectators sitting in seats on the far side of the hall here under the balcony. Some observers, possibly family members of candidates.
I think Hall Green Moseley are lagging behind.
I think they're in all kinds of trouble down there. There's a lot of unopened boxes. So whether they're a bit short or whether they've got some inexperience in the team down there, but did have quite a big count down there, but not bigger than Selly Oak, who seem to be all over this at the moment.
I think fatigue beginning to build up here on the balcony. I think the Sky producer just rubbing her eyes underneath her glasses.
She was here early doors as well, like us, and she's had to stay focused though, because she hasn't had much to do at the moment, but she's going to have to spring into action fairly soon, I expect. So it's just keep yourself focused keeping your voice warmed up, ready to spring into action when needed.
Yes, I think we must still be a little while off, because if only 6 results have been called nationally, I really don't think we could be very close. Bosswoman Sarah's up here on the balcony. The professor's still being interviewed away to our left.
I wonder if he's being interviewed about the election or advice about civil engineering.
Civil engineering. Well, these light diffuser devices above us are very nice engineering feat. We've got trussing, which has got lights attached mostly to its corners, and then between them stretchy sail fabric has been slung, giving this cold industrial space a bit more of a human textile air. It must be frustrating for the technicians here, because they've got a lot of kit they could be using. Coloured moving lights, we already mentioned the sound. Craig mentioned the possibility of smoke. None of that being deployed, just open white stationary light and no sound.
They did try a little bit of coloured light earlier on before the count started, but obviously you need a bright white light to make sure those ballot papers can be seen properly. Oh, she's just leapt out of her seat. Something is happening here. The Sky reporter's putting on her fuchsia pink jacket and getting her earpiece into place. So something's happening, whether that's something national or something local, we're not sure. Cameraman's just leapt up. He's checking the settings on his camera. She adjusts her earpiece, puts her hair over it, just has a conversation with the producer back in the studio. The light goes on. She grabs her sheets of paper, checks her hair, checks her jacket. Looks all okay. The cameraman puts on his headphones, just checks the focus, and we wait and see what she is going to be talking about in a moment.
So bring you live and exclusive, well, not very exclusive to be honest, live and shared with quite a lot of people, coverage of the Birmingham count here at the ICC, and don't necessarily need to watch Sky News for the Birmingham developments, because we can probably relay that news to you almost immediately that they hear it on the main channel.
She checks her phone. Cameraman checks his trousers. She gets out her pen to just make a few notes. Looks into the camera, waiting for a message back from the studio. Meanwhile, down at Selly Oak, there's still 2 boxes to be opened. Moseley and Hall Green. I think they might have caught up a little bit there. There's 4, maybe only 4 now for Moseley and Hall Green. There's one of those boxes for Moseley and Hall Green. It's just emptied out onto a table in front of the counters. One gives a yawn, one gives a smile. Diesel t-shirt man just scratches his forehead. He's got a pile of counted papers in front of him, so he's looking pretty pleased with himself, waiting for those to be taken away.
In Selly Oak, Craig, I think they've only got 2 boxes that are full.
I think so.
But a whole load of counters with nothing to do, so they could really be cracking on with those 2.
Yes, there must be some kind of system that means those can't be opened while other ones are being verified, so you don't get too much of a backlog perhaps.
But almost no one in the Selly Oak count is counting at the moment.
Supervisor's just collecting these bundles down here in front of seats 9, 10 and 11. So I think they are verifying those bundles there. And perhaps when they're done, this team will get the next one. It looks like teams 15 and 16 though, that might be over for them tonight. Oh, there's still some counting going on just at the end of team 15 there for Selly Oak. There's a little gaggle of observers down there. But that could be it for them.
The Sky reporter is going to be asked about the influence of the Muslim vote across Birmingham, so I think she's just gathering her thoughts about that question. It's difficult to tell from the expression of the observers how they feel it's going for their particular parties.
Yes, there's no tears yet, no big smiles, no big hugs and whoops. In the country it's still 6-0. We're 3 hours 10 minutes into the night after the voting was closed at 10 o'clock, and it's 6-0, 320 to go for Labour.
So there's a little increasingly there are counters with nothing to do. One's wiping her hands with a wet wipe, which she's now just putting back in her bag. That's the friend of Nirvana Woman. Nirvana Woman's chatting to a couple of people. I think the counters have to stay in their seats even if they've got nothing to do.
Yardley have played a blinder though tonight, haven't they? They've got, I would say they probably only got 2 unopened boxes as well, and they were the last ones in.
Their boxes arrived very late.
Very late, and they had a lot to get through there, and they will be pretty pleased with their efforts there. I think they are neck and neck with Selly Oak, I would say. A slightly smaller constituency perhaps in terms of number eligible to vote, but still a good effort from them, and their team leaders will be very pleased with that. Big gaggle of observers now in front of Birmingham Hall Green and Moseley. Yellow t-shirt man back to counting. Colleagues next to him as well, done the unfolding, now doing the counting and piling up.
It's a good design, these boxes, Craig, because they only have the seal on the one end, and once you've unlocked that, then you shuffle it across a little bit and you can flip up the other end of the lid. I'd thought you'd have seals on both ends, but it's not necessary.
I think that's what years of democracy gives you there, is the perfect design for a ballot box.
Imagine how good the design would be in Greece, where they famously had democracy very, very, very early. They must have amazing ballot boxes.
True, although of course the Greek civilization did die out for a while, so perhaps the archaeologists weren't able to decipher what those boxes were, and so they had to go back to square one, like the rest of us.
Yes, that is true. Probably didn't have the plastics back in the ancient days either.
No, there might have been wooden ballot boxes, which of course don't preserve very well in the archaeological record. Stone ones, I think, would have been too heavy to move around. Imagine trying to transport stone ballot boxes around.
Not happening, is it?
For the motor car as well.
So your populations were a lot smaller in those days. You maybe just gather everyone in one place and get them to put their hands in the air.
I think that's possibly what they did, actually, because otherwise you'd have had to have papyrus ballot papers, or you'd have had to have slate with a stylus or something like that, or even a bit of stone and and a sharp
It's just difficult for the secret ballot if you have to
chisel away at a block of stone. Things have moved on since then, of course. It does make life a lot easier for our counters here in the ICC.
I'm not sure how much things have moved on here, to be honest. Seemed to be a little bit of a lull.
A bit of a lull, just seems to be one unopened box now, Selly as the penultimate one is being unloaded. That's attracted a bit of attention from some observers. I don't quite know what they're expecting to see at this stage of the night, but got to admire their vigilance.
The very dapper cameraman who had his arty shot down the length of the counting table earlier on is now trying something ambitious with his camera in the balcony here. It seems the railing looks like it's a major feature in this shot. He's quite keen on the long central line running away from the camera look. But waistcoat, shirt and tie, fair play. Oh, here we are, they're live. Sky's live. They're
Oh, they called Ladywood as well, like we did.
I think they overheard us, Craig.
I think she overheard us, yeah. Yeah. I think they're wrong as well, because looking at Birmingham Ladywood, those unopened boxes have now been... oh no, maybe they are counted ones, so... But there's still quite a bit of counting going on there. I think it's going to be a close between Ladywood and Sally Oak as well.
So away to our left here, journalist is cracking into a family-sized pack of starbursts, I think.
$7-0 now in the country. 7-0. Still 0-0 here in Birmingham as the police officers make their way gently up that central aisle. Birmingham
so we've got the yellow diesel t-shirt guy is got loads of pilots in front of him, but Nirvana woman's gone. Nirvana t-shirt woman and her friend has gone. I don't know if they've been allowed a break or their services are no longer required here.
Oh, some staging is coming out now in front of the
now
stage. So this
we were in on the discussions for this. This is these are podiums for camera people who don't want to be trying to do it from a very long lens at the back of the room. That's for them. There was some discussion that it shouldn't impede the ramp.
So this suggests that we might be getting close to having some declarations. I don't quite know why they've waited until 1 o'clock in the morning to put those staging decks out. I would have thought that could have been done a bit earlier.
Maybe a bit of feedback from the camera operators, seeing what was planned in real life. Because we were some of the very few media operators who came to the planning meeting.
So still two boxes down there for Yardley, 3 actually, one just being opened up now. So they've got a bit of a way to go, I would think. It's drawn quite a crowd down here at team, I think it's team 13, end table there. Sunny Oak, they've got quite a big crowd now, filling in something on their forms. You don't quite know what they're writing down there, whether they're keeping their own tally.
Nirvana T-shirt's friend in the white T-shirt is back and tucking into a packet of crisps. So maybe they've just been allowed to go for a little bit of a stretch of the legs, visit to the toilet and refuel before coming back to just polish off the last few ballot boxes.
Yes, our friends in seat 5 and 6, they've also gone out. They're coming back though because he's left his glasses case there. Still big piles of humbugs and big piles of elastic bands as well down there. So the observers don't seem quite so interested in Yardley as they do in Hall Green and Moseley. Erdington, that's got a little bit more popular with the observers, I would say. Some people taking the opportunity to take the weight off their feet and have a little sit down. The Sky reporter's going to be pretty pleased with that report, I should think, there. She can relax for a little while longer. Still, I think, a way off getting a declaration here in Birmingham. But in the country, it's 7-0. 8-0. Oh, it's last, just one just come in there. 8-0 now.
So
Still,
only one change.
Only one gain there, yes, only one gain. Nicely counted piles in front of team 10 there, team 10 for Hall Green and Moseley. They'll be pretty pleased with that. Yellow diesel t-shirt man just chatting to his colleague next to him. How do you think it's gone? Well, yeah, I think I've done some of my best counting here tonight. What about you? Yeah, I'm pretty relaxed about it. I've trained hard for it, knew what to expect. Done it before, and I would do it again.
Would you do it, Craig, if you weren't commentating on it?
I think I could do it. I mean, now I've seen
ask
it.
if you could do it.
Now I've
asked
seen
if
it.
you would do it.
I think I would do it. Some of the mystery's been taken away from it now, which somehow, in some ways, makes it less attractive than it did when there was a little bit more mystery. But it's a good civic duty. Oh, their faces drop there as another box is opened out in front of them. Oh, there's one just on the front. Oh, he manages to gather that back up. Safely gathered in there.
They've got Pringles.
Oh, one's gone on the floor. One's gone on the floor. He runs round the table now, and he gathers that one up, puts it back in the pile. Beautifully done there. Well observed by the counter.
They've got Pringles in Hall Green now, but I can't see the Pringles in Yardley, so I don't know if they've stolen them.
The white gaffer tape comes out just to mark the edges of that podium that's just been built for camera crews to get a closer vantage point on the stage, where the returning officer will announce the results when they are ready. At the moment, both Sky and us are calling Ladywood to be the first to declare, although we're also thinking Sullyoak may not be too far behind. Of course, this all depends on whether it's very close and we have to have any recounts. There's no whisper of that at the moment in the hall. It's a little bit difficult to tell from up here what the vibe is down there.
Also not seen any... oh, someone's got their hand up there. I was going to say, I've not seen anyone having to adjudicate on spoilt ballots or anything.
A gaggle of observers clustering round in the aisle down there between Yardley and Selly Oak. I think they're supporters of Jodie McIntyre of the Workers' Party. All the candidates for Selly Oak now gathered around the latest batch of papers that have been released from the box. The Conservative observer just eyeing up that unopened box, which is on the end of the table of Team 14. The end of each of these blocks of tables is an enumeration table. I think the enumeration table is probably where the final tally is made. That's where all the ballot papers currently counted seem to be sitting. Our friends in seat 5 and 6 are back, so the observer is now just sitting watching the counter, sitting in her chair. So not quite sure who's watching who down there at the moment. Those mint humbugs haven't been very popular down there. I don't think I've seen them eat any. They ate to toffee, but those humbugs still remain uneaten. I think I'd find that quite difficult to not have one of those if they were sitting in front of me, particularly at this time of night.
Yeah, sometimes I think that that comforting humbug thing could probably help the concentration.
So some bundles of already counted papers are now being handed out down here, so I think they are going to be verified now. So it's a quite complicated process, because even though it looks like there's only one box still to be counted, the papers that have already been counted are now being counted again and checked. Out they come and piled up in front of our friends at seats 5, 6 and 7. Supervisor, I think, just checking that she's okay with that, just giving her some instructions of how to lay them out. That's good, because the observer has now got something to observe, because it was getting a little bit embarrassing there. It's getting a little bit of a face-off, but now at least there are some votes to count. So, not quite sure what is going on down there now. There's counted votes now being separated out again. Checking and double checking. Making sure that everything is right. Big smiles on the faces of some of the observers down there. Others cutting more lonely figures. Yeah. World's press just waiting in anticipation of what is to come. that new stage is now ready to go. The technicians have disappeared. They're still counting over in Ladywood, although it looks like all their boxes are now open. I think Hall Green and Moseley, they've done pretty well. They've nearly caught up, I would say. Maybe they've only got one unopened box as well, as have Selly Oak, as have Yardley. So it looks like we are getting close to some kind of end. Postal votes piled up as well down there. The those yellow dividing strips now being collected up. So this could be a good sign if they're being gathered up now.
Yes, in a sense we're entering some different part of the process, Craig.
Yes, I think this is a double checking aspect of the count, perhaps. Yes, because those counted piles are now being taken out of the boxes and being counted out again. So maybe this is the actual count now. I can see a big X on a ballot paper down there. Someone very clear about who they were voting for. I can't quite see who that is on the ballot paper though. So I think this might actually be the proper count now for candidates. So perhaps before it was just making sure that it was all the right number of papers in the boxes, and now they are actually being separated out into the candidates. So this suggests we still be quite a long way off yet.
It does suggest we're a very long way off. That seems quite crazy. Things like you could just work out how many votes there were for each candidate and then total those up and hope it works out as the number of votes you expect. That's probably why we're not in charge, Craig. Okay. If we were in charge, it might not be as accurate as this. So maybe that's why people are given a little break. It's a sort of break between part one of the count and part two of the count. I wonder why the observers would be quite so all over it if it was just counting the gross numbers. So this then means we should get a chance to work out the proportion. So seat 3 here, we've definitely got. There are 5 different piles being created. He's pulling the ballot papers from a 6th pile, and top centre pile has definitely got the most. Definitely got the most. Then, yeah, top left is the thinnest. I think it's fairly evenly spread between the other 3 candidates. So yeah, 1 big favourite, 1 marginal, and then 3 very similar. Then that guy over there in the blue top, which could be a Slazenger top, he seems to be dividing it into 6 piles, which is 1 more than him, so that doesn't make any sense at all. And she's got 5 piles as well, which makes sense. Guy with a very jazzy red tie and black shirt combination walks down below us. It's over there in team number 4, I think. Oh, is that no? Maybe team number 8. They're working in pairs, which is nice to see. Some more individual effort here on team 14. So this is a gathering of the independent candidates just down below us here in the Selly Oak count. The professor, their candidate. Let's just go and past them.
So I don't know if you've spotted that, James, but down there now there are boxes which have now got names of the candidates on, and so the ballots are now being separated out into those names of those candidates and ready to be put into those boxes, and then they'll be counted. So I think we are quite a long way off here yet at the count, but we will be able to see the proportion of papers going into those boxes. So we've got quite a good view of, we've got a very good view of the Selly Oak, and less good view of Yardley. So it looks like most of the constituencies are at sort of the same stage of the count now. Piling them up into the 6 piles for the candidates. There seem to be 7 piles down there. Oh no, that's the pile that he's counting off, yeah, so counting off into 6 piles. All looks pretty even actually down there at the moment in Selly Oak, and the one of the supervisors now going around and gathering up those particular candidates' forms. That looks like she's just showing the supervisor there a ballot that might have been spoilt. So now we are getting down to the business end now, I think, as these papers are separated out into particular candidates.
Yeah, big wodge of Alistair Cairns' votes is taken up there.
I don't know if Yardley are in the quite the same position yet as Selly Oak.
They're still emptying ballot box over there in Ladywood, so suddenly they don't look quite so hot favourites to declare first.
No, looking like it may be Selly Oak after all. There's a little bit of a rest down there for the counters from Team 10, Hallgreen and Mosley.
The smartly dressed supervisor for Selly Oak is trying to decant some Diet Cola drink from one large bottle into a smaller bottle, resting the end of the big bottle on the table, lowering the mouth of it onto the open mouth of the smaller bottle. He's doing all that over the top of his trousers, so it's a high stakes game for him there.
the one of the supervisors down the bottom end of the Birmingham Sunnyoak constituency, just doing a little bit of paperwork down there. Other supervisor moving up and down the line of tables, gathering up the papers for different candidates as they are separated out by our counters down here. They are then going to be put into the corresponding ballot boxes, which have been labelled up with the names of the different candidates. Then they'll have to be counted again. If you just joined us, well done for still being awake. It's 20 to 2. It's Friday the 5th of July. We are a few hours into the count here at the International Convention Centre, heart of Birmingham. We've got 5 constituencies being counted here in Hall 3 and in other halls around the centre. The other 4 Birmingham constituencies counts are also taking place, plus some local council by-elections as well. Observers now watching as the ballot papers are separated out into piles for a particular candidate. They're then gathered up and placed into the boxes.
I think that was a spoilt paper just being discarded there. The guy with the afro down below us held it up in the air. Supervisor came along and put it in a little brown file tray there, out tray, in tray. Pile have just gone in the box for Simon Phipps, the Conservative candidate there. Erin Crawford, the Reform Party candidates, just had a small pile put in the box.
Meanwhile, out in the country, Lib Dems have gained a seat from the Conservatives up in Harrogate. So currently it's 9 to Labour, 1 to the Lib Dems and 0 to everyone else. Here, we don't know yet. The Sky team have disappeared off for a while. They probably realise, like us, that we're still quite a long way off getting a result here in Birmingham.
Yes, sorry listeners, our being newcomers to the count, we got a bit overexcited a bit early there, I'm afraid. Next time we will be more on top of things. So if they chuck them into separate boxes, presumably they then have to count the number of votes in all the separate boxes. Must have decided over time that this is the best way to do it, but frankly it seems tortuous.
Yes, it does seem they could have potentially missed out one of these steps somewhere along the way, but as you said, James, we are not counting experts. I think if you were to devise a system again, you might be able to streamline it a little bit. Even the observers down there seem to have lost a little bit of interest, even though this actually is the most interesting part of the count.
That observer there trying to get his energies levels back up a bit by bouncing up and down on his toes, as another ballot box is opened afresh for the Hall Green and Moseley constituency.
So yes, doesn't look like they're yet at the stage where they are separating out votes for the different candidates. That's clever. That was clever. So the supervisors picked up a bundle of votes, particular candidate, but has left one on the table so that the counter knows where to add to for the next ones. That's a nice, nice touch there. Labour observers striding down there between Yardley and Selly-Oak. Of course, you're only allowed to observe the area that you have been given permission to observe, not allowed to just wander around willy-nilly. (11-0) in the country now. It's all gone quite quiet up here in the press gallery. I think a lot of the teams have decided it's a good time to take a bit of a break.
So just trying to look down here at the Yardley count. They have got to the stage where they're separating them into piles of voters. I'm just trying to check. They've got 6 candidates and there are 6 piles there. Well, it's very difficult to tell who's doing well there. So Jess Phillips is looking quite good right here at our end of the table, but quite a few going on the Yvonne Beverly Clements Conservative pile there. She used to be Yvonne Jones, councillor in Solihull. Green seem to be doing fairly well there as well. Roxanne Green from the Green Party. Yeah. Nominative determinism there.
Observer down here, enjoying sitting down, watching our friend in seat 6 separate her ballots. Doesn't seem to be taking any notes. I think she's just quite glad to have a bit of a sit down. It is 1:45 in the morning, of course. Other observers now watching as this is the real time now where they get a chance to see how their chosen candidate might have done.
It's looking quite good for Jodie McIntyre, the Workers' Party of Britain candidate there. His pile a bit smaller than Jess Phillips, but not doing badly. 3 in a row just gone down there for Roger Harmer. That's another Jess Phillips. That's another Jodie McIntyre. Another Harmer. Always one for Yvonne Beverly Clements. Been fairly spread around. The observers loitering.
So I think Nirvana t-shirt, Nirvana woman she's on the previous stage at the moment, unfolding and bundling up ballot papers, while those next to her are in the separating out stage, I think. Of course, interesting to see how people have folded up their ballot papers differently. So some people have folded them in half on the horizontal to make it sort of landscape. Others have folded it on the vertical to make it thin and tall, which must make it a little bit annoying when you're counting, as you're trying to get them all to sit nicely together.
I'm a top to bottom man myself.
In fact, I thought for a moment I thought perhaps that initial count was partly separate them out into whether they'd been folded that way or that way, so that they would sit better
That would be a
as they
step
were
too
counted,
far.
but I don't think that is the case.
The sockless observers back.
Most people have folded it along the vertical rather than the horizontal, I think. I'm trying to remember what I did. I can't remember.
You get it. It's a bit portrait, isn't it? So
It's a
you
bit
fold it
portrait
down
like
to make it a
I
bit
would have done that,
landscape.
but
I
looking
think
down
so.
there, most people have done it the other way. They've done it
There's no accounting for people, Craig.
that way, which is quite an odd choice, I think. So we've got in front of Selly Oak team 10, I think it is. We've got Conservatives, we've got the Independent, we've got Labour all watching on intently.
In a nostalgic throwback, Craig, Team 20 have just emptied a ballot box onto the table.
So yes, so they're still a little way behind there, I think, aren't they? In Yardley. Looks like Moseley Hall Green. They're separating theirs out now.
Is that possibly a spoilt ballot being picked up there? Yes, they're just consulting. That's going in. Yes, they've got a little blue file there for spoilt or equivocal votes.
Quite a young counter down there. I think. I presume you have to be 18 to be a counter. I'm not sure that's true or not. I suspect you would have to be.
Well, if you're going to stay up this late, Craig, you have to be 18, don't you? Or is that not a law?
Also, it would be a bit galling as well, wouldn't it, to not be allowed to vote, but be allowed to count votes.
Maybe that makes you impartial.
Maybe it should just be children do the counting. I mean, their maths is freshest in their minds as well, isn't it? Because they've just been studying it in school, so it'd be kind of good for their school work as well. They've got young, fresh minds.
With the primary schools being closed, they should do the count in the school afterwards.
The day after. You've had a day at home, have a bit of rest, kick a football around, come in the next day, your maths lesson is devoted to counting.
Or you've had the day off, come in at night to do the count.
Sleep in the daytime, come into school at night. Wouldn't have all this faff bringing boxes in from around the city to a central place, which is bad for the environment as well a little bit. They might be using electric vehicles by now, I suppose. You wouldn't have to pay those children either, because it's part of coursework, part of schoolwork.
I think we're on to something here.
Each teacher could
Be the returning officer.
be returning, also have a different way of making the lesson fun. Perhaps so there'd be little rewards. And I mean, they get sweets down here, but maybe you could have class dojos or little merit points if you count the quickest, count the most.
Yep, lower year groups can be charged with the unfolding process. Yeah, onto a winner, definitely.
Yeah, year one do unfolding. And year 6, of course, they've finished SATs by now as well. So if they won't be doing school shows or sports day, they might as well be counting up votes. They could make pie charts and bar graphs at the end of it as well.
Get your own swingometer going.
Yeah, I think that might be genius, what we've come up with there. Because some of these are flagging a little bit down there, I think.
It's true.
Although
Yeah.
yellow diesel t-shirt man, he's still full of life. He's just taking on board
A swig of an energy drink.
energy
isn't it?
drink there. Yeah, that's perked him up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, I'm not quite sure who that is down there. She's got a headset on, a red lanyard, just
With
talking
a
to our...
close-cropped,
No, the young woman down there, she's got earpiece.
Oh
in,
yes.
a red lanyard, just talking to our friend in seat 7 there. Don't distract him. think some of these observers, this looks like it's just a bit of a night out.
Chance to hang out with your friends.
If you just joined us, you're listening to the commentators bringing you live, uninterrupted coverage of the count here for the 9 Birmingham constituencies in the 2024 general election. It's just coming up to 2 o'clock, where it's 4 hours since the vote was closed. It's 4.5 hours since we first started broadcasting. And on the floor beneath us, the count is still going on. The papers have been emptied out of the black ballot boxes. They've been bundled into bundles of 100. They've then been portioned out again to the counters, and they are now being separated out into piles for each of the candidates. That's being held up. Is that a spoilt paper, or is that okay? The supervisor says that's okay, that's a clear mark in a box. Then, when they're separated out, then put into labelled boxes for each candidate, and then those will be counted again.
So Marjorie's done some fantastic research work. She's identified around the ICC. Obviously we've only got, I say only, but we've got the 5 constituencies here in Hall 3. It's Northfield in Hall 8. Perrybar is also being done in Hall 8. Edgbaston is all on its own in Hall 10, and Hodge Hill in Hall 11. Meanwhile, up in Royal Sutton Coldfield, the Bishop Vesey Sports Hall is being used for their count. So there we go, utilising 1, 2, 3, 4 of the ICC's many halls. I think you could maybe go a bit quicker if you weren't distracted, if you just had the hall just to yourself. So yeah, Edgbaston and Hodge Hill could benefit from being on their own. I think this this notion that Ladywood was going to be first, we chose that because the number of boxes we thought they had left open, but historically it has been the first, possibly because the ballot boxes have had to travel less far because we're in the Ladywood ward now, but I think that hour's delay before the count started just reduced that difference. I think it certainly didn't get a sense that they started counting before any of the other groups. This must be the tough point if you're a candidate or a supporter of a candidate, when you start to see these piles side by side where it's 1, 2, 3 for you, 1 for you, 1 for you, 2 for you, 4 for you. Start to get a real sense of the way things are going.
Some camera flashes there as I think it's an independent candidate, or possibly candidate for the Workers' Party, just being photographed and interviewed to our left there. I think that might have been no, it's not them, it's not them.
Someone's interviewing someone else on the balcony here. He's filming it with his smartphone, and he's got a microphone separate from that, which he's now pointing towards the candidate. He's in a green jacket and open neck green collared shirt. There's no bonus lighting for that interview. It's kettle chips for the Sky team. Looks like ITN have got their lights on, and their reporter is stood up, so they might be about to do some action. Overway, right in the corner of this balcony, there's a large plasma screen which is running news from some channel, which is showing the result of some count where they've cracked on with it much more vigorously than they have here in Birmingham. Looks like the intensity level has dropped. Oh yes, Craig's identified the gentleman who's being interviewed away to our left as the Hodge Hill and Solihull North candidate, James Giles.
Even though his count is in a different hall, but I think this is where most of the press are in this hall, which is why, of course, we are here. Down below us, the count continues. There's bundles of 100 now being separated out into the candidates. Having fun down there, I think. Having fun, but taking it seriously as well at the same time. I don't know whether you make a lifelong friend, perhaps, if you sitting next to someone during accounts. Could be like being on Love Island or something, or on Traitors on TV, and you're thrust into quite a high stress, high scrutiny situation with a complete stranger, and after that you remain friends for life.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Bring a tear to the eye.
The Sky News team stocking up on kettle chips to our right. I suspect they're the only crisp product on sale here in the ICC. I think that is the brand of crisps that Starbucks sell. That's probably all you can get. They've got one of each flavour there, I think. They've got ready salted, they've got cheese, they've got sea salt and cider vinegar. Not quite sure what the red one is. There's a bit of chat behind us. A Liberal Democrat rosette wearer. It's also got a plaid shirt in orange and black.
James Giles, the interviewee there, says his favourite biscuit is a ginger snap. He normally contests elections in Kingston upon Thames. That's a little way away from here. So I think he's a local councillor down there at the moment. He's beaming away up here, turning on the charm. Yeah, interviewer touches on the hand, or he goes for the double-handed handshake. He grabs that person with his right hand and then whacks his left hand down over the top once the grasp is initiated. An effort to communicate sincerity. That person whose hand was shook now shakes the interviewer's hand, but just goes for a classic one-handed handshake.
The seated observer in front of seat 7 is one for the independent candidate at Selly Oak. She's been watching quite intently, now springs out of her seat and heads off under the balcony. Supervisor checks that the counter is okay there. Now the observer comes to sit back down again.
Counter there showing signs of fatigue, rubbing the face and the back of the neck.
Don't quite know why she's so fascinated with that particular counter. Yeah. Little gaggle of observers down there, just having a confab how their candidate has got on. Handshakes all round. They're wearing a purple rosette. I think that might be for independent, possibly. That's in. They're stood in the gap between Hall-Green and Moseley and Erdington, so not quite sure which constituency they're representing.
Gentleman away to our left on the balcony there in a suit, grey shirt, grey tie. Stood in front of one of those circular lights which is tilted at an angle, and he's positioned in front of it in such a way made him look like a saint, contemporary saint. The halo glowing.
So there's been no more escorted visits down to the floor for the press, so perhaps this stage is made to be kept a little bit at a distance as the votes for different candidates pile up. So there's a few Selly Oak counters now with nothing to do at the moment. Whether there are more papers down there ready to be separated out, or whether that is it. The box of celebrations still on the table down there. Half-eaten packet of crisps. One of the Hall-Green counters puts his jacket back on, takes his bags. Looks like he might be done for the night. He's making his way out, so perhaps that's job done for them, which could mean that we're getting quite close down there. They're letting people go.
One observer points to another about the different size of the piles. This is clearly how party members start to really get a sense of where things are going. That's a number in a row for Jess Phillips there. Assuming that person's putting the piles out in alphabetical order. Which might be a bit of an assumption.
It's 2:10, and we still await declaration here for the Birmingham constituencies. Rumour earlier on was that count could go on until around 5 o'clock this morning, and I would say, James, the rate it's going, it could be that, which may suggest it's quite a high turnout, possibly, which is why the count is taking quite such a long time. It was pretty busy when I went to vote earlier, so obviously the more people who vote, the longer it takes to count. Police on patrol again. I think the police behind those barriers up there, those screens back there, I think they've got their own refreshments, so they don't have to go to Starbucks. I did see an urn being wheeled through earlier.
That's why you'd have it behind a screen, wouldn't
So
you?
everyone else would get a little bit jealous. Quite a few of the press corps now taking on refreshment. The ICC technicians also having a sandwich. Sky having coffee and crisps. Photographers next to us cracked open bag of Starburst, which those of us of a certain generation will remember, of course, as the opal fruit, made to make your mouth water. And it's mouth watering here in the ICC, isn't it, James, as we await with anticipation not only the results, but actually which constituency is going to be the first to declare.
Yes, mouth-watering politics and mouth-watering counting, strategising, executing. The team over there in the Hall Green and Moseley department are being allowed to create very large piles of voters, whereas here closer to us in the Selly Oak team, their piles, when they start to get remotely high, are whisked away and put into the big containers. So it looks very, very strong for Labour, I must say, down there in the, in the Selly Oak ward. Looking very heavy for the Labour candidate. A box almost full of their papers, whilst other boxes have got negligible papers in theirs. Which, yes, in the last election that was a straight Labour v Conservative election with the Lib Democrats and the Green and Brexit Party, remember them? Way down in 5th place there with 2.9% of the vote. So let's see if we can identify the Conservative Party candidate in that run of boxes for you, listener. Hold on a moment, just got to riffle through my research here. Here we go. So the Conservatives would, yes, that would make sense. We can, whilst the Labour box is looking fairly full, the only other box where you can see a pile is the Conservatives. So it makes sense, but very heavy shift towards Labour there, I would say, just from that little glimpse into the boxes.
So actually looking busier down on the floor again now, I think, as more candidates and their representatives and assistants are beginning to gather. So that suggests perhaps that they know that things are now getting close. So it looks like quite a lot of the Selly Oak votes have now been separated out into their candidate boxes. So then, of course, those boxes are going to have to be divvied up amongst the counters and recounted once more. Then we should have a result. Yellow Diesel T-shirt man, he's back in action, as is his colleague. They're separating out the votes for Hall, Green and Moseley. Our friends down here, seats 5, 6 and 7. Now done there, separating out. They're just waiting for the next stage, which I imagine will be when the individual candidates' boxes are emptied out, ready to be counted. The Sky reporter is now back, checking out news on her phone, as is the camera operator. There's more interviews and pieces to camera being made on the press gallery around us. Big screen in the distance showing BBC News. It's still buzzing with activity down here in Hall 3, the International Convention Centre in Birmingham, as we bring you live coverage of the general election count. Labour representative there, smart suit, red tie and red rosette, just checks his phone as he walks down the aisle between Yardley and Selly Oak supervisor, gathering up piles of ballot papers that have now been separated out. They are about to go into labelled boxes, simple sheet of A4 paper, the name of the candidate printed on, sellotaped to the ballot box. And those separated out ballot papers will then be counted. Dave, our technician's just got us some coffees from Starbucks. I think that is a Venti, not a Venti, certainly not a Trento. No, I can't remember what the other one was.
20 in Italian. 20 ounces.
Venti. Grande.
Is that in 20?
No, it's a Grande. So Grande coffees have been delivered by Dave the technician. Thank you very much to him. The count continues, the commentators continue. We will be here until the results are in. And I think we are getting closer now. Those papers slowly being separated out into for each candidate.
So, gentleman over there, self-taping, has set up his own camera, and got no camera operator at all. He's broadcasting out, talking about the Workers' Party, talking about the Gaza effect on the Birmingham elections, talking about Mr. Yaqub and how they are taking votes away from the Labour Party here. It's difficult to tell there. We've got the Dapper Gent is just collecting in the big separated bundles of votes. Down there they're doing this same process for the Hall Green and Moseley constituency that we've seen happening for Selly Oak. And those black boxes being filled up with papers. The Liberal Democrats are down there, yellow rosettes, gentleman with a yellow tie. Just stalks off to the side, one of them. Woman with great pink trainers walks past a Nirvana woman and a white t-shirt woman. There's a woman next down, has got her chin on the palm of her hand. She's resting her head, having a little bit of a snooze. It's become more of a sort than a count at this point. The intensity of the observing seems to have dropped. Over in the far side of the room, they have not spotted before. There are 3 people in a row with very identical pale green t-shirts. The gentleman who ran round to rescue the ballot paper that had fallen on the floor seems to have coming just to the end of counting out his bundles. He's just changing his technique a little bit there. He's placing... Oh no, he's just consulting someone about something there. I can't quite see what the mystery would be, but that first pile seems to be getting most of the votes. Pile number 4 is doing quite well as well. Pile 1 and 2 aren't really piles, they're just individual pieces of paper. I don't think it can be a pile if you're just on your own. A pile of 1. It's odd, there are more than 4 candidates there, so quite sure why there are only 4 piles, but maybe other candidates just haven't got any votes at all in his candidate. Ah, there he's added an extra 5th pile, although yes, again, individual piece of paper. He's considering there's a 6th pile being brought into place there. Yellow diesel van, diesel t-shirt man is he's got 8 separate piles in front of him, which he's allocating papers to. It must slow things down if you've got to choose between 8 different locations. Over in the far side of the hall, Labour candidate, the blue jacket and red tie, white shirt, leans with his left hand against the wall. There's a lighting above him, so his left arm throws a sharp, dark shadow down that wall from his hand to the floor. He's got the inevitable red clipboard in his right hand. Woman in a mustard-coloured cardigan shares a joke with a friend. Their supervisors right over there in the Ladywood constituency. Oh, the guy with the rucksack's back. And his supervisor's just giving a little time to settle down before giving him some work to do. Ah, there he is. Ernest's mate just hands him a big wodge of papers and says, crack into those, mate.
So now they're actually counting the candidates' votes down below us now. Tables 5, 6 and 7. It's looking good for Annex Carnes in Sunny Oak, I think.
Yeah, it's almost looking like no one else has got any votes compared to him.
More difficult for us to tell for the other constituencies, 'cause we're quite a long way away. The observers seem to have be taking a little bit of a break now, even though I would have thought this was the most interesting bit, but maybe they're running out of steam. The Liberal Democrat observer over there, though, with the he has been stoic on that table there. Birmingham, Moseley and Hall Green constituency. He has been all across the counting from the very beginning down there. He is not letting a single vote go uncounted. Time to relax for the counters down there in Yardley, having a little bit of a laugh and a joke amongst themselves.
Yes, quite a few of the observers taking a chance to have a break, sitting down away to our left. The Greens seem to have got the back row.
I suppose by now you've started to get a bit of a sense of how your candidate has done, as you've seen their votes being stacked up inside the ballot boxes, which have now been repurposed.
Oh, our friend with the red front to his hair seems to have caught a little splinter off one of these tables. Craig was mentioning that the tables have passed their best and maybe just getting a bit abraded, so yeah, possible splinter for that gentleman there.
It's coming up to 2:30 now. If you've just joined us, maybe you've come in from election clubbing night or something like that, and you've now got home. You could choose to listen to the BBC or Sky, but they're not going to bring you such detailed coverage as we are from the count here at the International Convention Centre in Birmingham. Another counter, I think she might be going home as well now. She's got a bag, she's got a phone and her cup, so perhaps her work is done now. She's heading out of Hall 3. She might be getting a taxi. She might have driven in. Of course, less places to park round here now since they closed the multi-storey car park at the end of Cambridge Road. So really your only option is the quite expensive Brindley Place car park. That's probably your nearest one to here. Although this time of night you probably can get some free on-street parking not too far away from here. Shouldn't be too difficult to get a taxi though this time of night. It's mainly going to be people who've been counting. The young supervisor down there just leans against the table. And
Interesting fact just come in from Marjorie. Craig, I didn't realise this, maybe you did, that the postal votes are mixed in with the conventional ballot papers before the counting begins. That's very interesting. So as you don't want to reveal any political advantage or disadvantage of postal votes. People trying to game the system, perhaps, if you knew that knowledge.
And so the enumerating table at the end of the row of table is where the final kind of tallying up is done.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for us, Craig, so that's away in the distance from us here.
Yes, we can see the Selly Oak one. Other ones are a little bit harder to see. Can't see many of the candidates anymore, so not quite sure where they've gone. Perhaps there's a special candidate green room where they all hang out with each other.
So 3 in the morning till 5 in the morning, that's the peak hours for results where they really start flooding in. So we can imagine it will be that window in which results will be coming through here in the Birmingham count. Thank you so much for following us on the Commentators as we bring you live and not massively exclusive, but certainly unexhaustible coverage of the Birmingham count here from Hall 3 of the ICC. 5 of the 10 Birmingham constituencies are here. We've enumerated where all the others are, so we won't go through that again. Hopefully it's going as smoothly up in Royal Sutton Coldfield as it is here. And in halls 8, 9 and 11.
The count Sutton Coldfield being held in the sports hall of the local grammar school there, rather than joining in with the rest of Birmingham here at the ICC. Sky reporter just taking on some apple juice. Her colleague having a banana.
So
Photographer next to us still chewing away on Starburst.
I think that's Ahmed Yacoub there, just strolling up and down. He's obviously a candidate in, oh, I think this is right, have I got this right? Too many facts in front of us just at the moment. It's a shame that we can't bring you coverage of the Edgbaston count, but we will have all the results being called in this hall, so you don't need to worry about that. We'll definitely share those with you. I think I might have misidentified Ahmed Yacoub there, possibly. The Sky producers onto banana now. It's a woman in a leather effect coat over to our right there is clutching an energy drink. The police are standing watching the big plasma screen arrayed to our right by the Birmingham City Council employees who are also turned to see that screen. No, or maybe there's an interview happening over there on Pakistan TV, and there's a woman doing a sort of self tape or self broadcast there.
Yeah, counters down here is Salioke squaring up their piles. Counter flicks back her hair and bends down to count up pile of candidates' papers. Pretty much everyone using the thimblette now. An elastic band goes round that pile.
It's a little cluster of interest down below us here. Was a possible another reject paper, a questionable mark. Just shows it to the observers. Puts that in that now famous brown open tray where the questionable votes go to be counted. There's so few of them, it'd be difficult to imagine them swinging the result of the election. But you have to not make any assumptions and go through the procedure, put them in that brown tray, and at some point try and work out the intentions of the voter. Gentleman puts on a puffer jacket away to our right and leaves the hall. Some more coffees are brought up to the balcony here where the press and media are based.
I think that observer might be observing something he's not supposed to be observing. I'm sure he was observing over there before, and now he's observing over here. I'm not strictly speaking, I'm not sure that that is allowed. But, yes.
Maybe for representatives of the returning officer are just listening in to the broadcast, they might have a little look into that.
Conservative observer just walks down the line of tables for team 14. Pauses in front of our friends at tables 5, 6 and 7. They've had a lot of attention tonight down there. They've coped well with the pressure, haven't let it get to them. Would be easy to buckle under that kind of scrutiny at this kind of level of counting. But they've maintained their cool, maintained their professionalism, and haven't let any of that attention waver their concentration.
Possibly less professional down below us here is one of the supervisors who seem to be chatting away to the counters rather than letting them just get on with their job. Maybe she's trying to encourage them. She takes a swig of a famous Austrian energy drink.
Elastic bands going around these bundles now. Bundles of 25 being bundled up into hundreds.
There's a very big gathering at the end of table number 3.
Oh yes, a big crowd gathering there over
That's
in
Ladywood.
Ladywood. There's also an independent
A huge scrum of people there.
assessor there looking at what's happening down there. So possibly this means that, does that mean that most of the counting's been done there? No, they are still counting, aren't they?
But there's certainly
They are still counting at Ladywood, so not quite sure what's happening down there. I don't think Marjorie's going to be able to find that out because press aren't currently being allowed down onto the floor while the count happens.
I think they're slightly demob happy there. I think this woman waving the election office yellow divider in the air.
So this is Birmingham Ladywood, where we thought it might be close between the previous MP Shabana Mahmood and the independent candidate Ahmed Yaqub, who is a lawyer and TikTok sensation. I thought that might be a closer call, so perhaps that's what's going on down there. I can't see him in the throng down there, but he might be. Yellow diesel man still putting in a diesel t-shirt man still putting in a shift down there for Hall, Green and Moseley. The Sally Oak supervisor just gathering up big piles of papers there, gathers them in a hand, flicks through them, double checks, gathers them up, big bundle, goes to the next table, gathers up the next bundle and squares them off by tapping them onto the table. That's quite a skill in itself, of course, getting those all squared off, ready to go to the next stage where they will be counted. There's a little pause there for seat 10 while seat 11 counts through hers.
Some of the counters now choosing to do their work stood up, just for a change of body position, I suppose, after a number of hours sat down counting. So a gentleman with the do-rag on down below us doing a classic bank teller counting, just riffling the corners of the papers. He's got the little thimblette on, he passes it to the cheery supervisor, who maybe uses a paperclip in the corner of that. She takes a whole big wedge of voting papers and puts them all into the I think that's possibly the Liberal Democrat one there, so that's a sudden big boost for them.
Another big pile for Alex Carnes going into a box there. Supervisor.
Oh, it's the Greens. Sorry, Craig, it was the Greens got a big wedge. Apologies. Yeah, apologies for cutting across you there, Craig. But we're excited by the big wedge for one of the more outside candidates.
The second elastic band goes round that pile of papers there, and another wodge of ballots are placed in front of seats 9 and 10 for team 14. So now they are counting. So they've been separated into boxes for each candidate, and now they are being counted. So we are getting into the final stages now of the count. Shouldn't be too long before we're able to bring you some results.
So one of the supervisors away there in the Hall Green and Moseley constituency, aptly perhaps, so the Moseley constituency has a big sort of tie-dye, day-glow coloured baggy t-shirt on, a sort of big ginger ponytail. He's pacing around. A lot of pacing around here. Candidates, supervisors. Media maybe less so. Our friend from Kingston upon Thames putting himself about as an interviewee. He's happy to have the publicity.
Boxes beginning to fill up over at Hall Green and Moseley. It's looking like it could be quite close down there. There's a couple of boxes next to each other which seem to have a similar number of ballot papers in, so that could end up being quite a close vote in the end. Our friend on seat 5 has now got a big stack of papers in front of him. I think they generally work in teams of 3, I've worked out, so one starts counting in one way, it gets passed down to the next table, and then it's collected at the third table. So table 5, 6 and 7 are a little team, and then there's the yellow next customer strip between them, and then we've got tables 1, 2 and 3. They're working as a team, and tables 8, 9 and 10. Actually there's 3 of them, but they're sharing 2 tables.
Craig, the big red, yellow rosette there, is that a fancy Labour rosette, or do you think that's a different constituency altogether?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's a big gathering of people around those boxes there for Yardley. The person wearing the orange rosette shakes his head there. The Workers' Party candidate Jodie McIntyre just pointing into one of the boxes there. So interested to know what is going on down there. The big gathering of people at the end of the Ladywood table has now dispersed.
Oh, Craig, I think they're discussing the validity of an individual ballot paper there. I think they're discussing the tick versus the cross.
Yes, does look like that. They're deciding. Maybe there are a selection. I think what's happening is there are a selection of potentially spoilt ballots or unclear ones, and the candidates are having to decide between them whether they accept them or not, which is possibly what the gathering was at the end
Good
of
observation.
the table for Ladywood as well. So that's a nod from the red rosettes.
It is encouraging to see so much attention given to an individual ballot out of so many thousands. Still heated discussion around this particular ballot paper.
We haven't seen that happen yet at Selly Oak. Certainly seen it happen over there in Ladywood. It happened there first, so perhaps that does mean that Ladywood are nearly there if they've got through their checking of different ballots.
I think a rule book possibly is being whipped out, or maybe some exemplars.
I suppose this is the election equivalent of VAR in action.
I was just thinking that, Craig. I think you're right. Yes.
But unautomated.
No,
and with about 20 people having to make a decision.
Inviting all the managers in to share their opinions. So as time goes on, it becomes less clear who's going to call first, rather than more clear. Two people have just disappeared behind the curtains up on the stage where the announcements are going to be made. I don't think there's going to be a grand reveal. I think the black curtain with the Birmingham City Council election logos on it is all we're going to get, and the little podium with the ICC logo on it from which things will be announced.
It's a little bit hard to tell now who's been getting the most votes, because obviously those votes were put back into boxes, but now they've been taken out again to be actually counted. So a box that was full is now empty again because those votes are being counted. So we can't really give you much of a clue as to who might be leading. But they're still gathering around, so there seems to be must be quite a few papers needing scrutiny over in Yardley. It's gathering quite a crowd down there. A group of observers walk down the central aisle. Are they going to join in with this debate down here as well, perhaps? Looks like it might be coming to an end now. Sky reporter just putting on some lip salve. It's quite dry atmosphere in here. Hall Green and Moseley still busy separating out their ballot papers. So I think it could be quite a while before they're ready to go. Ladywood, I think they are counting now rather than separating.
Yes, so that scrum has broken up over the disputed ballot papers. It all seems good-humoured.
There's an arm over the shoulder. Two of the observers there. As James says, that little group breaks up now, so those papers have been agreed upon. One of the observers checks something with one of the counters. Not sure whether that's allowed or not. So our little teams of 3 busy working away down here. The yellow markers have now been taken away, so the dividers that were separating our counters into 3s now been taken away again. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Two police officers just standing on the steps leading down from the balcony, just having an overview of the scene down here, which is still an absolute hive of counting. Papers being flicked, separated out into piles, recounted, bundled up. Elastic bands placed around. So I think you could easily double your elastic band count unless they are reusing the original 5. So if you think the original 5 were there just to put them into hundreds to make sure it was the right number of ballot papers to correspond with what each polling station said, then they've had to be unbundled to be separated out into piles for the candidate. Then they've had to be rebundled into piles for that candidate, then put back in the box. Then they've got to come out of the box again. The elastic band's got to come off again so that candidates can be counted.
I think you'd
Do you think you'd
maybe.
maybe?
I think you'd notice the piles of spent elastic bands if they weren't being reused.
If they were, it's just whether they become too baggy. That's all.
Well, I think they will have purchased elastic bands of an appropriate size for the task, because it's a very known
Sorry, I'm
thing.
just. Blue t-shirt man, I think, did reuse one there. Let's just see what seat 6 does. Does she take an elastic? She's taken an elastic band from the unused elastic band pile. So it's a mix, I think.
Yes, that's fair.
So she is now counting up another pile.
Of course, we could be surprised, Craig. The first announcement could come from one of the other counts in one of the other halls.
That's right, we don't really know what's going on over in those halls. We're presuming that counting is happening. Out in the country, if you're not listening to the national broadcasters, and why would you? Because they have got as much detail as we have. It's 60 to Labour, 3 to the Conservatives, 3 to the Lib Dems, and 1 to Reform so far out in the country. So still a long way to go, but I think as we approach 3 o'clock, this is when a lot of seats will be announced, I think.
I think the guy in the red and yellow rosette is John Cotton, the leader of Birmingham City Council. So obviously he's not standing for election, but it will impact him.
And of course, I think there were some by-elections, council by-election seats happening as well for some of the wards. So he will have been interested in what's going on there. The police officers stride between the tables between Erdington and Hall Green and Moseley. Selly Oaks supervisor gathers up bundles of papers there, puts them into Alex Khan's box. Police now making their way up the aisle between Hall Green and Moseley and Selly Oak. There's quite a lot of action at the enumeration table at Yardley now.
Yes,
So
I think Yardley look fairly on top of things.
look like they might be getting quite close there. Meanwhile, Hall Green and Moseley, still ballot papers being separated out for each candidate, so I think they are a while off yet. Looking pretty good though at Erdington, maybe. Might not be too long for them.
Of course, Craig, what they could do is weigh them rather than count them. They do that with banknotes now, don't they?
Yes, well, of course, Birmingham was the home of Avery weighing scales, so we do have the expertise here in the city to do that. Police officers make their way between Yardley and Selly Oak now. Yes, it probably would be as accurate as primary school children counting them, which is our other suggestion for future counts.
I think they've got very standard weight.
Piece of paper.
It's also cards, isn't it? So it's not... well, is it paper? No, it's paper, isn't it?
It is
It's
paper, yeah.
No, I'm thinking of the polling card, not the actual ticket. But yes, I mean, if you could do it with the valuable banknotes, you could do it with valuable votes.
And there goes John Cotton, his very, very fancy rosette there and his red tie. Disappears under the balcony beneath our commentary position. Yeah, Sky reporters just checking their phones and laptops. So Birmingham has got 9 of the country's 650 constituencies, 10 if you include Sutton Coldfields. Sutton Coldfield not being counted here tonight, being counted in the local grammar school sports hall up there.
So lots of phones coming out down among the counting fraternity, who go through another phase of not having much to do. One woman's taken a trainer off and put it on the table. Oh, I might have misseen that. I think it might have been a plastic bag. She's just put a humbug in it. She probably wouldn't do with a shoe on a table. There's now a gathering around the table at the far end of the Selly Oak count.
Oh yes, so this could be the same thing happening there. The papers that there's some uncertainty over.
You sort of wonder, it's a very simple instruction, isn't it? Choose the one you want, put a whacking great cross in the box. How'd you get that wrong? It's too far away for us to get details of the proceedings. There's a gentleman with a purple turban there. There's a woman with very bright red hair there. There's a woman with this very similarly coloured jumper there to the hair. Different person.
So the actual candidates themselves don't seem to be part of that decision-making process for some reason.
Are they called second? So it's the people. They
It's
have
like their
sponsors
coaches
or
or
something.
their
Yeah, I don't
coaches.
know. It's a second in a duel, isn't it? Maybe that's inappropriate.
So more papers now handed out to our friends down at 5, 6 and 7.
Right, we've gone 3 o'clock now. This is where we expect the results to start flowing in. Over on the chairs away to our right, below the balcony, there's a conclave of Labour activists and candidates discussing what they've seen so far.
So I'm not quite sure what's happening down here now. The papers seem to come back out of the boxes again.
Nirvana Sweater Woman and friend are in their position. The 4th and 5th chair down from that far end. Still some counting being done immediately below us and some elastic band binding. The supervisor's picking up wads of votes.
Still separating out at Hall Green and Moseley. Looks like the discussion at the end of Team 15 table has come to an end. The Conservative. I know there is that. That is the Sally Oak Labour candidate. So perhaps he was part of. Perhaps they were part of that there, and they're now making their way out of the hall. Perhaps going to Starbucks to get a venti cafe. On the screen in the distance, the BBC coverage looks like that might be Keir Starmer talking there.
News coming in from around the country that George Galloway has lost to Labour in Rochdale. He's only just got his feet under the desk there, Craig.
That's right. He'll be gutted by that, I'm sure. But
to find somewhere else to hang his hat.
He's got a career in reality television anyway, hasn't he? So he can always do some cat impressions again if he needs to make a little bit of money. So some of the tables now looking a little bit more organised, as what were bundles, separate piles, are now being bundled up together. It's looking like Selly Oak might be pretty close now to having finished. Our friends down there, seats 8, 9 and 10, just stretching back. Nirvana t-shirt lady and her friend. They got nothing to do. Might be chewing on one of those toffees. Something is quite a lot. Big calculator out down there at the enumeration table. Selly Oak. There's quite a little buzz of conversation down there now as clusters of supporters and observers gather round. It's becoming clearer now for them as to the position of their candidates. Even if you don't know the exact number, you can get an impression from how many ballots are in a box. So it's a little bit difficult to tell what's happening in Selly Oak because papers are still out on the tables waiting to be put back in. Someone's coming down here and just having a word with one of the counters, not quite sure what that's all about.
They seem to be counting big piles and then jotting totals on a slip of paper on the top of the pile. Well, they look like, yeah, Selly Oak are looking good for calling fairly soon, aren't they?
I think so, yeah. Although
Although
that's all
got
Selly
no
Oak
idea.
up there as well, isn't it? So there's still
Still some counting,
some
but
counting going on up there.
talking as if I've really got a grip of this process, and I'm sure there's extra dimensions. But
So Moams are being handed out now. That suggests that perhaps counting has finished for that team, and seats 4, 5 and 6.
maybe it's significant that people are sat at 2 of the 5 enumeration tables. Oh no, except one's just got up. Scuppered that theory. The woman is sat at the Selly Oak one. Yes, backing Craig's theory up, more elastic bands are being distributed to Team 19 by a woman dressed in an outfit that looks like elastic band colour.
Supervisor for Selly Oak sprints down to the end of the tables to grab her colleague. They don't sprint back, they're taking more of a sedate pace back. Perhaps they're heading down towards the enumeration table. Team 14, seat 6, just having what I think might be a Rice Krispie bar. She looks like she might be spent. Now they are gathering up those big piles that were in front of 8, 9 and 10. I suspect they are going to go into Alistair Khan's box, possibly. Are they? Oh no, they're just going onto the table at the moment.
It's getting quite tense here. Anticipation, which box is going to get these massive dump?
They're going to, no, it's still
I think you're right, Craig.
into
Boom,
Alec Carlbach. That's
there
quite
we
a
go.
big pile for Alistair there. The Moams being handed out for Team 11. Seats 4, 5 and 6.
Just maybe 5 or 6 counters in the Selly team still counting. Everyone else is resting up.
Yes, so this could be getting close now to an announcement from that constituency. Who's going to be first? What's happening in Ladywood over there? They are still counting out down there, aren't they?
On all,
they're still counting
2 out of the 3
Hall
tables.
Green and Moseley. Erdington, I think Erdington, they're still separating out into candidates piles, so I think they're quite a way off yet.
It's looking very good for
Selly Oak. It's not looking bad for Yardley. The police officers just making their way past the far end. So there's a table at each end of the clusters of 3 tables as well, isn't there? At the end nearest the stage, they don't seem to have been completely pressed into action yet. The enumeration tables are at our end.
Are they at our end, or are those not the crossways ones at that end?
Well, this did have a label on it that said enumeration table.
Well, that would give it away, wouldn't it?
And they do have 2 big calculators
No,
down there.
that is giving it away. That is evidence right there.
Unless they just put the sheet down there, but there is definitely something happening on these end tables here.
No, I think you're right, Craig. Big calculators, celebrations, which may be being saved till the end.
That's right. You don't want to celebrate too early, in case you find unopened ballot box under a table somewhere. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. There's plenty of people looking around. It's quite a big gathering of police up here now on the press balcony, which does suggest that there is a tea urn somewhere behind those screens down there.
Television is carrying coverage of an announcement being made somewhere else in the UK.
Here's some cheers there, but I think that was cheers possibly from television rather than from in one of the halls in the ICC.
Good. Cheers from a television a long way away, carrying footage of someone even further away.
So Selly Oak now just in the final stages, I think, of counting. One of the counters down there just having a little nap, as is the reporter for Sky News.
Yes, you need to be fresh if you're going to broadcast to the nation.
Just to reassure listeners at home, we won't be taking a nap. We will be here until the results are in, which we're expecting won't be too long away now, hopefully. Out in the country, it's 90 to Labour, 7 to the Conservatives, 9 to the Lib Dems and 1 to Reform at the moment. Hopefully we'll soon be adding some Birmingham results to that tally. Our friends down at 5, 6 and 7, table 5 is just unwrapping a Murray Mint. Pops it in his mouth. He's earned that. He takes off his glasses, puts them down on the table.
Looking at the boxes for the Hall Green and Moseley voters, it's looking quite close from our sort of eye guesstimate. Looks like maybe Shakil Afsar, the independent candidate, is possibly just in second place, but not far behind the Labour Tahir Ali.
Oh, no, so what's happening now is that we thought Selyout were close, but actually now they've just brought out the ballot papers for Erin Crawford. The yellow election office next customer strips are back out again to divide up our counters, and so the count continues. So yes, apologies listeners if we got you a little bit overexcited there. So they've possibly counted in alphabetical order, so they might have done Jane Baston, they might have done Alistair Carnes. Now they're on to Erin Crawford. The other boxes don't look like they've got many people in, many votes in them, so it may not take that long to get these ones counted.
It's 3:15 here in Birmingham, as it is everywhere else across the UK, and Hall 3 at the ICC. We are deep. Well, we're 4.25 hours into the counting. 5.5 hours since the polls closed.
Remember the ICC staff just walking around, soaking in the atmosphere. Jody McIntyre makes his way out of the hall under the balcony where we are based.
It must be double time for the ICC team, I reckon, working through the night like this.
The Liberal Democrats for Hall Green and Moseley back in the hall. He's put his hoodie back on. He races to the end of the table, and there's a gathering at the end there. So this is probably Hall Green and Moseley checking their slightly contentious ballot papers. They've all been called in. Gathered round there.
If there was a ballot paper with a cross in one box and a tick in a different box, what do you reckon they'd do?
I think that counts as a spoilt paper because it's not clear as to which candidate you have given your vote, I think.
I think traditionally it's like a tick would be yes and a cross would be no.
Yeah, I don't think that's the way it works, though.
No, a good job I didn't do that then.
Out in the country, 98 to Labour, 8 to the Conservatives, 10 to the Lib Dems, and 1 to Reform. Here in Birmingham, it's still 0-0-0. But we are definitely getting closer now. And behind us, I think Ahmed Yaqub, the independent candidate for Birmingham Ladywood, is being interviewed by just being interviewed. Can't quite hear what they're talking about. Just get Marjorie maybe to turn up the volume on her hearing aid, and she might be able to eavesdrop to what is being said. Sky News still having a little nap. Bundles coming out of box Selly ready to be counted. It's 3:20.
The observers running out of things to observe. They are haggling over those spoilt tick crosses ballots over in that table at the far end. This rate, the results could come in one after the other in a bit of a rush here in Birmingham. They're coming in fast around the country now. Looks like 100 to Labour, up 39. Conservatives on 9, which seems hardly fair, does it? Oh, 102 now to 9. Conservatives down 45. Maybe suggest Labour strongholds count faster. Wow, Conservatives have gained from Labour in Leicester East. That must be an unusual situation there.
Yeah. Well, I wonder those brown envelopes. Is that where the spoilt ballot papers go into? I wonder.
I would love to see those spoilt ballot papers, Craig. Love to see what craziness people have got up to.
They've finished counting down here on seats 5 and 6. Seat 7, he's still got a little bit of work to do to get through all those. So they've been counted. The little sticky label with the total has been attached to the front. And those papers get put into the box for the independent candidate Selly Kamal Hawash.
So Marjorie's been delving deep into voting practices around Europe, and says there was a bit of a fad for electronic voting earlier this century, with a number of countries adopting it, but then quite a few of those then subsequently abandoning it. It seems like the paper and pencil approach is the way to go. Apparently, Belgium and Estonia both have the electronic ballots going at the moment. Actually, get to know the results instantly in those, I suppose. Like 1 second after 10. Yeah,
You do lose the thrill of the count, though, don't you, if it's all electronic?
Yes, it's pretty thrilling here, Craig.
Who would want to miss so many thimblets being called into action? Sky News still got 3 packets of kettle chips there, unopened. And I don't know if they'll be wanting to share those out with their broadcasting colleagues next door, or whether they're intending to keep them all for themselves. There's a tub of Pringles over there, the far end, which I think is maybe the city council.
The
city council
yeah.
over there.
They might
Pringles.
have confiscated those Pringles from the table down here, actually.
And BBC, they're still awake over there. ITN, I think they're still awake at the moment. And Ahmed Yaqub, the independent candidate for Ladywood, now being interviewed by BBC WM.
Well, Keir Starmer's been elected MP for Holborn and St Pancras, which must be a relief to him. It'd be tricky to be a Prime Minister if you weren't a Member of Parliament. having done absolutely dozens of jobs around the cabinet, Grant Shapps is going to be looking for yet another new job. Only this, he's no longer an MP.
So they're still counting down here at Selly Oak. The Conservative observer is back again, so it's possible that these are the Conservative votes that are being counted now down there as we move along the alphabet. That is Conservative candidate is Simon Phipps. Then after that we have Dave Radcliffe. So we are moving nicely through Selly Oak, I think. Can't quite tell what's happening at Hall Green and Moseley. I think they've done all the separating now. Yellow diesel t-shirt man is just having a chat with some of his fellow counters further down the line. Most of the observers have pretty much given up observing. There's still a big conference down at the end of the tables for Hall Green and Moseley as they try to decipher some of those ballots.
So nationally, 20% of results have been announced, 0% in Birmingham. Yeah. Might be a Labour candidate across there. Is eating some crisps, puts his arm around someone who I presume is his wife, stroke partner, rubs her shoulder.
Quite a few people gathered around the big LCD television over there at the far end of the press balcony. So we haven't got one at this end. Still counting down here.
Looks like Jeremy Corbyn, standing in his old constituency, has retained that, but as an independent, so that's a loss for Labour there. Try not to shift focus too far from this room. Police officer carrying his helmet in his right hand just moves the tensile barrier away from the bottom of the stairs so he can come up onto the balcony with us.
Yeah, one of the Birmingham Hall Green counters kicks her legs underneath the table, yawns, just trying to give herself a final burst of energy as we getting close to the end of the count here. One of the supervisors having a chat with one of the counters there, which suggests that perhaps we're not too far off at Hall Green and Moseley now as well. But Selly Oak, papers still coming out of boxes to be counted again.
So Craig, it's gone under our radar a little bit because we've been really concentrating on the general election, but there has been a local election count today and the results have just come in. This is for the Kings Norton North ward of the City Council, where Carmel Gertrude Corrigan of the Labour Party has won that election, followed by the Greens, the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives bringing up the rear in fourth place. So yes, some real local news there for us.
So there'll be celebrating on the streets of Kings Norton North tonight. Certainly the Labour supporters will be. Empty box gets placed on the table for Hall Green and Moseley. Our friend at table 7 starts counting again, watched under the watchful gaze of I think a Conservative observer. I think quite a few of the boxes are currently empty, which doesn't mean the candidate hasn't got any votes. It just means that their papers are now out on the tables being counted. The observer with the flat cap and the Palestine flag is just watching counters at seat 8, 9 and 10. Now they were working in groups of 3 before, but now they are working in groups of 2. The little elections office next to customer please lines have been separated them out into 2s, which does mean that seats 1, 2 and 3 don't have anything to do at the moment.
The partner of the Labour candidate that I mentioned earlier on has moved, and I can see there's either wearing a large cast on their left foot and leg, or is breaking new fashion territory with kind of big boot on the left foot and smaller shoe on the right foot. If it is a cast, it's a dark cast. It's the same colour as their more conventional right footwear.
Ahmed Yacoub just makes his way off the press balcony as the police make their way behind our commentary position. Sky reporter still having a good nap next to us. The cameraman's he's still awake though.
More local news here. The Northfield ward results have been declared, and in this one the Labour Party won just narrowly ahead of the Conservatives, and so I think that's possibly a gain for Esther Rye, the Labour Party, just winning by 150 odd votes, so very, very close, with 74 rejected ballot papers. So those arguments about which votes count or not came close to being significant there. The Green Party came in 3rd, with the Liberal Democrats trailing in 4th place, but fairly respectable numbers for both of them, around the 500 mark. So that's it. And then more on the national stories. Nigel Farage has won in Clacton for Reform over the Conservatives and has a majority of 8,405 there. So after 7 failed attempts to become an MP, the former MEP is now an MP.
So piles of ballot papers are stacked up on tables all around us now. They're back to counting at Hall Green and Moseley after their brief respite, and they're still counting down here at Selly Oak. I think though we are getting towards the end of that. I think we might be counting up Dave Radcliffe's the Liberal Democrat candidate's votes, or possibly we're still on Phipps votes. A little bit hard to tell now what's happening down there. But this is interesting. Team 16 are having the labels from their tables removed now by one of the supervisors. That must mean that their job is done. That's Team 16. I think they are also part of the Selly Oak constituency. So looks like those counters are done for the evening.
One of those counters is the one we mentioned earlier in the very comfortable, soft-looking fuchsia top, and for a moment she was having a little snooze on her forearms, head on her forearms, which is on the table there, but she's now chatting to the young man to her left. There's a empty chair in between the two of them, but he's sharing some thoughts and opinions with her, and she's listening and then replying. Craigie, at this point as a counter, would you be, someone was hoping you'd be given more stuff to do, or would you be happy to sort of sit and have a chat with your mates?
I think I would want to be up for a chat now, I think. Chat and a Murray Mint. And I think I'd be done by now, I think.
I'd probably be happy to still count, but I probably would need that Murray Mint to spur me on.
Still getting a lot of scrutiny down here from the Conservative Observer. It looks like though Team 15 and 16 might be done now.
So the candidates taking a couple of the sweets from the counters table, and the supervisor told them not to. And then there was a somewhat incredulous look from the candidates, and then a questioning look as to whether they were being teased or not. And the ultimate conclusion was they thought they probably were allowed the sweets after all.
So quite a lot of pacing around now as people just wait for these final counts to be made, these final tallies, these final piles to be added up. The voting is over. The separating out of ballots is over. Most of the counting is over. Soon the candidates will be put out of their misery after weeks of campaigning. They will know their fate very, very shortly.
So nationally, the Labour on 125, Conservatives on 18, Liberal Democrats keeping pace them really on 14, Reform on 2, Scottish National Party on 1, Plaid Cymru 1, others also 1. It's probably Jeremy Corbyn is the other in that context.
So the back counting on Hall Green and Moseley, and they're also back counting on Team 13 for Selly Oak. They're also Team 15 also counting for Selly Oak. Team 16 looks like they are done and dusted.
Gentleman with a beard and a burgundy polo shirt is reading from a book. He's a few pages into a very thick paperback there. He's a counter. He's actually sat next to the woman identified early on, who's got the white headphones on and is watching something on her phone.
The election office dividers are out again, and the ballot papers for Alex Khan's come out of the box and are put out to be counted. I must say I thought they had already been counted, so I'm not quite sure why they are being counted again.
They're taking no chances here.
I don't quite know how other areas of the country manage to do it in an hour and a half. And it takes Birmingham 5 hours to do the same job, but
They can't
maybe we're more thorough here.
Yeah, they can't be doing it to our quality. I think the counting's speeding up. I think some of the people here, they really developed their technique using those thimblets. Craig, I think a lot of the journalists here are really just for the results rather than the process, really.
That's right, they probably could have just rocked up at now, stayed in their hotel rooms and just come along now rather than being here all evening like we have.
Yeah,
They've missed out on quite a lot of detail.
Fuchsia sweatshirt woman has stopped talking to the man a couple of seats down from her, and he's now trying to have a snooze with her head on her folded arms that are on the desk.
Team 19 for Yardley, still counting. Team 20 for Yardley are still counting. So it's a little bit hard to tell now how far away we are, because every time we think we're close, they get the ballot papers back out of the box and count them again.
Yeah, it's like they move the finishing line away from you just as you think it's in sight. Not that we're bothered. Oh, I know that man down there. Oh, what's his name?
That's,
Scott. Is that Scott?
That's John.
John, that's it. John Thingy. Yes.
I'm not sure we can
No, can't name
allow
him,
to
but yeah, we
reveal
both
his
know who we're talking
surname.
about. Oh, yes.
He's obviously been doing
Nice fella.
been doing a bit of counting. He's got a fuchsia pink wristband on.
Turns out I didn't know she's standing, but I know one of the Green candidates as well. Surprised to see her on the ballot paper. Not my constituency, but yes, a
She's
musician.
awake. The Sky reporter is awake again. She might have been hoping that she was going to wake up to it all being over, but she's going to be sorely disappointed when she sees that they're still counting. Still, she's got 3 bags of crisps to choose from. So, it's not all bad news.
Yeah, I think she's got to try and look fresh, haven't you? And I think she's going to be struggling to...
Other
fresh.
news teams being offered sweets by one of the candidates, but we haven't been offered. Of course, we wouldn't accept either because it might prejudice
I think
our
it's because we don't do interviews, Craig. I
impartiality.
think he's trying to get
He's trying to get
himself
himself on
interviewed.
TV.
We're,
So more news coming in from Marjorie that apparently this is the lowest turnout ever after the first 100 seats have been counted. So
Spare elastic bands.
that's why there's a huge amount of elastic bands. Because we were thinking it's taking so long here because the turnout was high, but actually that's not the case, unless Birmingham is a bit of an outrider and everyone here has voted.
Bless you, cameraman, Sky TV sneezes away to our right. Might have picked that up in our effects microphone.
Oh, the supervisor's now bringing round some drinks for the counters.
Away to the left, the cameraman with his tiny little light is repositioning that yet again in front of the presenter, the one who was interviewing the professor earlier on. She's now in front of the camera. He's turned it down a little bit, maybe trying to make it a little bit look more like night time. She's picked up her phone to check the results there. The guy's back again, offering. He is offering those sweets around. I do feel like we have been snubbed, Craig. Maybe this backdrop behind us is. Oh, he's after a selfie or something there. No, we can't really endorse that.
So yes, as we just mentioned, the turnout so far after 100 seats is 57%, the lowest since 1950, when the turnout was 83.9%. The last election, the turnout was 67%. So I was thinking earlier that the good weather might have meant that turnout was quite high, but obviously that doesn't. Good weather might have meant people went for a nice walk instead.
So Craig, there's a seismic result over there in Leicester South with independent candidate beating Jonathan Ashworth, Labour's Shadow Paymaster General since 2023. And yes, he did have a majority of 22,000 at the last general election. So that is absolutely huge result for the independent candidate there. The Gaza effect is massive there. I wonder if we're going to have repercussions like that here in Birmingham. There's certainly plenty of people in this hall who are hoping so, including the guy in the Palestine flagged baseball cap down in front of us there.
Oh, cameras are starting to be lined up.
No one yet on the
no one on the podium. That cameraman there has just got his camera closer to the balcony edge, but he's got it focused down on the count. I think they are from the BBC there. They've got it focused down on the Hall Green and Moseley tables.
So at this point, the Team Erdington are looking pretty good. All the action seems to be on the middle tables there. If I had to go for it, I would say Erdington are going to announce first in this hall.
Yes, they've got. Looks like they've stopped. They have stopped counting there, haven't they? They've just got the bundled piles now at the end of the middle row. The middle rows of tables are the middle of the three rows. They are sort of administrative tables where the boxes are stored and where the supervisors sit and complete paperwork. And then the rows of tables either side of that are where the counting takes place. Still looking pretty bright-eyed down there. Blue t-shirt man just yawning there. I think he'll be hoping that he is done for the evening. The Conservative observer still walking up and down. I don't think anything is going to change now. You can walk up and down all you like. The votes are in and they have been counted and recounted, and by the look of it, recounted again. The Conservative, some Labour supporters, the far side of the hall, just having a little rest.
So approaching a third of results have been called across the country. Still none from Birmingham. Here in Hall 3.
People are now, sorry James, people are now seated at the tables at the far end of the counting tables now. Certainly at Selly Oak and Moseley and Hall Green. It's not quite sure what that signifies, if anything. No one seated at Ladywood, Erdington or Yardley as yet.
The gentleman to our left with the very long lens is back up. He's got his monopod out and is focused away in the distance, the other side of the hall. You do need long lens if you're going to see the declaration from this balcony.
Cameraman just adjusting the colour of lights on his LED light there. It's going through bright white.
Selly Oak still feel like they've got a way to go before they're ready to declare. Likewise, Hall Green and Moseley. Yardley probably not too far off. Likewise, Ladywood, but I really do think that Erdington from in this hall are going to announce first. If we do our revision on the state of play in Erdington, you can see what's what there. There we go, last of my notes to come out here. Oh yes, that's Erdington. We've got the 7-way race off. The Erdington constituency obviously goes right up to King's Standing and sweeps down through Perry Common, Upper Witton, Erdington obviously, Gravelly Hill, Birches Green, right down to include Castlevale. It doesn't go as far as Minworth. It's obviously got Royal Sutton Coalfield just to the north there. Last time it was 50% Labour, 40% Conservative. The Brexit, Liberal Democrats and Green parties all with very modest votes there.
There's a bit of a gathering at the end of a table, central table in Yardley.
Says Erdington
maybe they found some more controversial ballots. All the dividing sticks have been now taken away from the counters at Selly Oak. Tables 1, 2 and 3 sitting with their arms folded. I think for them it might be job done.
So yes, at Erdington we've got an independent, Shaukat Ali, who's anti-war. I think most people are anti-war, but he's particularly anti-war, it seems. Wants student tuition fees abolished and maintenance grants back. We've got Fazana and Aslam standing for the Liberal Democrats. It's her first time standing for election. She's a barrister. We've got Jack Brooks standing for Reform. He's a 25-year-old and a local lad. Paulette Hamilton, she's standing for Labour. She was Birmingham's first black MP when she was elected in 2022, following the death of Drac Domi. Steve Nee is the Conservative candidate there. He owns a broadcast facility. Karen Trench is the Green Party candidate. She started off as a Liberal Democrat councillor for Perry Barr. And then Corinthia Ward, who is the Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition Party. And she's also anti-war and anti-cuts. And she stood in the Erdington ward in 2022 and didn't win it because Bobby Alden, the leader of the Conservative group at Birmingham City Council, won that one. So yes, if Erdington do announce first, it's one of those 7 candidates.
So more ballot papers being bundled up down below us, which I think that must mean they have now been finally being counted. Looks like it's job done for
Yardley there. Yeah.
team 17 for Yardley.
These announcements could be quite rapid fire when they come, I think, Craig.
That's right. Candidates, I think, are beginning to gather now. Some new faces arriving in the hall. Bundles of papers being now being gathered up. Still some observers looking to the bitter end, just hoping perhaps that some papers might have magically appear, but it's not going to happen. The boxes for each candidate's now being refilled here at Selly Oak.
Finish me grandee there, Craig.
Was it a grande
Grandee.
or a venti? A grande.
Well, and then Vente is another
Vente's
40,
bigger, and then
no
Trenta's even bigger again.
No,
I
it's
don't know if they do that here.
No, it's a good choice. The whatever we had was a good choice. That's enough. The ICC security guards have moved to the bottom of the stairs, either side of the stage, but they're not guarding the ramp. So if you do want to storm the stage, the ramp's your best option. It's quite high, so you're probably best off using the ramp. Kind of a leap direct to the stage would be fairly athletic.
I haven't got any. Don't think we've got any candidates in Birmingham who are going to be dressed in fancy dress or anything, have we?
No, I think
this time it's a bit of a shame.
Well, you say shame, Craig, but I think maybe it's just showing proper deference to the enormity of the task ahead of whoever gets to represent this fair region.
I think it looks like all the counting is done in Yardley now. Just the final piles being reckoned. They're still counting Hall Green and Moseley. Still a little bit of counting going on in Selly Oak, not quite sure why. And looks like it's all done in Erdington as well. They're all being piled up and final reckonings being done. Same in Ladywood, I think. Oh no, I think there's still a little bit of counting going on in Ladywood. So at the moment, it looks like Erdington and Yardley are going to be pretty ready to go, which is quite surprising, particularly for Yardley, who, if you were listening earlier, will know their ballot boxes were quite late coming into the hall, so they were playing catch-up right from the start, but now it looks like they are ahead of the game.
Well, I think they might have benefited from that adrenaline rush when those boxes came in.
It's quite a young team of counters there as well.
Do you think they come from the Erdington constituency, the counters, or do you think they're pooled across?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether you have to be from your constituency to count in your constituency.
It'd be nice though if they were, wouldn't they? It'd be nice. Or maybe to be independent, maybe they shouldn't be. Maybe it's like the primary school kids again. Primary school kids are another part of the world. No, that reduces the... we decided there was an efficiency in counting the votes at your polling station.
So our friends in Team 14 just lean back in their chairs. Seat 7 rubs his eyes. Seat 6 leans back, rests her head on the back of the chair, looks up to the ceiling.
The woman in the comfy fuchsia fleece who has had her snooze is now talking across the man sat to her left to the woman sat on his left, although is occasionally turning to mention some of the stuff to him. He nods away at whatever she's saying there.
So Hall Green and Moseley still look like they are quite a way off yet.
Elastic bands have been collected up for reuse.
Going back into the boxes. Oh yes, there's no... so they might be used again in a couple of years' time for the local elections.
One supervisor gives a mini shoulder massage to the other there. It's kind of D-mob happy end of term vibe.
Yeah. So it looks like it is...
Counter takes a big swig from a very large bottle of water there.
looks like it's pretty much job done now for most of the Selly Oak counters. Still a bit of work to do. Moseley and Hall Green.
Much like the Tour de France, it's as if the counters and the supervisors there are the domestiques who have dragged the candidates and journalists to the final sprint, the moment of declaration on the main stage. They are pretty much spent, and the way is opening up for the commentariat to step into the vacuum. All the thimblets are being collected up as well. That sure sign that counting duties are over.
Yep. So you don't get to keep. Doesn't look like you get to keep your thimblet.
No, I think it's the other way around. I think if you're a true pro, you wouldn't want to keep your thimblet. You'd supply your own, I think.
Yes, suppose you could have a custom fit thimblet.
Yeah, in your favourite colour.
Your Conservative observer Sally Oak constituency walks down the line, but there's nothing left to observe except a few tired counters. That looks like it is it for Sally Oak. Still going at Hall Green and Moseley. Looks like it's all done in Erdington, still going in Ladywood, all done in Yardley. That's the situation here in Hall 3 at the International Convention Centre here in Birmingham, as we are getting very close now to having the results announced for the 9 Birmingham constituencies. General election 2024. It's 6 minutes past 4. Early speculation when we arrived here at about 9 o'clock was that we could be here until around 5 o'clock, and that is looking like a fairly accurate prediction at the moment.
The Greens have won a seat. So I think they started the day with one, and they've finished the day with one. Although no, I suppose they dissolved Parliament, didn't they? So they had one at the end of last Parliament, one in this Parliament. So they're level, but not all the results are in yet. Labour are more than halfway to a majority, with depending on which web browser you're looking at, 201 or 98. Seats, looking for 326 for that majority. Security guards are wandering around, the in-house ICC guards.
The Liberal Democrat candidate for Moseley and Hall Green just wandering around in the middle aisle there.
It's the only people doing jobs now other than tidying up jobs are the supervisors who are counting the big piles. Oh, and news of face mask woman. Her mask has progressively moved from below her chin to over her mouth, and now it seems to be over her nose as well. It's Bristol West was the green win, so if they get Brighton as well, then they've doubled their tally. So well done if you're all still up and listening to us, bringing you moment by moment, ballot by ballot coverage from the Birmingham count here at the ICC. We've got Sky News, we've got ITN, we've got BBC, we've got Channel 4, we think we've got GB News, we think we've got a Pakistani TV channel, we've certainly got a load of radio as well, but none of them are bringing you the forensic detail and analysis that the commentators have been bringing you since 9:30 in the evening yesterday.
I wonder if there are any other constituencies that begin with BR that the Greens might win tonight. They won Brighton and Bristol.
Probably not Bradford.
Probably not Bradford. I think that's already. I think Bradford's already gone.
Is Brighouse a place, or am I making that up?
I think there was
Bridlington.
There was a Bridlington that could be. They could win that. I think Brighouse was a
person.
Didn't he? I think he used to run Ofsted. I think.
No, he was Birmingham education guy, wasn't he? Professor Tim
Brighouse. Yes. So yeah, Brighton, Bristol. so far gone green.
Would cramp your style if you could only run in places with the same initial 2 letters. Yeah, the professor has added a neck scarf to his ensemble there. There's just quite a lot of idle wandering around the hall now. So at this point the process becomes quite opaque to the outsider.
Yes, I'd imagine the candidates now know pretty much whether they have won or lost, although Hall Green are still busy counting, as are Ladywood.
Apologies if you didn't get the fact checker checking on our incoming news. It was actually Bristol Central, of course, that was won there by the Greens. I think she was going up against the Labour's shadow culture secretary. So if the Labour Party does form the next government, they're going to be casting around for a new culture secretary.
So a little gaggle of people gathered around the large screen telly at the far end of the balcony. It's 12 minutes past 4. It's Hall 3 of the ICC. It's General Election 2024. It's Friday the 5th of July, and we must now be very close to having some results here in Birmingham. So we've just heard from Marjorie that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat.
You can, I think you can have a Mordaunt sense of humour, can't you, Craig?
You can have a morbid sense of humour. I don't know if you can have a Mordaunt
that's
sense
true.
of
Yeah, maybe
humour.
I've got that
Not
slightly
sure
wrong.
whether that is an adjective or not.
Might have
To
look that up.
mordant, verb. To mordant, I mordant, you mordant, we mordant.
Just wonder if her family.
Out in the country, it's 214 to Labour, 35 to the Conservatives.
There we go. Mordaunt having or showing a sharp or critical quality, biting humour. So Penny Mordaunt, and she was known for the Prime Minister is not hiding under a desk comment. So yeah. Anyway, she can tell tales of that on the after dinner circuit now, as she looks for other employment, sword bearer, etc.
We've got more hardcore police in now as we get closer to results being announced. They've finished counting at Selly Oak. They're still counting at Hall Green. They're still counting at Ladywood. They've finished in Erdington, and I thought they'd finished at Yardley, but it doesn't look like they have.
They found some more down the back of the sofa.
I'm not quite sure what has happened there.
Blimey, they look like back to square one there.
Yeah, it does look like they have started again there. Team 19. So whether it's close perhaps then, they're having to do a recount, I'm not sure.
I wonder if there's an element in which the returning officer looks at what results are coming in nationwide and goes for a little gap in the announcements. You don't want to be too close to some other high-profile, minister losing their seat. Then you're going to be lost in the hoo-ha about that.
It's a big moment, of course, for a returning officer on national television in front of however many people are still up at this time of night to see you. You'd probably want to be, you'd want a quicker count really if you're a returning officer, wouldn't you? So you got more viewers here. I suspect it's going to be only a few hardcore politicos going to be watching the results from Birmingham come in live.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a cheer from somewhere down there.
Definitely a cheer.
Not quite sure what that was for. Might just have been a cheer that have actually finished counting. The dividing sticks are being gathered up at Hall Green and Moseley. No, sorry, at Erdington. They're still out at Hall Green. Looks like one of the counters is going home. Not sure when they're allowed to go home, the counters. They're still here.
You want to make sure that it's all signed off before you send them home, don't you? Because you wouldn't want to do a recount.
No, maybe they
do
have
it all
to go
by
until
yourself.
it's all, as you say, officially ticked off. In case a recount is called by one of the candidates. The paper labels being removed from the tables here in Selly Oak. But they're still counting down there, Team 19 in Yardley. No sign of camera crews being desperate to move down to that newly erected stage down there.
Yes, in the technical discussions earlier on, there was some talk that they could just reach it from here with their long lenses. But who knows? Maybe that would be more for the handheld team that ran down onto the counting floor on one of those escorted visits we saw way back, if listeners and viewers were with us back in the heady days of July the 4th.
Yes, could be for bloggers as well who've only got their mobile phones to record this moment of history on. I think our friend down there in the blue t-shirt might be doing crossword or Sudoku down there now. He's done his counting, trying to keep his mind active. The
maybe a little wind down.
I think we're getting
like
words now, perhaps, of when results are going to be announced.
Yeah, Sky TV producer is riffling through some, getting ready to go down. But, we've got news coming in here. So news. We've been this hall 3's been beaten by one of the other halls. The Hodge Hill result is due imminently. Hodge Hill
Liam
and
Byrne,
Solihull North.
he won this seat 4 times since 2010.
So some camera crews are packing up from beside us here and going to move down to that platform down in front of the stage.
So Hodge Hill, Liam Byrne, of course, famously left the "There's No Money Left" note in 2010 when he was Chief Secretary to the Treasury. So Hodge Hill joined by Solihull North, so a bit of Solihull, now part of the city of Birmingham, which I'm sure they are delighted by. So there's a bit of a buzz now in the hall.
So the producer for the Sky TV is holding up a red piece of card in front of the lens there, saying Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North in front of the camera, which I assume that feed is going to their main studio, wherever that's based, and that is probably a way of alerting them that they want to be coming here very soon to get the results of the first of the Birmingham count. So a little insight there, listeners and viewers, into how these main TV channels work. How interesting. So she's got all the red cards prepared there on the table beside her, ready to hold up. Obviously we are exclusively Birmingham operation here, so we don't need to do that, and you're with us all through the night. Thank you for being there. We can bring you live but not so exclusive coverage of the results, which apparently are imminent, which means soon. So this count that's about to be announced wasn't actually here in the Hall 3, where we've got 5 of the counts. It was in one of the minor halls elsewhere on this campus. Here we go. It was Hall 10. Yes, possibly backing up my theory that if you're the only count in a hall, that might give you a bit of an advantage, because that was the only count in Hall 10, and if that theory holds true, then maybe we'll be getting Sutton Coldfield yet as next as the sole count, but that's up in Sutton Coldfield, so if that comes through, we won't be covering that live, I'm afraid. CS Hodge Hill. So Liam Byrne defending his seat. He had an absolutely vast majority last time. There have been some boundary redrawing, but majority of 28,000 plus there last time. So it was in front of the Conservatives in second place. But this maybe will give us a sense of how the other parties, the more independent parties, whether they've made any impression at all.
So there's a big queue of journalists and on the stairs now, waiting to be allowed onto the floor for the first result to be announced. The Sky reporter looks like they're going to stay up here with us on the balcony though. Looks like Sullyoak is all done. It looks like Hall Green and Moseley is still not quite done. They're still sifting through ballot papers over there. Erdington are done, I think. Finally looks like Ladywood are done as well, but Yardley, who we thought had done well, like they are still got a little bit of counting work to do down there. Counters still having to sit at their tables though, not being released. Not quite sure how many of them are going to be going to work tomorrow. Well, it's already tomorrow, I mean today.
So we each have our own goals to set. Sometimes we're not competing against the people we're up against. Sometimes we're competing against our previous performances. And Jamie Pullen, the Reform candidate in Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North, was formerly a member of the Libertarian Party. And in 5 local elections he's fought in Warwickshire, he's polled a total of 361 votes. That's an average of slightly over 72 votes per election. But so I imagine he'll be hoping to outstrip that by a considerable margin today, which by hitching his wagon to the Reform horse, I'm sure he can expect to get more than 72 votes. But we shall see. I'm not a pundit, just a commentator, but occasionally get drawn into a little bit of speculation. We've seen James Giles doing his interview. No sign of Imran Ali Khan for the Green Party yet, or Hazim Mohammed Asak for the Liberal Democrat. or even Caroline Clapper for the Conservative and Unionist Party.
Journalists still being held on the stairs leading down from the balcony to the counting floor.
If Caroline Clapper gets elected in Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North, that will be a bit of a lifestyle change for her, because she's currently a councillor from Hertsmere in Herefordshire, which is quite a long way from Hodge Hill and Solihull North. But I suppose the M40 or the M1 can get you back there, or perhaps the A5, and then on to the A4146, which travels through Leighton Buzzard. She might be secretly hoping she doesn't get the job.
LBC reporters just walking behind our commentary position here.
I think imminent might mean slightly different things in local council terminology to that in commentator world.
It's a fine line between imminent and interminable in the counting world, I think, as they still flicking through those ballots for Hall Green and Moseley down there. It seems to be a never-ending task counting those. Still quite a few sweets out on the tables. The elastic bands have gone. Certainly gone from Sally Oak. The sweets are still there.
I suppose you could chew on an elastic band if you didn't want the calories or the sugar rush, but you wanted to exercise your jaw.
Yes, I don't think we should recommend that though, because it could be quite a bad choking hazard.
No, I wasn't recommending it. I was just saying you could do it. It's
Liberal Democrat ambles down the central aisle. The Conservative candidate for Sally Oak walks past Simon Phipps, walks down the aisle between Sally Oak and Yardley. He's got a smile on his face.
So still counting being done on the Yardley tables. I say still, I think it's revived counting. Paper clips. I don't think. Yeah, we've been asked about paper clips. I thought I saw one, but that might have been a hallucination.
I thought I saw one, but I don't think it was. I think it was a small post-it note. I don't think they use paper clips. I think the paper attachment tool of choice here is the elastic band.
I think paper clips are dangerous, aren't they? Because you can unintentionally have extra ballot papers caught in the clip, or you can accidentally lose them. So yeah, I think they may even be banned.
And also because you're trying to get bundles of 25, you'd have to have you'd have to use those really big paper clips to hold so many ballot papers together.
And yeah, I do apologise to listeners who are after the brands of elastic bands. Really difficult to tell from here because we've not been given access to the floor, but they look like pucker ones, don't they? Like proper, like branded ones, not your kind of what do you call them? You know, own brand.
They might be government issue.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, HM
possibly.
Stationery Office.
Yeah.
Don't they privatise stationery? I don't know. Surely Thatcher outsourced stationery.
Yes, I'm not sure whether there's a central. One of our counters there just being offered a Mr. Kipling Bakewell tart, but he's turned that down.
It's
surprising.
Stoic, yeah. Oh, they're being
released. The press are coming down the steps to
It's going to be a bit
that
of squeeze
front
on that
podium.
platform, I reckon, Craig. Going to be jostling for the position. There was some discussion as to whether a step up was required onto this platform, and it was decided it wasn't, but it is quite a hefty old step up there. He's a tall lad, and he got up, and that
he's struggling to get
boss
his
Sarah's possibly
tripod up there.
now he's spotted the guys with the tripod there. Has spotted that the way the platform's set up, because the lectern is staged right, the big stage, and the platform's squarely in front of the stage. The best position is the first position you come to. So rather than moving along to the far end of the platform, as would be the polite thing to do, to get a good position, he's just stepped straight on and plonked his tripod there, and everyone else is going to have to walk around him.
Yes, he must be
It's cut and thrust, isn't it, Craig?
old hand at this game.
Yeah.
I think everyone else is having to, as you say, go round, take up a position in a less favourable spot
Take no
on
prisoners.
that stage.
Well, I suppose it's favourable if you want the returning officer right in front of you. If you want the candidates in front of you, then maybe being a bit further along is okay. So
There aren't huge fields of candidates here, are there? Mostly 6 and 7. I seem to remember in the old days. In the old days, sometimes there used to be 10 candidates standing, but it's just I think the maximum we've got is
6 or 7.
7, I think. Yeah, 7. I think is the maximum we've got.
Oh, actually, no, it's 8. 8 here. The Hall, Green and Moseley.
Oh, we've got an 8. Yes, there's a few independents there. So now looks like people are beginning to gather now. The press are assembled. Oh, and looks like the returning officer is striding onto the stage. Oh, now he's gone off the other side. Came on one side, gone off the other side. Just checking something out with Sarah down there, I think.
So yes, some of the press having to do with sitting on the front edge of that platform because the platform was fully taken. Sky are holding up their red Birmingham Hodge Hill sign for the control room.
Out in the country, it's 262 to Labour, 50 to Conservatives, 33 to the Lib Dems, 4 to Reform, 4 to the SNP, 3 to Plaid Cymru, 2 to Sinn Féin, and 2 to Independents, 1 Green, 1 DUP, 1 Alliance, and that's it so far.
So Labour only 64 off a majority.
Are we about to make that 63 off a majority here in Birmingham as we wait for the Hodge Hill and Solihull North constituency result to be announced? The returning officer did make an appearance and now is gone again.
So mentioned the candidates will. Are the candidates already there in front of the stage, or is that press?
I think that's all press, though. That might be because we don't recognise any of them because they've been in another hall. Although I think we would recognise Liam Byrne. I can't
we said Hall.
make out whether he's down there or not.
Yeah, I think congratulations to Hall. I think it was Hall 10. We said congratulations to them for providing us with the winner. There's rumours swirling around Hall 3 here that Ahmed Yacoub is going to win Birmingham Ladywood, which would be a big shock, disappointment from Shabana Mahmood, but Labour admit it's close, but they think that she's going to be okay. Either way, a major shot across the bows for the Labour Party and their stance as it's perceived on Gaza.
So there's still a group of observers watching the count over there at Ladywood, which we thought had finished, but it's still going on in the table furthest away from us, and it's still going on in Yardley, and it's still going on in Hall Green and Moseley.
So Sky seem to be the only people who have a presenter going to present at this moment. I think the others are just going to take the live feed from the studio and comment on it in London or wherever they are based.
So we're just waiting for the return of the returning officer.
Yes, it might be his first go as a returning officer. Or it might be that he did it for the local elections and this is his return as the returning officer.
He might have returned to his office.
So yes, again imminent, as Craig says, starts to blend with interminable. But it's like the game shows where they give you a very long pause between the winner is. You cut back and forth between the candidates. I don't think the Deputy Returning Officer is going to grandstand in that way here. He's going to, once he's up there, he's going to rip straight into it. So yeah, some of these seats are a little bit reconstituted, so like-for-like comparisons are going to be difficult, but we'll just jot down the numbers and maybe reflect on those a little bit if we get time between this result and other results. Quick survey of the room here, counting going on for Yardley, a bit of that, a little bit of counting going on for the Hall Green Moseley, no counting going on for Selly Oak, no counting going on for Erdington, and a little bit of counting going on for Ladywood, but not very much. So we can't be far off. We're getting quite deep now into this 2-hour slot where the majority of results are called. That slot between 3 and 5 in the morning. It's now nearly 20 to 5. Good morning if you're just waking up and joining us here on the live coverage by the commentators. Live, not exclusive, but forensic detail from the commentators on the Birmingham count.
Yes, indeed. It's been a long night. Thank you for sticking with us. Welcome if you are just joining us. History has been made here tonight. This is the first time the commentators have ever broadcast from an election count. We wait now for the return of the returning officer. He's possibly gone to gather up the candidates who stood in the Hodge Hill and Solihull North constituency, which we are expecting to be the one that is announced first. That count wasn't one that we were across as it was taking place in another hall.
And nationally, more than half the results have been declared. So here in Birmingham, we are lapsing into being exclusively a second half results city. But as we've repeatedly said, better to be steady and accurate than fast and slapdash. I don't think anyone could accuse the Birmingham count here of being a slapdash. We have been observing it all. There's been no slapping and no dashing at all. A little bit of rapid walking, a little bit of trotting occasionally, but no real dashing.
So someone in a suit is now going up
Yes, this must be
Is
him,
that
Craig.
him again? Has he
Here we
changed?
go,
It looks
here we
like
go.
he's got a different jacket.
Here we
on.
go.
But, there we go.
He's calling the candidates to the stage. Here we go. Here we go. He's
So
calling the
Hodge
candidates.
Hill and Solihull.
James, looks like James Giles is going to be the first up. Yes. Yep, James Giles is there. His slightly tweedy green jacket, which he pulls down. As he gets up there, he shakes hands with the Deputy Returning Officer. He's stood stage right of the platform. If nobody moves to the stage left of that lectern, it's going to be very crowded on that side. I think a little bit of stage direction is called for here.
We saw James being interviewed by one of the smaller media outlets on the balcony here earlier.
He's so far the only candidate to be on stage, I think, because I think that person standing behind isn't a candidate, is there? Oh, here we go, that's Liam Byrne.
Liam Byrne goes up,
Yeah.
shakes hands with the returning officer, stands next to James.
That must be
That's
Caroline Clapper.
Conservative, lives in Hertfordshire. She's got a long journey back.
Yep, Liam Byrne, no hair. Caroline Clapper, lots of hair. Not that should influence anyone's vote, I wouldn't have thought.
So we're missing 3 of the candidates. We're missing Kazim Essek for the Liberal Democrats. We're missing Imran Khan for the Greens, and we're missing Jamie Pullen for Reform.
We're missing photos on our little briefing notes here for 2 of them, so...
It's possible that they've nodded off somewhere in the building. Doesn't look like they're going to. Perhaps they're too embarrassed.
So here we go, here we go. The first of the results. We've waited literally hours for this. I assume they do it in alphabetical order, which means Liam Byrne first.
Here we go. First result for Birmingham. The returning officers thanking staff for all their efforts, and we've seen those efforts. We've seen an awful lot of counting.
My staff who for the last 5 to 6 weeks, like many of yourselves, have been working extremely hard to ensure that we deliver the election today. And again, thank you for all the candidates' agents for their support.
So yes,
Process this evening.
more thanks.
So,
Now we're on to the results.
election of Member of Parliament to the Parliamentary General Election, Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull
Here we go.
North Constituency. Declaration of result. I, Robert Connolly,
Robert Connolly is the acting returning officer. It's not quite sure where the actual returning officer is.
Said election is as follows. Byrne Liam,
Liam Byrne,
Labour Party,
Labour,
10,655.
10,655.
Clapper, Caroline,
Gets a small clap.
known as
Caroline
Caroline Clapper,
Clapper,
Party candidate,
Conservative, 4,634.
S. President Mohammed, Liberal Democrats,
Liberal Democrat Kazim Essek, 942. James Giles, Workers' Party,
Britain, Gaza, 9,089.
9,089, so very close to Liam Byrne there. So that must have been quite a close count there. Imran Ali Khan, the Greens, 2,360. And finally Jamie Pullen for Reform, 6,456. So very close there. Rejected ballot papers, 127.
This represents a majority of 1,566.
Majority of 1,566.
Hereby declare that Liam Byrne
So Liam Byrne
elected as MP for
keeps his job as Birmingham MP and gets a big cheer and maybe a few boos as well in there. And he's going to make a little bit of a speech.
Let me be the first to thank the returning officers and all the staff here across ensuring that we have had democracy at its finest in this city. Rob, thank you.
Democracy at its finest in this city. It's a moment of history, Liam Byrne says.
A majority. Tonight, Labour delivers a mandate to roll back
And
the
Liam Byrne
poverty
says that
on this city for so long.
Labour got a mandate to reverse years of austerity and poverty.
So tonight, I dedicate myself to serve the new constituency of Hodge Hill and North Solihull.
This is a new constituency, Hodge Hill and Solihull.
To ensure that once again we put aside the divisions
So
and the politics of divide and rule, and we
a majority of only 1,500 for Liam Byrne, where previously he had a majority of
is the people of this city. Thank you very much indeed.
he had 28,000 votes last time. £10.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Some chanting going on down there.
Next result in the next couple of minutes.
Next result's going to come. Next result's going to come in the next couple of minutes. Who's it going to be?
That's
Who's
what we
it going to
thought,
be?
Craig, thick and fast, and that was an extraordinary tightening of the gap between Labour and coming from nowhere. This Workers' Party of Britain, I think the Gaza effect is going to be huge across Birmingham, which could really disrupt the landscape of what we've seen in the past. Labour could be under massive pressure in places where it's previously had vast majorities in the city.
So we wait for the next results. Is it going to be one from our hall? Is it going to be one from one of the other halls here? One down, 8 to go. It's 4:47. If you've just joined us, good morning. It's Friday the 5th of July. It's the morning after the election of the day before, which was yesterday, but now it's today. And we are here in the International Convention Centre waiting for the results of the remaining 8 constituencies. We can see the Labour candidate for Selly Oak walking away from the stage, so it possibly means it's not going to be Selly Oak announced next. So I don't think it could be Erdington, maybe, but it could be a result from somewhere else in the hall.
One of the minor halls, Craig. I reckon I think they
Could be looking at Perry Bar. We could be looking at Edgbaston, maybe.
Yeah, I think they have the advantage in those smaller halls. A bit more of a focused atmosphere, perhaps. Maybe less distances to travel. I've got a good feeling for Edgbaston, perhaps, or Perry Bar, as Craig says.
Some of the press have decided to leave the stage now.
Yeah, maybe not so happy with those camera angles, or maybe they're trying to squeeze in a quick interview with the triumphant Liam Byrne, or perhaps even not a triumphant James Giles, but certainly to get 9,000 votes from the Workers' Party of Britain. He's got a big cheer when that was called out, even though it wasn't a majority, so he's got to be happy for that. And if he's still around in 4 or 5 years' time, who knows? The Conservative candidate, Caroline Clapper, is leaving now, just packing up her stuff, putting on, possibly taking off her uncomfortable shoes, putting on uncomfortable shoes. More results, Craig.
Northfields.
Oh,
Northfields.
This is
So
a big
that
one.
was previously was a Conservative seat held by Gary Sambrook. So the returning officers calling for the Northfield candidates.
So unusual one this for Birmingham, a Conservative incumbent, or I don't know if it's dissolved. We're beginning to get the idea here for Sky TV. They're going to hold up their red piece of paper with Birmingham Northfield written on it.
So 8 candidates here. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll all appear on stage, as only half of the Hodge Hill ones appeared. So only 4 of those bothered to turn up on the stage. Looks like Green have. And so result for Birmingham Northfield.
I, Robert Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate.
So here we go. We're going to be starting off with the Liberal Democrat candidate, Jerry Evans.
Liberal Democrats, 1,791.
1,791 for the archaeologist.
Green Party,
Rob Grant, the Green candidate, 2,809. Councillor Dean Gwilliam gets 163.
Independent,
Altaf Hussain, independent, gets 310.
Stephen Richard,
Form candidate,
This could be
Stephen
big.
Peters, 7,895. So that's quite a big score.
Thomas Boycott, known as Dick Rogers,
Dick Rogers, Common Goods. He's clergyman and orthopaedic surgeon, 215.
Party candidate,
Gary Sambrook for the Conservatives, 9,540. That gets a big cheer. And shouts of Gary, Gary echo around. Labour Party now, Lawrence Turner, 14,000. So it's a win for Labour, taking that seat off Gary Sambrook now. 138 spoilt papers. A majority of 5,389. And a 51% turnout, so quite a low turnout really there. So no excuse for the slow counting. There's only a 51,000.
He's come through the gap, hasn't he? That Conservative vote split with Reform and Labour Party straight through the middle.
And Lawrence says it's the honour of his life there to be elected MP. He thanks the staff here at the ICC for the count. Thanks the returning officer for presiding over a smooth process.
in particular, I would like to pay tribute to Gary Sambrook, who can leave office knowing that he's left his mark in North.
Pays tribute to Gary Sambrook. So very sportsman-like acceptance of victory there.
Have voted for change. I want to thank everyone who has voted for Labour.
Yeah, thanks everyone who's voted for Labour and those who do not. Promises to work hard every day to represent all Northfields residents and constituents. Saying that people have voted for stability and better public services. He promises that he will do everything he can to deliver the change that they voted for. It's quite a long speech he's giving here. Perhaps he's been asked by the returning officer to fill in a little bit while we wait for the next result to come through. Not sure if it's going to be one from our hall or not.
And their families and fight for a better and fairer system in Parliament. That is what I'm going to do.
So he's saying he's going to support the public sector, teachers, education, health, special educational needs students as well, especially.
To have some special thanks to Councillor Carmel Corrigan for her calm stewardship and leadership of the local Labour Party. To Councillor Esther White, you will be brilliant representatives.
Thanks, local councillors.
For all his hard work as Labour Party organiser, and to Lawrence Sutton, the best agents the candidates could have asked for. And above all, to my
Oh, that's
family,
it. It's
to my
agent.
father-in-law,
That's what I was trying to remember the name of. The supporters, the
to
agent.
my dad, David, and my brother Ed.
Thanks
To the family who
his
pushed me up
family.
in Birmingham and put up with me during the campaign. To my grandparents, Janet and Al, who raised me to feel a fierce sense of civic pride in this city. Looking ahead, change will not be achieved
So
overnight.
Lawrence Turner
But
is,
under Keir Starmer, our country has
was
seriously
head of research at a union,
to deliver on the highest standards of representation and public service. I will work hard
and he's been a political advisor and a parliamentary assistant.
that has been shown in me. Thank you.
So a long speech there from Lawrence Turner, and we also get one from
Everybody, firstly, can I congratulate Lawrence?
Gary Sambrook as well.
And I'd also like to thank my family who have been incredibly supportive through my many years in politics and through the ups and downs.
So Gary Sambrook thanking his family as well.
My staff who over the last 4.5 years have helped 34,000 people across Northfield constituency, and you can all be
So,
very proud of what we all achieved together. I'd also like to thank my agent Darius, who I
He thanks his agent as well. So we got two results in here in Birmingham, both going to Labour, one holding a seat and one gaining a seat from Conservatives in Northfield. Out in the country, it's 316 to Labour, 67 to the Conservatives, 43 to the Lib Dems, 5 to Sinn Féin, 4 to Reform, 4 to the SNP, 4 to Plaid Cymru, 3 to Independents, 2 to the DUP, 1 to the Green, 1 to the Alliance, and 1 to the SDLP. So everyone's got a seat now, which in the country, which is nice.
I would also like to pay tribute to both Daniel and to Abigail.
Not sure if you can count it as a valedictory speech when you've lost, but Gary Sambrook is certainly enumerating all the things he feels has moved forward in his constituency whilst he has been in the MP there. Also some touching thanks to family and friends and supporters.
Governments lose elections and oppositions don't win them. This is never true and it's easy. I'm afraid the Conservative votes fell
So
but also the Labour votes fell significantly.
Gary Sambrook saying that the
Northfield the worst ever in its history.
Labour vote has fallen in Northfield, even though they won.
When you don't have Labour Conservative councillors, a Conservative mayor or a Conservative government to blame anymore, and the responsibilities of office suddenly land on your own doorstep. So on that note, I'd like to say thank you very much.
Little sting in the tail of his speech there.
Saying he might regret voting for Labour, but it's a
Also-
little bit too late for that.
Yeah, saying it's,
So that's Northfield.
saying it's easier to be opposed than to govern. So wonder if he will oppose now, or whether he's going to duck out of politics a bit, move on. But so far tonight, 2 wins for Labour. One gain over the Conservatives, with Reform making huge advances, and one a big loss of vote, but still a win, with huge advances being made by the Workers' Party of Britain on a Gaza anti-war ticket. So if you're waking up to us on the Commentators, nearly 5 o'clock, maybe your alarm's gone off just a little bit early than you anticipated. Just before 5, you are joining us at the Birmingham Count.
We've got another result coming in.
Third result. It's Selly Oak. They're coming thick and fast.
We've been close to them all night because they're just below our commentary position. I think we know where this is going. Oh, big cheers down there. Not quite sure who that's for.
I think that's Labour. I think that's a Labour cheer. That's Alistair Carnes. Carnes.
Alistair Carnes, did see him earlier, but he's disappeared now. It's not quite sure
So
where he's gone.
Steve McCabe was the previous incumbent on the version of this seat. There's an interesting seat, Craig. It's sort of shape. It's almost an
Like a
eight.
butterfly.
Yes.
Almost.
Well, that's even better. Yes, a butterfly.
So we thought Selly Oak might be one of the first ones in Hall 3 to declare, because they were pretty much well ahead on the counting for most of the evening. It looks like the count for Ladywood is still going on over there. So whether that's been a close run thing, possibly. So a chant of Free, Free Palestine ringing out around there. Returning officer tries to restore some order. So we've got 5 candidates on stage out of the 6 that stood. So not quite sure who is missing.
So we've definitely got the Green candidate, haven't we? We've got the Professors
Got the
up
Green,
there.
the Professors up there, the
Got
Independent.
Reform up there.
Have we got? I think we might be missing the Liberal Democrat, perhaps. So he has to introduce himself each time, even though we've already heard that. There's Liam Byrne just making his way behind our commentary. 4,320 for the Greens. Alistair Carnes for Labour gets 17,371. Erin Crawford for Reform gets 5,732. Camille Harwash, the Professor Independent, gets 2,842. Simon Phipps, Conservatives, gets 5,834. Gets a big cheer. And Dave Radcliffe for the Labour Democrats, 2,324. He's gone home, though he might have had to get home to go to work. So that's a pretty hefty majority for Alistair Carnes there.
So that's with the splitting of the... so it's 10,000 less votes for Labour, but a bigger majority.
So Alistair Carnes just thanking people. Alistair Carnes, a former Marine Colonel, originally from Aberdeen. So that's a second Scottish MP Birmingham Selly Oak have had. He's taken over from Steve McCabe, who stood down before this election.
Solutions, not just for one issue, not just for one issue, but to all the issues.
So Alistair Carnes emphasising that there are many issues in the election, not just one, and that he's looking for a solution from them all.
For your willingness to share ideas and concerns, to engage.
He's thanking his constituents, people who are willing to debate, people who've been welcoming. He says the people of his constituency do the place proud. This is his service. He's after change. He says he's going to work tirelessly to serve everyone in the constituency, not just those that voted for him.
This Labour victory here is one that I am delighted will be shared across the country. We have seen what is possible when we collectively come together to be heard on the issues and values that matter most to us all.
So
whether that be schools, care for the most vulnerable, our
He's talking about
security
schools,
of our
vulnerable
ways
people,
and
security,
NHS.
the NHS,
I fought for this country all over the globe.
emphasising
I'll fight for
his
it again in
military
Parliament,
service,
and I'll deliver the change
then
our
using
country
fight as a
deserves.
metaphor in his
Birmingham
political
City has
service.
spoken. The country has spoken.
He's saying the
This is our
country has
moment to
spoken.
aim high, to have the
They want to
courage
aim high,
meet the greatest challenges,
meet the big
and
challenges,
transform our nation for good.
transform the nation for the
It's
better.
Thank you very much.
He's talking about hard work. He thanks everyone. He gets a big round of applause and cheers from the Labour section. So that's 3 out of 3 for Labour in Birmingham, but there's a lot of speculation around the hall that Shaban Mahmood may lose the Ladywood. They're still counting. Marjorie's just gone off to see if it's recounting or just counting very, very carefully the first time.
That's right. So
It's not sure if it's going to be knife edge or razor edge.
is the only constituency still counting down there. All the others in our room have finished. I think. Don't know who we are going to get next. We could be Erdington, maybe. So yep, they're still counting in Ladywood, Marjorie says, but we don't know whether that is a recount or just, as James said, a very careful count.
Now there's a rumour that
Oh, he's back.
there's a rumour that Sutton Coldfield has been announced.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have the candidates for Edgbaston?
Edgbaston's going to be next.
Edgbaston.
Preet Gill was the current
This is me.
previous MP, and we've got 6 candidates who are standing here. How many of those will still be here, I wonder, to join the returning officer on the stage? There's Preet Gill's there. She's the only one at the moment. Then she's joined by, not quite sure who that is because I haven't got a rosette on. I think that must be Nicola Payne.
Oh yes,
For
we've
the
seen her, haven't we?
Greens.
Fuchsia top green.
Yes.
Yes.
And then so we've only got 4 out
think
of the
it's probably
6 at the
Ashvir
moment.
Sangahar, the
Oh,
Conservative
now we've got
Party.
5. That might be Colin for the Liberal Democrats.
Yes,
Colin
think-
Green for the Lib Democrats.
Yep, he's got the old yellow rosette there.
And I think not quite sure who the others are because they're not wearing rosettes. They may be Reform and Independent candidates. So he's going to have to introduce himself again, the returning officer.
I, Robert Connolly, being the acting
So
of the above election, do hereby give notice
people beginning to leave the hall now.
is as follows.
Marjorie's down on the floor, hoping she might be able to find out what's going on.
599.
16,599 for Preet Gill for Labour. Gets a big cheer. Colin Green for the Liberal Democrats gets 2,102.
Confusing having a green.
Joshua
Liberal Democrat.
Matthews for Reform gets 4,363. Nicola Payne for the Greens it's 2,797. Ashvir Sangha for Conservatives 8,231. And finally Dr. Amar Warash, Independent, gets 3,336. So it's another one for Labour. A pretty hefty majority there. 179 spoilt ballots. Majority of 8,368.
Has duly been elected as the Member of Parliament for Birmingham Edgbaston with a turnout of 52.3%.
52% turnout in Edgbaston. So still quite low turnouts today.
She's wearing white trainers, very sensible, comfortable footwear for a long night.
Everyone who lives in Bartley Green, in Harborne, in Quinton, in Edgbaston and North Edgbaston for putting putting your trust in me again as your Member of Parliament and overwhelmingly voting for change. Change for our economy, for our NHS, our public services, change for your family and Britain's future.
So, Preet Gill thanking the voters whilst on the floor below us, the tidy up has begun. The count supervisors putting rubbish into white bin bags, gathering up elastic bands.
The very place where I was born and raised. Keir said change would only come if you vote for it, and you have. Thank you.
Punchy speech, short.
Counters for Sally Elk now being allowed to go home. And gathering up their possessions, their bags and water bottles. Actually, the white bags, they're not for rubbish, they're for the ballot papers, so they're all being placed into white bags. So I don't know what happens to them
I
now.
wonder if they're archived for a bit.
How long they get kept for their...
I think there's another result. They are
results coming in.
Absolutely thick and fast, Craig, aren't they?
So still not going to get Ladywood though, are we? It still looks like they're counting over there. Who's this going to be? Could be Perry Bart. Could be Erdington. Erdington, that's one of ours in the hall. So there's 7 candidates there. See how many of those are still here to join the returning officer on stage. Erdington had a pretty solid count throughout the night, I think. It was pretty much neck and neck, Erdington and Sally Oak throughout the night. Sally Oak just pipping them to the post in the latter stages of the count. So he's got
7 candidates, but just 4 of them, is that up on stage there?
4 at the moment.
He's just checking who's who. Returning officer, trying to get them to spread out a little bit. Oh no, sorry, there are 5 of them on stage. I think they're stood in the order in which they appear on the ballot paper, which makes sense.
So Marjorie says they're still counting in Ladywood, so they still haven't got all the ballots into their final candidate bundles, so it could still be a little while before we get Ladywood. Here's the results for Erdington. Introduces himself again. So Robert Connolly, in case you didn't know.
Here we go.
Shukat Ali, 2,250. Farzana Aslam for the Liberal Democrats, 1,128. Jack Brooks for Reform, 7,755. Gets a big cheer. Paulette Hamilton for Labour, 14,774. Steve Neat, Conservatives, 5,402. Karen Trench for the Greens, 2,452. Finally, Carinthia Ward for Trade Union Socialist Coalition, 37. That's probably our lowest.
It's the lowest so far, isn't it?
So far, 37. So Paulette Hamilton wins. She was Birmingham's first black MP when she was elected in a by-election in March 2022. She had a majority of 3,266 last time, so she has increased her majority this time. Quite a low turnout there though, only 44% That's quite a poor showing there from Birmingham Erdington. As all the other candidates have done, she thanks the returning officer and the counters and the staff and the election agent. Thanks to her campaign team.
So she's thanking her husband and the voters, naming the areas, the wards of Birmingham. So yeah, saying how she's going to, she has been the voice for the local people, that she's been working tirelessly. All the partners have been working for a long time to get this result.
So she's describing how she's spoken to people wanting to see changes in Erdington. She says she'll do all she can to work with the community to make changes desperately needed in her area. So it's another win for Labour, so it's a clean sweep so far in the city and out in the country. It's 351 for Labour, 76 for the Conservatives, 46 for the Lib Dems, 6 for Sinn Féin, 5 Independents, 4 Reform, 4 SNP, 4 Plaid Cymru, 3 DUP, 2 Green, 1 Alliance, 1 SDLP. So Labour have now got a majority. They've crossed the 326 threshold with 351 seats.
So Paulette Hamilton shakes everyone's hand after finishing, everyone on the stage's hand after finishing her acceptance speech, and then carefully walks down the stairs holding the handrail. She's now immediately being interviewed on the floor of the count. Now, rumour, we've been talking about this knife, possibly razor edge result in Ladywood. Marjorie thinks that Shabana Mahmood has got it. He thinks she's got it. It's not by any means certain, but he's just got that sense that she's snuck in.
They are still counting down there. Still got those piles of ballot papers waiting to be finalised, whilst on the other tables the ballot papers are being bagged up in those white bags and black cable ties.
The hall's thinning out, isn't it, Craig? I think counters are going home, delegates whose results have come through going home.
So we've still got Hall Green and Moseley to come. We've still got Ladywood.
There's some big contentious ones still to come, aren't there, Craig?
Yardley. We've still got Perry Bar as well. Perry Bar, not one of ours. Perry Bar in one of the other halls.
Big results.
So this 3 still to come that have been counted in our hall. The returning officers disappeared for a while. It suggests that not quite ready yet, although it looks like Yardley will be ready, and Hall Green and Moseley too, although they haven't released their counters yet. I think the counters for Selly Oak have been allowed to go home. So it's all got a little bit quiet here now. We wait to see if we get another result soon. You can see independent candidate Ahmed Yaqub pacing around over there next to the Ladywood count tables, where bundles are being stacked up. Final count made. Results from Sutton Coldfield not being counted here, being counted up the road. So Andrew Mitchell does hold on for the Conservatives, but he has got a much reduced share of the vote there, but does hold on. So strictly speaking, even though they weren't counted here, that is still a Birmingham Conservative. So waiting for the return of the returning officer now. The Hall Green and Moseley votes now being bagged up into the white bags, tied with plastic cable ties. Still got piles of votes down on the table for Yardley. I think they are pretty much ready, as are Hall Green and Moseley, but a little bit of a lull again now.
So I think the Sky are about to go live from just to our right here. The presenter's got that hyper-focused look of someone who's about to broadcast to a good chunk of the nation, as much as he can at 5:20 in the morning. So yeah, we're cracking through, Craig. We're more than halfway through. Got 4 of the 9 constituencies being counted here, but I think we've got most exciting ones still to come. So a little bit of a breather. We've had, it's been thick and fast. You can see Jess Phillips down there. She's also joined the Fuchsia Brigade. So they've gathered the slightly officious woman in the black and white dress, who I think actually is very nice. I don't know why I'm calling her officious, but she's gathered the Yardley candidates to her in a huddle. They're all kind of leaning in and listening. Jess Phillips at the back of the crowd. They're making notes. There's some nodding from Roxanne Green, the Green councillor there. I noticed there was a Green representing Rob. Oh no, there was a Green, a Mr. Green representing the Liberal Democrats somewhere else, which is quite confusing. There, Colin Green up in Edgbaston, but no, this is Roxanne Green representing the Greens. So there's some nodding. There's a grin. There's a bit of a hug. Is that Jess Phillips hugging some people? I wonder if is there any clue in this? There's some hands being shaken. The Liberal Democrats. There's some back and forth with Jody McIntyre and his team.
So there's a big gathering round there. Whether that means they are about to announce that result, possibly?
Yes, we've not seen this, but that's possibly because it's been in other halls and other sides of this big hall.
Seems to be a bit of a discussion going on there.
So I wonder what there is to discuss at this point. So the Sky reporter just talking to the producers in the main room, not broadcasting at this point. But Liberal Democrat candidate, I think, there in a sort of in a dress that pretty much matches the colour of the ribbon on her rosette. Still the discussion going on down in front of us here with the person who is in charge of the Yardley count. Jess Phillips's spirits seem high.
Yes, so not quite sure what's happening down there.
Someone's decided now to start filming the discussion. So the woman in the black and white dress has been quite emphatic, making the international symbol for emphatic with her fingers there. She's, I think she's been forceful and friendly simultaneously. I wonder if it's more about the mode of announcement rather than the actual result. This is the main focus on the room. They're still counting.
Jess Phillips walks away from that huddle down there, so not quite sure what's happening there. The votes have been bagged up. Now she comes back, rejoins the huddle.
Okay. The woman in the black and white dress starts striding across the hall, possibly trying to find the returning officer. I think she might go on stage with the acting returning officer to sort of back up the decision, answer any questions. Well, she's now going up the stairs to policemen wearing their helmets indoors at the top of those stairs that go up to the City Council administrative area. Yeah, still waiting to go live on
Still
Sky
quite a lot of
to our
finger
right.
pointing going on down there in the huddle. The Yardley count.
Jodie McIntyre and his supporters are all gathered round here. There's amiable chat, one of them just slapping his face to keep himself awake.
So still no sign of the return of the returning officer. It's police up on the balcony, police sitting down underneath the balcony. Sellyoak counters have been allowed to go home. I think they're the only ones who have been allowed. I suppose that's because it's the only result in this room that we've had declared so far. So everyone else has to stay, I think.
One of Mr. McIntyre's friends has taken the opportunity to sit in Mr. McIntyre's wheelchair. It's a little comfortable relax. Mr. McIntyre stood up, continuing his discussion with friends.
So news in from Marjorie that Jacob Rees-Mogg has lost his seat. So far in Birmingham, it's all Labour, certainly in this count. Sutton Coldfield stays Conservative, and we wait for our next result to be declared. Here he comes. Is he going up the steps onto the stage? No.
Oh, maybe he is. The
He might be
stage
going
right
up
steps.
the other steps.
Saves him having to walk the long across the stage.
Has a
to the
word
lectern.
with
I think that's Sarah, isn't it? The boss woman.
has a word with Sarah, the boss. And not quite sure what's happening now, or whether we are.
think we
Going to get another declaration.
should pay our respects to Sarah, the big boss, because she let us bring everyone the coverage here from the Birmingham count. She's given us a little space here where we can have an excellent view across the hall and round the balcony. We are privileged to be able to bring you democracy in action. Across to our left, the mini TV crew with their tiny camera and their SLR style camera. They are doing a report. The reporter's holding her own microphone with this fluffy windshield on it. She's got her mobile phone in her left hand with the prompt notes. She's looking earnestly into the camera, reporting what she's experienced here in Birmingham tonight.
So, returning officer's disappeared somewhere now. I'm not quite sure where he went, but we still no news on when our next result is going to come in.
I think the strict regulations about people being on the counting floor have been relaxed, because Marjorie's managed to find a way down there.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. He's striding across the front of the stage now. Is he going to go up the steps? Is he? No. So that means it's probably going to be a bit of a wait for the next result. Not quite sure why. Looks like Hall, Green and Moseley probably ready to go. Looks like...
I think at Ladywood they're just counting the big bundles now.
Counting the big piles now, so that should be pretty close.
Yardley, there's no counting of anything going on.
So if you're just joining us, good morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. You're listening to the Commentators, bringing you live coverage of the election count here at the International Convention Centre here in Birmingham. So we have been able to watch democracy in action on the floor below us down there. All the counting has now been done here pretty much. I think they're just, as James said, counting the final piles for Ladywood, which is often in the past has been the first constituency to declare, but today it looks like it might be the last.
2 police officers have come down from that secret tea urn hidey hole that Craig identified earlier on. They've got coffees and they're sat on the 2 end chairs next to the toilets there, so it's probably a sensible place to be if you're drinking a diuretic this early in the morning. The police officers with the helmets have gone behind the black barriers. Our technical manager here is starting to feel the pace. It's been stressful for him, keeping his eye on the levels. There's another piece to camera being done from the counting floor now, by one of the big pillars, right by those big doors that rolled open all those hours ago, 6-7 hours ago, to let in the big ballot boxes on the trucks. Marjorie's roaming there, trying to pick up inside information, some tips on what results coming next, the way things are going to go. I think he's sending... Oh, they're being sent home. I think we've got some people being sent home. That's it. I think...
Yep. Birmingham, Hall, Green and Moseley counters, they are getting to go home.
Which must mean their results are in.
That must be... could mean that they are going to be next. Yellow diesel T-shirt man seems reluctant to go, actually. I think
he's been loving it, Craig, I think.
He's been
enjoying
himself.
away.
I think he wants to stay to hear his result that he had a part in counting be announced.
The guy who's reading his book isn't there anymore, so maybe the book wasn't that gripping. He's gone home.
So there's still some discussion going on down here at the Yardley count.
It's next. Here we are. I think this is it, isn't it? They're moving towards the stage.
they're going to be next on.
Oh, no.
Oh no, they're being taken away. They are being
Go to the corner
taken
of the room.
away
I wonder
into
what
the
this
corner
is.
for a discussion. So whether that means it's very close, I'm not sure.
Surely it's not a recount. It's more handshaking and smiles.
Maybe this is just giving them the result. We haven't really seen that happen before. Not in this way, anyway. No sign of the returning officer.
Yeah, woman in the black and white dress is back again to talk to the Yardley candidates.
There's some pieces to camera being made around the floor now. The Hall Green and Moseley votes now being bagged up. Two of the supporters of the independent candidate, Selly Oak, they are leaving. So still big discussions going on for the Yardley candidates. We've still got Yardley to come. We've still got Hall Green and Moseley to come. We've still got Perry Barr to come. And that might be it. Ladywood have got 4 to come. And we'll be nearly there. Now, those two officials who were talking to the Yardley candidates have now left them. Doesn't seem to be anything different happening down there, so perhaps we are ready to go now with Yardley. Marjorie's down there. She might be able to earwig a little bit, hoping to catch sight of the returning officer. But
Big Boss Sarah stood at the bottom of the stairs up to the stage.
Police making their way down to the front. I haven't seen them down there before. They are crossing the front of the stage, just talking. Here he comes, returning officer's back. This is good news for everyone who wants to get some sleep. Who's it going to be? I'm going to say it's going to be... I'm going to go Hall Green and Moseley.
Yeah, we haven't had a clue from the red cards from the Sky.
I don't think they know either.
No.
I think they've given up caring. He's gone now. The returning officer's gone.
The Yardley
He's
lot
run off.
The Yardley lot heading towards the stage.
Oh, maybe it's going to be
Jess
Yardley
Phillips
then.
get an embrace.
She gets a hug.
Sockless.
So this
Sockless
could suggest that
observer's still there.
Jess Phillips has won, and that Yardley is going to be our next one to be announced.
There's a positive vibe there. There's lots of embracing.
So we thought that might be contentious, as there were lots of discussions going on, but seems now that...
Unless she's just very relieved not to be an MP again, but I think that's unlikely.
So he's back at his microphone now. Returning officer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have your attention. We'll please have the candidates for Hall Green and
Oh no, it's
they've
Hall
gone
Green and Moseley.
They've gone Hall Green.
I was right. I was originally right. And then the fact that Yardley came to the front put us off, but that might mean that we're going to get through these quite quickly now, which would be good for everyone involved. Birmingham, Hall Green and Moseley, they've got 8 candidates there. How many have managed to stay the course?
But if you can't be
here?
bothered to turn up for the count, then you probably don't deserve to be an MP.
So there was a couple of independents in here, quite a controversial figure, I think, the Shakil Afsar.
Guy in a very natty, very, very light blue suit. This is Izzy Knowles here.
Izzy Knowles, we've seen a lot of her in her bright orange hoodie. She's
Team
been
Izzy
here
hoodie.
almost as long as we have. Tahir Ali is there as well. So actually we've got 6 of the 8 there.
For any candidates for Hall Green and Moseley.
6 of the 8. Final call goes out. Nope. No takers. Let's go. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, election of member
Let's introduce himself again.
Birmingham Hall Green and Moseley constituency. I, Robert Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate of the said election is as follows. Afar
Shakil Afsar,
7,142.
7,142. That gets a very big cheer.
Please, thank you. Ahmed
Zain Ahmed for Greens, 3,913. Doesn't get any applause. Tahir Ali, 12,798. Gets greeted with a mix of cheers and boos. So lots of shouts from the floor there. Mohammed Havaz, Independent, 6,159. Izzy Knowles, Liberal Democrats, 4,711. Gets a round of applause. Steve McBride for Reform, 2,305. Doesn't get any applause. Henry Whitlock, 3,845 for Conservatives. Smattering of applause. Barbara Raja, 733. 200 spoilt papers. Majority of 5,656 for Tahir Ali. 54%. That's a better turnout than we have seen tonight. So Tahir Ali holds on to that. Gets booed from the floor there. The returning officer says that he will have no hesitation in removing people if they continue to disrupt the
So the independent vote
speeches.
split there. If they'd been combined, they would have beaten Tahir Ali.
Thanking the acting returning officer and his staff, the police who have done excellent work today throughout the city, especially the hundreds of
Tahir
officers
Ali thanks the staff here and the police.
agent, Councillor Kerry Jenkins,
Thanks his agent.
Kerry Jenkins from Moseley Ward, from my constituency. For those that do not know her, I would also like to thank Councillor Lisa Trickett, Councillor in my constituency,
So
Barker, Councillor in my constituency. For those that do not know,
could be Yardley coming next or Perry Bar coming next. If you're just joining us, it's 5:45. It's morning of the 5th of July. We're coming to the end of the count here for the Birmingham constituencies.
see the youngest member of the team, a 15-year-old Sebastian, come out with us in the numbers that he did.
And we've just got 3 constituencies left to declare here in Birmingham: Yardley, Ladywood and Perry Bar.
Demonstrated across the
So
country tonight. They have put their trust in me, and I will continue to fight and be their
says that the voters have put their trust in him. Yeah. BBC journalist just running around with a microphone down there. The looks like the Ladywood votes are now being bagged up, I think, so that might mean that they are ready as well. So he gets some cheers from supporters, doesn't get any more boos, and they all shake hands and they leave the stage, hoping that the returning officer might stay on the stage so he can give us the next results. But no, he's leaving. He gets
I think he's going to be soon, though, Craig. I think
the bags, the plastic bags, are out for Ladywood. So Perry Bar we haven't had yet, have we? But that's in one of the other halls, so we're not quite sure what's happening with that one. So the Yardley candidates are gathered at the front of the stage, so you'd think that maybe they would be next.
Yeah, guy in Jodie McIntyre's wheelchairs, propelling himself around with the heels of his feet there and backwards. The lady with the boot and shoe combination, asymmetric, a partner of Labour candidate there, moves away to the right of the hall. They're hefting ballot boxes around over in the Ladywood side of the building, I think stacking up empty boxes there.
Here he comes, he's coming back. Is he going to go up the steps? Let's hope so. Yes, he is. Here we go. It's been hop shoot, the lady in the black and white
Yardley
outfit. Who's it going to be? It's got to be Yardley, surely, I would have thought. They're gathered at the front. So
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have the candidates for Yardley?
yes, here we go, Yardley. So there was a bit of discussion around this one earlier down there, but that looks like that has all been resolved now. So Yardley had 6 candidates. Let's see how many of them are up there. Sitting candidate Jess Phillips, she's there, and the Liberal Democrat Roger Harmer, he's there. I think Yvonne Clements, the Conservative, she is there. I think maybe Nora Camberry, the Independent, is there.
The stern lady in the black and white dress, who seems to have managed the count for that constituency, is she's not quite sure where to put herself on stage.
Jodie McIntyre makes his way up onto the stage. His agent there just having a word with the
Final call, please, for Annie.
Jodie getting supportive chants.
Can you please be silent while I do it as part of the formal process of democracy? Thank you. So I will just make that one final call for Yardley.
Is there anyone else missing? They've got a chair.
He's got them all anyway. I don't know why he's making a final call there, because they're all there.
This parliamentary general election, Birmingham Yardley constituency.
Here we go.
Robert Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election,
Introduces himself again.
recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Clements,
Yvonne Clements for Conservatives gets 3,634. Gets some applause. Roxanne Green for the Greens, 1,958. Gets a big cheer. Roger Harmer for the Liberal Democrats gets 3,634. Same as Conservatives. Nora Camberry Reform, 5,061. Jodie McIntyre for the Workers' Party, 10,582. 82, gets 82, 84, gets a big cheer.
Thank you. Excuse me, I haven't yet finished.
And finally, Jess Phillips for Labour gets 11,275. So very close there. And that is greeted by boos. And the returning officer's not very happy with that. And gets a very firm, excuse me, 128 rejects. Majority of just 693. 49.5%, so quite a low turnout there as well. So Jodie McIntyre coming pretty close there, slashing Jess Phillips's majority, and he's still getting cheered from the floor.
So we're going to continue with the class that we had during the campaign.
So Jess Phillips there, a feisty response to the chants from the floor.
The election that I have...
Getting shouts of shame on you from the floor there. It's making it difficult for Jess Phillips to make her speech.
I understand that a strong woman standing up to you is met with such reticence. Anyway, this election has been...
Now we're getting shouts of free Palestine as well. So the returning officer now giving them a final warning that they will be ejected from the building if they don't stop. So Jess Phillips says this has been the worst election she have ever stood in.
For every single part of our community came out to campaign with me, and people filmed her on the streets and then slashed her tyres.
Saying one of her activists had her tyres slashed in her community.
And screamed at by a much older man in the street.
So quite a fierce speech from Jess Phillips here, criticising the
family of Joe Cox, who wanted to come out and campaign with me. And there is absolutely no way I could have allowed for them to see what was aggressive.
said she was going to be joined by the family of Joe Cox today to help her campaign, but she didn't want to risk their safety while she was out campaigning.
Everything that we have, and today, actually not today, yesterday, was the 13th anniversary of my mother dying. And my mother was born in Gleneagles Road in Yardley.
So Jess Phillips saying that her mother was born in Yardley and her father born around the corner.
That I had as a child was provided for us by successive Labour governments.
Saying that everything good her family's had has been provided by successive Labour governments, which gets applause from the floor.
An opposition MP, but to be somebody who opens things just doesn't have to campaign just about closing them. Our country is in desperate need, and our politics is in
So we've
need of cleaning
just joining us, it's 5 to 6. We're just hearing victory speech from Jess Phillips, who had a very small majority this time over Jodie McIntyre of the Workers' Party. We've just got two constituents to come, Ladywood and Perry Barr, out in the country.
I'd also like to thank West Midlands Police for the constant phone calls they had to take from me today.
Labour has 385 seats, Conservative 94, Lib Dem 55, SNP 7. Said she was going to bring her children with her tonight, but didn't want to have them see what she's happened tonight.
I love that my seat was a marginal seat. I think marginal seats make better members of Parliament. And that is exactly what I have always been and always will be.
So a defiant speech there from Jess Phillips. She shakes hands with the candidates, but Jodie McIntyre refuses to shake hands with her. And still shouts of Jodie, Jodie from the floor. And he waves to his supporters. Returning officer leaves the stage. So, quite a bit of drama there, James.
Yes, it was.
A little picture into what it's been like campaigning in Yardley.
It's extremely dramatic. And
Jodie McIntyre refusing to shake hands. Jess Phillips there. If you just joined us, it's 4 minutes to 6. It's tomorrow now. Today, yesterday is over, and we've been with you through the night with Marjorie, our researcher, and Dave, our technician. We'd like to thank them for all their hard work tonight, and I think now we must be getting pretty close to the end. The Ladywood votes still stacked up on the tables, haven't been put into bags yet, so not quite sure what that means. The returning officer has gone again.
I think it's impressive, Craig, because the difference, Jess Phillips's margin of victory was very narrow there, but they seemed very confident that she'd won. So I found that very interesting whether they got a tip off or whether they just sort of counted the stacks of papers. But certainly for a majority of 693, she seemed very confident when she went up on the stage there. Also, I suppose I thought that might be a moment when the police might be called to eject some people, but absolutely no sign of the police in the hall at that point.
No, it looked like it might happen, but not needed in the end. Everyone calmed down. It's all gone quiet now. It's still another contentious seat to be declared, though. Birmingham Ladywood, where I think it looks like it's been very close throughout the night. Jess Phillips now just
There's a bit of a
making
media
her
scrum.
way behind her commentary position. Her husband is just behind her. But rest of her family not with her tonight.
Good job commentators don't do interviews, because I think we'd be at the back of a long queue if we wanted to interview Jess
That's
Phillips.
right.
She's being pursued by
She's probably going to go straight to
it's probably the
BBC to be
ITN
interviewed,
over there.
perhaps. Maybe ITN. Certainly Sky haven't got it. No sign of the returning officer. Still got Perry Bar and Ladywood to come. Jess Phillips gets a hug there from her husband.
She's been given a bottle of water
Not quite sure what's happened to
by a producer.
Jodie McIntyre. She disappeared somewhere.
And another result. Here we go. I think looks like acting returning officer returning to stage.
Nope, they're
No,
just
no,
going backstage.
Backstage somewhere. Not sure what is backstage there.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. My wake-up alarm is about to go off. But, I'm already awake, so I might just turn that off in case it wakes you up at home.
Hopefully you're already awake listening to us, but having your own alarm go off is enough in a morning. Not hearing someone else's as well.
So if you've just joined us, it is 6 o'clock in the morning on Friday the 5th of July. Good morning, you're listening to the Commentators. My name's Craig. I'm joined as always by my colleague James. We have been broadcasting throughout the night, bringing you live uninterrupted coverage of the count here at the International Convention Centre in Birmingham. I think we must be one of the last constituents areas of the country to declare, I should think, as there have been 578 out of the 650 seats in the country declared.
I suppose we have got 9 to be declared. There's going to be a bit of a spread, but we certainly weren't in the first half.
No, I don't think they were expecting it to take quite this long. I'm not quite sure why it has taken this long, because the turnout was pretty low, only about 50% most of the constituencies. So imagine how long it would have taken if there was a 75%.
Maybe the turnout was low for the counters as well.
Short delay, says the returning officer.
Don't know, imminent took ages, so short.
Short could be another hour or so. Depends on your definition of short, doesn't it?
Short's got to be longer than imminent, though.
Yeah, imminent was within minutes, isn't it? Short, you're looking at double figure minutes, I would say.
I'm going to vomit imminently. Yeah,
Are you?
No, I'm just as an example.
Okay.
If I were to say I'm going to vomit imminently, it means I might not make it to the bathroom.
They're taking away the dividing sticks from the Ladywood tables. That could be a good sign, but they've still not been putting those votes into bags. So we could be seeing another. Who's that? Is that him? Yes. Should recognise him by now. He's been up and down there like a cat at a fair. But now he's leaving the stage again.
Jess Phillips being interviewed by, I think it's the BBC. Is it the BBC over there? They've got the boom microphone. She's not having to hold her own microphone there. They've not attached a microphone to her. They've got the boom held in from the... That's the BBC, isn't it? They can bring a sound operator as well as the camera operator. He's decided to go for the below boom now rather than the above boom. It's probably a technical phrase for that, but we're radio, not TV, so we wouldn't know. I think it's a bit of a flop, that raised platform in front of the stage. I think, on reflection, probably wasn't worth the effort.
Most journalists seem to have given up on it. Seem to be mainly be taken over by candidate supporters rather than the journalists. So when did he say short delay? I think he said short delay about 1 minute past 6. It's now 3 minutes past 6.
Yeah, I think we're still in the imminent zone, aren't we?
Do you think we're still in imminent?
Yeah, I think short might be 10 minutes for short.
Imminent 5 minutes and under. Short 10 minutes perhaps.
Mind you, if you're building a cathedral, you'd say we're going to finish building the cathedral shortly. You might mean a couple of decades.
I don't think it's going to take that long to get these final results in, is it?
No, it'd be good to get them done before the next election.
Perry Barr, 75,000 potential voters, and a 50% turnout. That's 37,500. It can't take that long to count 37.
Here we go.
Votes, can it? I wouldn't have thought. We know that Ladywood does seem to have taken quite a long time, and they still haven't started bagging those votes up yet, and they still haven't let their counters go home, I don't think. Or have they? No, I don't think they have. All the other counters have been released. So, Jess Phillips being interviewed over there.
Still lots of people milling around. But, maybe letting the adrenaline eke away before they make a move. Or maybe they're waiting for the early morning buses to start running more regularly.
So, some interviews taking place down on the floor down there. Jess Phillips being interviewed up here on the media balcony. The Green candidate in the fuchsia pink jacket is stood on podium down there. I think her results have already been declared, but maybe staying to support other Green candidates.
So
Out in the country, Labour have currently got 389 seats. The Conservatives have got 98 seats. 587 of the 650 seats have been declared. Two of the undeclared ones are here in Birmingham, and we read the return of the returning officer shortly.
that's a quote. So the interview down on the counting floor has concluded. They've broken up. The woman with the red stripe down the side of her trousers is possibly listening into a headpiece while striding across the hall.
Jodie McIntyre being pushed out in his wheelchair, gets a handshake. So, a little bit of an expectant buzz around here now. Most of the counters have gone home. Lots of Jodie McIntyre supporters are staying in the building.
Yes, I imagine the Ladywood result is of great interest to them as well. There must be a reciprocal relationship between those two campaigns.
Big gathering of people down there at the front. Not quite sure. I think they might be supporters of Ahmed Yaqub in the Ladywood constituency, which we still don't quite know what is happening there.
Marjorie just looking a little bit dishevelled down there now.
She has spotted that Shabana Mahmood is here, wearing a red jacket and a white skirt, so perhaps that means that that count is about to be declared, or it needs to be looked at again.
If you're responsible for a campaign and you've got your own seat as part of that campaign, you're must be very difficult having split attention. Not sure how she's coped with that. Interestingly, the Speaker of the House sort of gets re-elected almost by default, and the other main parties don't put a candidate up against him, so Lindsay Hoyle
here we
will
go. He's back.
be back in
That
Parliament.
probably was shortly. Oh. Still haven't finished these counts.
He's just filling time now by reading out the Sutton Coldfield result.
City, Berkeley,
We've already brought you this.
653. Marcos, Reform UK, was 8,213.
There's no response in
And
the hall at all.
Conservative Party was 18,502.
I suspect everyone knew these results.
Labour Party, 15,959. John Sweeney, Liberal
Absolute
Democrat,
silence.
was 2,587. This represented a majority of 2,543 with a turnout of 65.4%.
65% though.
Big turnout there. Next couple of minutes, that's better than shorter. I think it's nearly imminent, I would say. A couple of minutes.
Didn't tell us the number of spoilt ballots in South Coalfield, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind.
I don't think they spoil their ballots in Sutton Coldfield, do they? Because it's Royal Town, so
A bit of
I think they're
respect.
above all that. I think.
Also, if you're going to go up for 65%, you're that's turnout, isn't it? Yeah, that's a different thing entirely.
So next results in a couple of minutes. I don't know if that was a promise or just to placate everyone here in the hall waiting. I'm not quite sure where he goes when he goes. He just seems to vanish into thin air when he leaves the stage. Completely lost sight of him. So, yeah, no, he's gone. Where he is. Still not bagging up those Ladywood votes. Still sitting on the tables down there.
So a man in an Adidas top attempting a high five, but gentleman he was walking towards had absolutely no interest in a high five, wanted a handshake, so high five man had to demur and go to high five, which I think is fair enough because the guy who offered the handshake really, I don't think he could pull off a high five convincingly.
So it's 12 minutes past 6. The returning officer said to be ready in a couple of minutes. So in theory, 6:15, we might get the next two results.
The lady in charge of the Yardley count in the black and white dress has done her duty for the day. She's got her bag, she's got her coat, she is heading for the exit.
Oh, there's the returning officer. He's just on his phone now on the floor, possibly phoning home to say, I'll be back soon. I'll have, if I could have poached eggs on toast when I get in. Nice cup of tea. Maybe some muesli. He's pacing up and down now in front of the stage, clutching a piece of paper. Izzy Knowles is still here.
Still here, I think that's
bright
fair play,
orange
isn't it,
coat.
Craig?
So she might be wanting to support her Lib Dem colleagues in other constituencies. She gives someone a hug down there. Returning officer has disappeared again.
I suppose it must be encouraging to know that 4,711 people wanted you to be their MP. Just vindication, particularly if you ignore how many people wanted other people to be their MPs.
So we don't know what happens to the bagged up votes. I imagine they must be kept for a certain period of time in case there's any debate about the veracity of the count.
It's not been a significant night for the Greens in terms of victories here in Birmingham, though they've got a decent wedge of votes across the board, but nationally up to 4 seats, which is very impressive. Probably the Brighton, Bristol, Bradford and Bridlington.
Actually, no, they did manage to take places that didn't begin with BR. They got North Herefordshire and Waveney Valley.
Yeah, Waveney Valley must have been on their hit list.
So he did say a couple of minutes, but it has now been a couple of minutes, and there's still no sign of these results being declared.
There's no obvious action in this hall where the Ladywood result is, but certainly I don't know what's happening for the Perry Bar one, which is in, I believe,
Perry
hall
Bar.
8. So we
So pacing up and down there is the independent candidate Ahmed Yaqub, the TikTok sensation. Got 200,000 followers on TikTok. He stood to be West Midlands mayor, getting 69,000 votes. He is a local solicitor. He's talking very confidently earlier about his chances of winning the seat, but we still don't know yet, and we don't know where the returning officer is. We don't know what's happening in Oh no, there's the returning officer. He's going up the steps. Is he going up the steps? No, he's not. He's back on his phone, I think. Maybe he'll go up those steps. Will he? He's talking to someone. But, no.
Jess Phillips really is putting a shift in here. She's talking to the people around the camera, I think, sipping some water there, though could legitimately have some champagne, I think.
The counters for Ladywood haven't been released yet. Everyone else has been allowed to go home. So if you've just woken up, just tuning in, it's 6:15 Friday the 5th of July. We're just waiting here for the last two results to be declared. The hall is emptied out now. Many of the tables are empty, just a few white plastic bags containing the ballot papers that were so carefully counted, recounted, bundled up, unbundled, counted again, placed into boxes and recounted, now in those white plastic bags on tables. Hall 3 here, we've had the counts for Yardley, we've had the count for Selly Oak, for Moseley Hall Green, for Erdington and for Ladywood. Still waiting on Ladywood to be declared. The counters for that seat are still having to remain at their tables. They're going to be wishing they got Selly Oak because they got to go home about an hour ago.
I think they get paid for the job, not by the hour. That's unfortunate to renegotiate that. Mind you, I suppose you'd have no incentive to count fast if you're being paid by the hour.
The returning officer is now pacing around down there on his phone, so that means we're waiting for Perry Bar. I can't see really what the delay is because there doesn't seem to be anything happening down there in Ladywood.
You'd have thought that Perry, the Commonwealth Games mascot, might have stood in the Perry Bar constituency. Could have stood a chance. The goodwill from the games might have hung over enough.
Marjorie very quick off the mark there, just to confirm that counters don't get paid by the hour, just get a fixed fee, which does seem a little bit unfair if you've been lumbered there with the lady would vote and you've watched the other constituencies go home. There are still people gathered at the front of the stage down there. But, no sign of the returning officer. The cleaners are now arrived in the building for the early morning shift. They probably would have been expecting everyone to have gone by now, but that's not the case. We're all still here. If you're stayed with us throughout the night, thank you very much for sticking with us. It's just us here now. One of the other media organisations next to us slumped on their table, head on the table. Others have already left, haven't stayed around to see what's happening. The Pakistani broadcasting organisation, they're still here. She's done almost as much talking as we have, I think, during the night.
The Team 19 sign has taken a bit of a battering. It's hanging with just one tie holding it up askew. Gentleman still looking very dapper there in a tightly fitting blue suit, brown shoes and a white collared shirt with the cuffs buttoned down. I admire that look, looking so fresh, so many hours into the night and into the morning. This is the Commentators, yesterday's programme today, through the night and out into the morning. It's the dawning of a new government, dawning of a new day. No sign of the final two results here. Hopefully we can get them to you before you all have to go to work this morning. Take us into the shower with you so that we can bring you the results if they happen while you are having your morning ablutions.
So the cleaner is just going round with the trolley. He's got white bags, but they are full of rubbish, not the ballot paper. So I hope he doesn't make any mistakes there. And
it's possibly as treacherous as being the cleaner in the Contemporary Art Gallery, Craig.
Indeed, many a piece of conceptual art that's been cleaned up. Let's I hope he doesn't clear away those, but I think he knows what he's doing. He's been well briefed, and he makes his way to the balcony to the left of our commentary position to pick up some rubbish that's been left there. Jess Phillips just having the microphone unclipped from her. Quite a lengthy interview with the BBC, that, I think.
I think it's the microphone being added in. I think the boom man's given up on the boom. And now she's got a microphone. So the returning officer making an absolute mockery of the term shortly.
That's right. I think we're looking at a medium to long-term delay at the moment, rather than short. He said 2 minutes. That was 15 minutes ago.
Maybe if you can't be the first.
Someone's going up. Here he is.
announce.
Here he is. Here he is. This could be. Is it going to be good news? He's just put a piece of paper on his podium. I think he was just teasing us there. He is now
Is he now gathering the candidates together, or setting word out that candidates should be gathered together?
I think that might be. Is that?
That's,
That's Shabana Mahmood down there, isn't it? I think
that's,
in the red jacket
that's
and the white skirt.
That's old Bernasconi, or whatever, the Ladywood councillor, one of the Ladywood councillors there, recognisable from his very straight fringe.
So it's looking like we could be getting a declaration from Ladywood, although the counters haven't been released yet.
I think that councillor might have gone to get Shabana Mahmood, possibly.
Oh
no, that's her there.
in
That's
the
her
red
there.
coat.
Yes,
in
somehow she snuck.
Even though she's wearing a very bright red coat, she's quite hard to see there. She's surrounded by other people.
She's not exuding the positive vibes that Jess Phillips was before that result was
So we've
announced.
got quite a lot of police entering the building
that's
now.
what the councillors brought in. A phalanx of 5 police officers.
So I'm quite sure whether they're expecting something to happen here. The returning officer strides across the front of the stage. He goes up the steps, makes his way to the podium, and hopefully we are going to have another declaration. Police make their way to the front of the stage as well. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 police officers here. Just station themselves in front of the exit doors. Crowd gathering now on the media balcony. He's disappeared again now, returning officer.
I think this is going to be Ladywood. Heaven knows what's happening about Erdington, Perry Bar.
Perry Bar. I think this is definitely going to be Ladywood. Unless he's got them all gathered.
Could I please have the candidates for Ladywood?
Ladywood, yes.
It is
Calling for the candidate.
I just want to emphasise that I will not tolerate any disturbances.
He says he will not tolerate any disturbances during the announcement of the result. He's going to ask people to leave.
I would certainly like to go home soon.
He's keen to go home.
He's keen to go home.
Call for all candidates.
So candidates for Yardley, they're there, but they're not going up on stage for some reason. Why is that? Are they going to go up on stage?
Has he made himself clear?
There goes Ahmed Yaqub, accompanied by a large group of supporters. Up goes Shabana Mahmood. So there should be 6 candidates here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Ahmed Yaqub gets a big cheer. We've only got 4 out of the 6.
Thank you. So, election of member of Parliament to a parliamentary general election. Birmingham, Ladywood.
So, Ladywood constituency results. This could be quite interesting one here, I think.
Do you hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at said election is as follows? Chandler Zoe, Green Party.
Zoe Chandler for Greens,
478.
3,478. Should be quite pleased with that, I think. Lee Dark, Lib Dems, 1,711. Shabana Mahmood, he's racing through these. 15,558. And Shazna Zanmil, Shazna Zanmil, Conservative candidate, 2,218. Ahmed Yaqub, Independent, 12,137. So not as close as the Yardley result. And despite the returning officers, Irene Henry, Reform 1,477. So 203 rejected ballot papers, 3,421 majority, 43.9%. That's pretty low turnout there as well. So Shabana Mahmood returns as the MP for Birmingham Ladywood. She gets a big cheer and a hug from a Conservative candidate. Handshake from the others. And Ahmed Yaqub doesn't bother to stay on stage, goes off.
The clerks and all the polling staff and the police who have had to go above and beyond to ensure a safe and secure election today. My wonderful agent, Marcus Bernasconi.
Thanks to her agent.
And supporters, my family, and in particular,
So I've just got one more seat to
this was a campaign that was sullied by harassment and intimidation.
again
Of my family, of the people
talks of harassment and intimidation as part of this campaign, as Jess Phillips was describing earlier.
Kept going, knocked on one more door, had one more doorstep conversation, posted
So
one more leaflet.
it's
Because this wasn't just an
6:30 in the morning.
assault on democracy
As Shabana Mahmood is elected as MP for Ladywood, describing how the campaign turned into an assault on democracy.
in Ladywood and a handful of other seats across the country. While it will always be acceptable to disagree passionately, it is never acceptable to intimidate and
It's
threaten. We must never
always acceptable to disagree passionately,
disrupting a
but
community meeting
not
and terrifying
to be
those present.
intimidated.
We must never accept physical threats and intimidation. Threats
Describing
that we
physical
will
threats
never
and
carry out.
intimidation.
And let me make this clear, because this matters deeply to me and to my family. It is never acceptable to deny anyone their faith, to brand them an infidel. I know what a Muslim looks like. A Muslim looks like me.
So quite a feisty speech here from Shabana Mahmood,
Are mine, and they are British values too. Decency,
being shouted at by supporters of Ahmed Yaqub down there, and cheered by her own supporters.
today is a day of triumph. They thought they could intimidate
The
us,
returning
but they
officer
couldn't.
trying to
They
calm
thought
things
they could
down.
silence us, but they couldn't. They thought they could beat us, but they didn't. We ran a positive campaign here in Ladywood.
Saying that they ran a positive campaign in Ladywood, and finally those Ladywood votes are now being put into those white plastic bags,
And embrace a politics
and so that's the last seat here in our hall.
Sorry to inform you folks, but nobody has ever succeeded in shouting me down, and you won't start now.
But Shabana Mahmood saying that she won't be shouted down, but they are continuing to try.
Rebuild. I know the votes we have lost here contain a powerful message. I know we have trust that we must earn back from my community. To do that, we must deliver the change that we have promised. Change after 14 years of Tory misrule that has left
So the hall here beginning to empty out. The Ladywood counters, I think, are now finally being allowed to leave the building. They're collecting their bags and their coats as Shabana Mahmood continues her victory acceptance speech.
connect with working people and
Ladywood
put country
counters
first and party second. Now we
leaving.
will have the chance to serve the country again. The road will be hard and it will be long.
So quite a long
We know
speech
that.
here from Shabana
Throughout
Mahmood.
this campaign, we have never made promises that we know we cannot keep, but we have promised to do the hard work of governing. And now I will fight day and night with
So
the
a
voice of
few
promise at the heart of a Labour government to bring change
counters,
to this
supporters
country,
and
which we so
observers
desperately need.
still
Thank you
in
very
the
much.
building, sitting down. Big cheers from supporters of Shabana Mahmood. She's been taken around the back of the stage rather than down the steps at the front. Not sure whether that's just a coincidence or for her own safety. But, we've got one constituency left. We have no idea what's been happening in Perry-Barr because that count has been in another hall. Maybe it's in another convention centre.
It's a chance that it's an all-male list of candidates, actually. The Perry-Barr, which would be unusual.
So those at the front of the stage for that speech now making their way away from the stage. The police are still lined up stage side there. There's a gaggle of a big cluster of Labour supporters, big cluster of Ahmed Yaqub supporters as well. The returning officer, she's come out this way and gets a big cheer. Marjorie's just worked out that turnout across the country is expected to be about 60%, which is the second lowest turnout since 1885. Only 59% in 2001 was lower. There's going to be a record number of women in the House of Commons this time, which is good news. 242 female MPs voted in so far, and as Marjorie points out, the counting's not over yet. Certainly doesn't seem to be over here in the International Convention Centre.
Now Shabana Mahmood is up on the balcony, striding towards the TV interviews. One of her supporters behind her punches the air in
She's
delight.
going to be interviewed as well. Police still down on the floor down there.
Jess Phillips has moved from the I think ITV to the BBC. I think there's a bit of confusion earlier on. So Shabana Mahmood maybe get the berth on the BBC.
Yeah, police now leaving that area in front of the stage. We're just waiting on one result now here in the International Convention Centre, but that count was taking place in another room in the building, so we really don't quite know what is happening. There's a journalist from Hits Radio behind us there. Didn't know Hits Radio had a political correspondent, but maybe they are like us, trying to branch out. So the police have moved to the other door now.
So it's all done bar Perry-Barr. Yeah, really is quite empty in the hall here now. It's a ripple of applause for someone somewhere.
So it's only a few hardcore people left here now. Most of the media are still here, apart from some of the smaller organisations who left a while ago. Then I missed some quite feisty action though. Both the decorations account for Yardley and for Ladywood there. The returning officer had to step in an attempt to restore order.
I wonder if it was a shift changeover at the police. Maybe gone from the night shift to the day shift.
Possibly. Returning officer is on stage, but now he's going down the steps, which isn't a good sign for us here. It'd be good to get a bit of a clue from him as to what is happening in the Perry Bar count. Don't know whether that's going to be a particularly contentious one.
Sky producer
over there.
Sky producer trying to get Jess Phillips, thinking she stood in front of the BBC camera. But Sky want it's a little bit of a tussle for her time. Ever quotable, Jess Phillips, with passion and important story to tell. Stepping in to take a still of her there.
A bit of a clamour behind us to
Shaban
get
Mahmood
interviews with
just
Shaban
behind
Mahmood
us.
and Jess Phillips is she's right behind our commentary position, which is going to make it difficult for us to leave should we get the next count in. That could be a little bit awkward if we take down our barrier.
Yes.
Of course, we pay good money for this as well. They could have bought their own. Oh no, she's not. She's been moved on, perhaps
So
heading towards BBC. Or yes, that's the BBC. I think BBC
So ironically,
TV interview.
as it gets quieter down in the hall, it gets busier and busier up here on the press and media balcony.
That's right. Well, these were the two candidates, I think, in the seats that were most closely fought and most contentious.
I think that shot there probably has the lectern and stage in the background. Hopefully not the Sky News reporter in the background. It'd be awkward.
Well, good morning. If you've just joined us here, it's the Commentators bringing you, well, we have brought you live and uninterrupted coverage of the count here in Birmingham. We've had 8 results declared. There's one left, the mysterious case of the Perry Bar count. We don't know what's happening because that count has been taking place in another hall. Here, all the counts have been completed. The ballot papers have been placed into white plastic bags and tied up with cable ties. All the counters have gone home except those who, perhaps a few political geeks who wanted to stay around to see what might happen. So Sarah's still down there.
If Perry Bar goes the way of the other Birmingham constituencies, we can expect Khalid Mahmood to keep hold of his constituency. He had a significant majority. He got 63% of the vote last time out. He had a 15,000 majority. So it seems unlikely that will be overturned, though there is an independent candidate coming up against him, talking about leaving the Liberal Democrats because of the Gaza issue that he wasn't able to express his opinions about forcefully enough. But it would be a big shock, I think, if that overtook the Labour candidate. Liberal Democrats really were nowhere last time round, and the Greens, I think, could come up the pecking order. They've got a geography teacher standing for them. He's got postgraduate degrees in environmental management, which makes him sound like an ideal Green candidate. He did his A-levels in Sutton Coldfield and was a part-time pizza maker during his studies, so maybe that qualifies him to be an excellent MP.
So out in the wider world, if you don't know what's been happening, Labour have got 401, Conservatives 108, Lib Dems 66, 7 for the SNP. 7 for Sinn Féin, 5 for Independence, 4 for Reform, 4 for Green, 4 for Plaid Cymru, 4 for DUP, 2 for the SDLP, 1 for the Alliance and 1 for the UUP. So everyone can be, every party can be reasonably happy. They've got at least 1 seat. Shabana Mahmood now being interviewed in one spot, Jess Phillips being interviewed in another spot, just behind us here. No sign of the returning officer, who is probably trying to track down the Perry Bar count.
Yes, maybe trying to, can't find hall 10 or wherever it is.
So Marjorie has got an inside source saying that Liz Truss appears not to be on stage to hear the result in her constituency. So that could be an interesting one there. It's quite interesting here, but also now a little bit boring as well as we wait.
It's sort of like the last few minutes of a jumble sale, I think.
There's nothing much left, but you think maybe there will just be one bargain, something special worth holding on for.
A lot of waste in
Here he is.
plastic bags.
Here he is. He looks rather tired as he heads towards the stage. Is he going to be bringing us good news or bad news?
It's not...
Not looking great. He's not rushing towards the stage. Yeah, the Sky journalist trying to grab, I think, Shabana
they've...
Mahmood.
They can,
Just
I think I might offer
Phillips.
one of them my jacket, Craig, because they just... Otherwise it's a bit awkward, isn't it?
They're all wearing the same
they're
colour,
both in
aren't
the
they?
same-
Yeah.
They look like twins
The
or sisters or
Sky
something.
presenter and Jess Phillips, both in the same shade,
Maybe
pretty much the same
if the
shade
presenter
of,
took on the sheepskin,
fuchsia pink.
that would definitely differentiate between the two. It should be like football, shouldn't it? There should be an away kit and a home kit, so the interviewer could swap out.
I suspect the interviewer might have to take off her jacket, perhaps, if she is going to interview Jess Phillips. There's a bit of a battle now between the broadcasters, who is going to get the interview. Of course, they've got to balance that with all the other candidates that are trying to interview in all the other constituencies around the country. Although these here in Birmingham are some of the last to be declared, because 618 of the 650 seats in the country have now been declared. Labour have got 403 of them. Conservatives have got 109 of them.
We must be right out there with the sort of outer Hebrides and things like that, Craig.
I'd have thought that can't be that many left. Even South Shropshire, my old constituency, have declared, and they usually took a very long time to do it. Even they've managed to beat Birmingham tonight. So there's not much clue as to what is happening. Medicube is still down there with some of his supporters. All the Ladywood decounters have gone home. There's a few people stood by the stage. Don't know whether they are Perry Bar candidates or not.
Must be strange because you're pretty hyped up for it being your result, but everyone else is at absolute fag end of the day, and energy very, very low. So a bit unfortunate for these candidates, I feel.
So all the equipment needed to count has been placed into plastic crates. Those yellow elections office dividing strips, and the calculators, the pens and pencils are in grey plastic crates, while the empty ballot boxes been stacked up at the end of the counting tables. Rubbish is in black bin bags. Counted ballot papers are in white bin bags. The returning officer is just chatting to someone, looking up wistfully at the media balcony. Sure, he'd probably quite like to go home as well, as he said earlier. Still a few people with rosettes around, but not many now. Returning officer rather ominously walking away from the stage rather than towards it. Shortly has gone to Longley, I would say now. Jess Phillips there, just about to be interviewed on Sky News, saying that she's feeling very tired. The returning officer having a discussion with someone there. The building now really emptying out. It's just a few hardcore people. The 5 police officers. The photographer next to us, he's packing away. He has had enough as well. Gentleman in a Hawaiian shirt and a rosette strides past. The returning officer takes the glasses, his spectacles off his head.
Nick, who's one of the people who's helped us out, is still looking fresh as a daisy, actually. Respect to him there. A cool customer.
So Marjorie has just let us know that Liz Truss has lost her seat. And there's not many of us left here now. A couple of the smaller organisations still here. BBC and Sky still here. ITN, I think, might be packing up, ready to go. Are they going to hang on for Birmingham Perry Bar? The returning officers still there.
Commentators keeping the faith in democracy here, hanging on for Perry Bar. I hope that Perry Bar just wasn't forgotten and that all the ballot boxes are still in the back of a van somewhere. A sort of Google Maps meltdown, circling the ring road, trying to find the ICC. 30,000 ballot papers in the back. Craig nearly spills coffee all over his laptop, which would have been a dramatic end to the day. The ICC security guards are stood at the bottom of the steps up to the stage in case anyone fancies invading the stage, but I don't think anyone's got the energy or the will to do that at this point.
So the returning officers, his cheeks are puffed out. He's running towards the woman in the green vest and tracksuit trousers with the red stripe. Looks like she might know what is happening in Perry Bar, perhaps. She's on a mobile phone. But, yeah, no, they're both now leaving the hall. Perhaps he's going to... nope, now he's going back again. Oh, he's still unsure. The observer from the Conservative Party who was carefully watching the votes being counted at Selly Oak is still here, even though the Selly Oak count has long finished. and the counters gone home a couple of hours ago. It's 5 to 7. It's Friday the 5th of July. It's the day after the election. Polling stations opened 24 hours ago. They closed 9 hours ago, and somewhere in between all that, the votes have almost all been counted all over the country, except here in Birmingham, Perry Bar.
That's Hall 8. We've already had Northfield results from Hall 8, so there should be a thing.
$111 seats for the Conservatives, 67 for the Liberal Democrats, 406 for Labour. I can't remember what the exit poll said before, so I don't know whether that's pretty much what the exit poll said was going to happen. The Green Party quadruples its number of seats to 4. Jeremy Corbyn gets re-elected as an independent. Liz Truss loses her seat. Oh, even Izzy Knowles is leaving the building now.
That really is the end of the party when she's gone.
Yeah. You can normally rely on her to be the last candidate standing. She hugs one of the officials here and makes her way somewhere towards stage. Not quite sure where she's going there.
Starting to get into the philosophical notion here of if a result is called and there's no one there to hear it, has the election taken place?
Just saying goodbye to some other people down there.
Sure, at the point when he said shortly,
That was
he
about
did mean both sets of results.
Yes, maybe we misinterpreted that, because shortly was about 45 minutes ago. I think a lot of the press are now beginning to pack up. Shabana Mahmood, she's finished her interview. She's now over the other side of the balcony from us. The police are leaving the hall here now. So it's all a bit of a mystery what's happening in the Perry Bar vote. So it doesn't look like the interview with Sky has come off for Jess Phillips. So she's going to go back to the BBC instead. She makes her way over from Sky back towards the BBC. Switch Radio got their banner. It's not as big as our banner though. I would say that's a quarter of the size of the Commentators pull up.
The man's still doing his self-recording pieces to camera there.
And another broadcaster next to us speaking into a microphone. I think they're possibly having a talk, a phone-in there, I think, perhaps on that table there. Not quite sure what broadcaster they're with. So there's a few people gathered at the front of the stage. Can't tell whether they are from Perry Bar or not, though. It's coming up to 7 o'clock in the morning on the 5th of July. 24 hours ago, the general election began, and here in Birmingham it still hasn't quite finished.
At 9:30 yesterday night, our battery power was right up in the high 90s. Now we're down to 29%, but I think that's still going to be enough to see us through to the Perry-Barr result, whenever that happens. There's clusters of people sat around. Gentleman there rubbing his face, his fingers under his eyes, across the bridge of his nose. He's still got his tie done up and his top button done up, so he still looks smart, but he's haggard. Haggard indeed. Right down by the stage, you've got the leader of the city council. We've got possibly a Labour candidate up in Perry-Barr there as well. Oh no, it's the lady with the asymmetric footwear hobbling towards the exit. Now, Jess Phillips, I think, is being interviewed by the BBC there. So Sky haven't had their moment. So the woman with the asymmetric footwear has handed her a red rosette to her partner, who's got a bright red tie, rosette, a red clipboard. So I think another group of people have decided they've had enough. They were sitting on the candidates and observers chairs down to our left, but that's 9 of them are leaving there. Just waving across the hall at people to say goodbye. It is hollowing out here. Having said she was leaving, the Liberal Democrat hopeful, who's now lost hope for this election at least, she is still here. She's saying goodbye to everyone in the room, slowly but surely. There are now just 2 security guards guarding the stage, both of them guarding the same flight of stairs, so anyone who would like to get up on stage could try the stage left entrance. So we're getting deep into the morning shows, and I think this interview that Jess Phillips is doing here must be going out in some of those. Over in the screen in the corner, looks like old Mr. Cleverly is being interviewed. We've not heard about his results. I assume he's kept his seat. So it's been a day of, well, 2 days I suppose, of a lot of counting, a lot of quite mysterious procedure. Lots of equipment's going to go back into store for another couple of years or so, at least I would have thought. All these trestle tables will be folded up, put away into the store. The signs for the different teams, those will be packed down, put into a store. All the yellow dividers between the counts, they'll be put into a store. The ballot boxes, of course, they stack up nicely. They're going to have to go into a store. We're not quite sure what happens to those old ballot papers, whether they're good to be pulped or recycled or incinerated. They're boxes of equipment, all those rubber bands will have to go into store, I think, ready for the next election. There's a lot of equipment for democracy. Takes a
Quite
lot.
difficult to store those yellow election office dividers, isn't it? Because they're quite an awkward.
They're too long for those
size.
crates.
Too long for
certainly.
those crates.
You
You'd
thought-
think if it was me, I'd have used some of those elastic bands to gather those together. Because at the moment they're just all loose and could easily fall out of those crates.
Yes, a little gap in the market for. You could do it with a pencil case, a very long, thin pencil case. You put them in that.
Yeah, an elections office divider flight case. Any
Ooh, that'll be very
manufacturers
tasty.
out there looking to branch out into general election flight cases. Quite a big market there, I think. It's, those crates, they've got their paw, I would say.
Marjorie's moved across to colonise the table that the photographer has vacated away to our left.
Sky still here, BBC still here, ITN still here, GB News still here, Commentators still here, returning officer not here.
You see Knowles finally leaving the building.
That's right, she's hasn't been able to tear herself away until now. Now she's finally going.
Yeah, she puffs out her cheeks as she goes for the exit. She got 4,711 votes, which put her behind. This was Birmingham, Hall Green, and Moseley. That was enough to put her ahead of the Conservatives, the Independents, Reform, but not either of the two independent candidates. She beat the Green Party and got about a third of the votes of Labour. So I think that's probably a respectable result for Izzy Knowles there.
So Marjorie's just getting trying to find out what's happening with the Perry Bar count. So it sounds like there might be a bit of an issue. It's you can rely on Marjorie to find out. She looks very mild-mannered, but she's pretty tenacious.
Yeah, she wheedles her way in, doesn't she? Expert wheedler.
She is. So the hall is down there is completely empty now. So apart from one reporter,
I suppose it would be bad practice for them to
down
start
there.
stacking the chairs away.
Yes, I don't know who comes in to collect the ballot papers and the empty ballot boxes. Whose job that is. So, but there's no one down on the floor down there. Everyone is up here on the balcony. Jess Phillips interviewed there by the BBC.
The Pakistani TV presenter is refreshing her makeup.
Switch Radio, they've given up. They're packing away their banner. They have had enough.
It's 11 o'clock in the morning at Islamabad.
So out in the country, 407 to Labour, 114 to Conservatives, 68 for the Lib Dems. It's 9 minutes past 7. And looks like still ongoing with the Perry Bar count. So news from Marjorie is that it could be another 20 minutes before we get the Perry Bar count coming in. The press and supporters are now slumped on the floor here at the count.
So it's literally no one visible down there on the count on the floor. We've just heard that it's going to be a significant amount of time for the Perry Bar count. It looks like they are really going back into the weeds with it. So I think we're probably coming to the end of our coverage here, Craig. What are your reflections?
It's been a privilege to be part of making history by being the first commentators to describe a count. The cleaners are now in the building, picking up the rubbish left on the tables, the coffee cups, the empty cans of energy drinks. There are chairs strewn around, there are bags full of ballot papers, there are empty ballot boxes, and we have seen some quite feisty scenes here. We've had an insight into the complications of a count. We thought it was quite a simple job of just counting bits of paper. There's a lot of different processes involved there, so we hope we've be able to bring you a bit of that action at home.
Yes, so we're not quite sure where we'll pop up next, but hopefully more important, interesting, significant, unusual events which we can bring you full details of. So yes, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you to our technician and of course to Marjorie, who it would have been impossible to do this without. Thank you for Birmingham City Council for allowing us to look into the democratic world.
Thank you everyone. Good night, good morning and good day.